Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Magic System Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Prelude. It goes like this. At 5 years old, Izuku Midoriya had the worst night of his life. Or his early life, if you want to get technical. But no one would ever claim that getting technical about Izuku Midoriya ever resulted in anything good. On that night, Izuku developed his quirk. Of course, it wasn't really a quirk, not in the way Kaken had a quirk and not in the way that quirk-suppressing cuffs could stop you from using your quirk. No, Izuku had an extra toe joint, so according to the doctor, it was impossible for him to develop a quirk. It didn't matter how much Izuku wanted one, the many nights he lay in bed dreaming, the way he would watch his peers with wide eyes and catalog how they'd first discovered their new ability and try the same gestures for himself once he got home. It didn't matter how prepared he was, or hopeful, or kind, or good. Izuku Midoriya would never have a quirk, and that was that. So no, he didn't actually develop a quirk, but he did develop something rather like a quirk, that if you were willing to lie subtly enough to the right people with the right forms signed by the relevant authorities could be construed as a quirk. But that was an issue for later. The devil, as they say, is in the details. In this case, in the detail about how exactly Izuku developed his quirk. Because that is what changed his story. It goes like this. There was once a boy with wild blonde hair and red eyes who knew everything. He was strong and fast and clever and Izuku's very best friend. Although, just because he was Izuku's best friend, didn't always mean he was a good friend. Kaken, Izuku called him, because Katsuki was a mouthful that the other boy's mother used as a reprimand. Kaken didn't have a name for Izuku. Mostly he called him, come here, or come on, or where were you? Sometimes he grabbed his hand rather than calling Izuku a name, and Izuku preferred that most of all. It meant they were going to walk side by side together, and that always made Izuku break out into a grin. Other times, they didn't call each other by a name at all. They just snuck off into the woods a couple blocks from the park, skittered their way up the well-marked trail to the edge of the mountain, and settled down at the base of their tree. It was their tree because it was where their pact was made. To become heroes together. To fight side by side forever. One day when they were 4, Kaken picked up a pail. They were with a group of friends, and Izuku had done something stupid, maybe tripped, and everyone was laughing at him because he didn't have very good coordination. He said, Izuku, you really can't do anything, can you? And Izuku had been happy that he'd used his name, but sad that he used it to ask something mean. Then Kaken said, you can read the characters for Izuku as Deku, and Deku means someone who can't do anything. Their friends had cheered along with mocking grins and jeers, Deku, Deku, and Izuku hadn't wanted to be thought of by that name at all. So he had done the only logical thing he could do. He turned around and ran home, where he spent the next few hours before dinner huddled underneath a comforter, wiping at his tears and swearing to a poster of All Might with a determined expression on his face that he was going to do whatever it took to get a quirk and fast. Before the end of the night he would get his wish. Before the moon reached its zenith, his world carefully constructed around blonde-haired boys with crimson eyes and promises etched into trees would end. A trickster spirit would laugh from the shadows at all it had wrought. Fair's fair, it would coo, but Izuku wouldn't know how to hear it yet. It goes like this. There was once a young boy with curly green hair, equally green eyes, and a wide smile. His freckles made his face constantly look dirty and his hair unkempt, but anyone with a heart would take his hand in a second because something about him was trustworthy. Something about him drew you in, made you want to tuck yourself against his side and ruffle his curls and whisper secrets to him at night. Even grumpy, arrogant Katsuki Bakugou never thought twice about the fact that he wanted this useless, bumbling green-haired tagalong by his side. All he knew was that holding the other boy's hand felt good, and having his bright smile and devoted gaze focused on him made Bakugou feel like he could take on the world. Everyone ignored the weird things that seemed to happen when the green-haired boy was around. Even though the wind would pick up when he was afraid and a strange flock of black birds always hung around on the fences of the playground watching him, no one could tie those occurrences to him. There was a dancing shadow, which vaguely resembled the boy, that always followed him around like an afterthought even in the absence of any source of light, yet no one could swear they saw anything strange with it. If a person were to focus on it harder, the shadow would disappear from view or suddenly begin to behave just to prove them wrong. No, nobody questioned the weird things that happened around Izuku Midoriya, and even if they had, recalling anything about them after the fact felt like pressing together sticky candy-coated fingers and trying to remember what you'd just eaten. There was evidence in front of you, but you couldn't quite grasp what it was. Maybe the way that memories seemed to slide off him was a gift. Maybe the way people were drawn to him was a curse. Maybe those things were just symptoms of a larger cause, which tangled up together into that moment. That night in the attic after he ran away from a pale and a blonde-haired boy who could sometimes be sweet, with the word Deku echoing in his ears. After he spent the rest of the night doing everything he could in order to force a quirk to appear, pushing everything he had, everything he was, into the world around him. But nothing he tried was enough. No quirk appeared, no special ability came to light. A smile shifted in the bark of the large tree whose limbs curled up to his bedroom window. If the boy had known what he was doing, would he have stopped? It was ironic, really. Izuku had wanted to shine brightly, to become powerful and important enough for Kaken to pay attention. And shine brightly he had. Unknowingly, he had poured young, untamed, unhindered magical energy into the attic around him, breaking through the wards near the ceiling and lighting the attic up like a beacon. That kind of power could be tracked by those sensitive to it, and, with the wards now dissolved, there was nothing to stop interested parties from crawling their way through the other plane. Nothing to stop them from manifesting into solid form in the attic. The green-haired boy would look up as shadows appeared in the rafters, the edges of the attic closing in as he stood alone with darkness breathing down his neck, and he wouldn't understand what he had done. It goes like this. A young boy, scared, calling for his mother. His voice echoed through the rafters and bounced off the walls, but the sound was muted before it could exit the room, the shadows absorbing it like greedy leeches and preventing it from reaching downstairs. Near the large window, darkness began seeping out of the corner and spreading out along the floor and wall, its tendrils like long rotten roots that decayed whatever they touched. The young boy was too scared to turn around, even as a dark figure began to strain itself out of the inky blackness, its head streaked with webbing that glistened in the fading sunlight. His green eyes widened as a hand with spindly twigs for fingers lengthened into claws and reached toward him. A mother, frantic, sensing her son's distress and bolting up to the stairs to the other side of the attic door. A look of recognition passed through her eyes as she stared at the figure, its inky black claws inches away from her son's neck. She took one step forward and said, "You can't have him," like a whisper across steel, and let a plate full of cinnamon cookies crash to the ground. Cookies floated up into midair and began swirling together, faster and faster, picking up momentum until they resembled a miniaturized tornado of crumbling cinnamon sugar and sea salt that flung itself into the figure's eyes. A screeching curse drowned out the mother's words as she ordered her son to go downstairs. A young boy, whose joints were locked in place from a mixture of fear and uncertainty. The strange darkness crawled ever forward, stretching its roots across the walls and floorboards until it overtook the window and began blocking out the last rays of dusk, suffusing the whole room with its dark aura. The creature's spectral form strained joy like a sieve, leaving only remnants, wispy tendrils of hope, that evaporated on contact with the air. In the boy's soul, something whispered forgotten words of honey and rot, and his feet began ambling slowly toward the darkness. A mother shouting, "You can't have him," as she scrambled toward her son and grabbed him by the shoulders, who pulled her son to her and insisted that he go, now, shoving him toward the door and interposing herself between her son and the darkness. Her son barely recognized her rigid back and the firm expression on her face, too used to her timid nature, the days she spent asking to play the innocent bystander that was saved by the hero, who didn't even like to watch hero fights on the news because they were too violent, who didn't have a strong quirk that could be used to save anyone. And yet there she was, flinging cinnamon sugar into the eyes of a revenant and yelling at her son to go, run. A young boy, whose feet skittered across creaking floorboards as he flung himself around the attic door and hurled himself down the stairs, tripping on every third step as he rushed to obey. A haunting screeching sound echoed behind him. A dull roar. Crashing glass. Before he had even managed to reach the final step, the downstairs lights flickered out and plunged him into darkness. The words that had whispered in his ears suddenly dissipated into nothingness, leaving him completely and utterly alone. It was easier to think about this way. It was easier to separate himself. It was easier to think of it as some other boy who barricaded himself in his closet, who put a hand over his mouth and tried to listen over a frantic heartbeat for what was happening outside the door, who couldn't stop thinking about that figure in the attic and wishing his mother wasn't facing it alone, who was too scared to disobey a direct order and too useless to help, who was weak and incapable of saving anyone. The silence echoing and making everything seem still. His desire to protect warring against his duty to obey, his body trembling as he covered tearful eyes with useless hands, small and dirty and covered in snot, not knowing what to do. It was another boy, another body, another time. It was him. It was always him. It goes like this. At 5 years old, Izuku Midoriya had the worst night of his life. His mom had been upstairs facing an intruder while Izuku hid in his bedroom closet behind an old worn All Might onesie that he'd refused to let his mom throw away. She had told him to run, and he thought he would be safe if he hid, but when the lights flickered back on, he wasn't alone. Another intruder had come into his bedroom. They had called out to him, called him, sweetie, and he'd known the voice didn't sound right, that it wasn't familiar, so he crawled his way further out of view, away from the slats of his closet door and the shadow that blocked out the light. At 5 years old, Izuku Midoriya had prayed for someone to come save him. The person had gotten closer. They had gotten close enough to say his name even though they shouldn't know it. Close enough to muddle the sound of the All Might theme song playing on a loop in the background. Close enough that he reached for something to hide behind or protect himself with, but his small hands floundered on empty air and Tupperware, nothing low enough for him to grab, nothing light enough for him to lift. The person threatened to burn the house down if he didn't come out, cooed about burning flesh smelling pretty. Izuku didn't come out. He kept his lips pressed firmly shut, hoping that silence would protect him. But silence didn't protect him. And heroes didn't come for him. No one came. Instead, when the door to his closet rushed open with danger looming tall on the other side, little 5-year-old Izuku Midoriya had to save himself. He lifted his hands up to defend himself, his mind focused on the singular thought of wanting, more than anything, for the world to stop. For him to be able to get away from the person hunting him. For him to escape his room, to make it out of the house with both him and his mother safe. And all that want manifested, as magical powers are wont to do, into an effect. Into stillness. Into silence. Into everything in his room hovering on the edge of a restart as he peered around the edge of the closet door, not understanding what he had. Every sound and movement in his room had stopped. The All Might song was silent, the woman frozen in place, dust particles suspended in midair. Billowing curtains stood solid and unmoving, paused in time like everything else around him. But there was no time to worry about it. No time to figure out what had happened or why everything stopped moving. Instead, he scrambled to his feet and rushed past the woman, running out of his bedroom and toward the front door, out of the house, down the path, throwing open the front gate and rushing onto the street. His feet kept following instinct, leading him directly to where his mother stood at the place where they usually got on the bus together, searching frantically for him. Her eyes were wild and filled with tears, hair frazzled out of her bun. Tear tracks had made streaks through a swath of crimson on her cheek. When Izuku reached her side, he asked what was wrong, what happened. She hushed him, told him they needed to leave, that everything would be okay, she promised, they just needed to get on the bus first. Izuku had asked her if she called for hero backup. He wanted to know what was happening, who was that creepy lady, where were they going. His mom said, once we're safe, and Izuku had understood that, whatever was happening, they just needed to get out of there first, and then everything would be fine. Although fine, as they say, is relative. That night, Izuku and his mother may have managed to escape the danger that broke into their home, but no heroes arrived at the scene, and the house would lay abandoned for years. Vegetation would crawl up its walls while leaves blew in through Izuku's open bedroom window. Spider webs would form on the curtains, and mildew would settle into their bedspreads. All the while, an All Might theme song would play in the background on a loop up until the electricity went out, his computer died, and the house lay in silence once more. It goes like this. A young boy and his mother took a bus out of town and never returned. When they did return, they weren't the same young boy or the same mother. Because the boy who left town was quirkless, an uncoordinated useless nobody with small grubby hands whose best friend called him Deku. And the mother was a kind woman, open and welcoming, who always had time to play games with the boys and bake cinnamon cookies. The boy who returned had demons on his tail and shadows in his eyes. He kept stones in his pocket, pre-blessed, to cast a quick warding circle that would hide all magic done in the area, and a raven familiar on his shoulder cawing a prophecy of doom. His body was slim yet corded with muscle, riddled with obscure scars and strange marks. He was the type of boy who would sniff the air before entering the room, who ignored custom in search of meaning, and who had been alone for a very long time. The woman was different too. Less open, more guarded, scuttling around corners and ready to bolt. She still had the same kind smile on her face, but her eyes were sharp, her tone firm, not willing to give an inch to save a mile. Her steady hand said she'd run into trouble and gotten her son out of it. It was difficult to tell the cost. Her hand laid a heavy warning against her son's back as they walked into a shabby apartment on the outskirts of town with 2 suitcases in tow and no other belongings besides. The wind swept across the streets, the sting of it almost blinding, to herald their return. Because, as all tales of Izuku Midoriya's lives begin, Izuku was born quirkless. But in this specific world and this specific life, Izuku had something about him that was special. Izuku had magic. The downside of magic users, of course, was that their morality wasn't like normal mortals. While they were still young, magic users could be turned evil by selfish desires, by using their powers for personal gain. There were supernatural elements at the edges of society who could sense them, who would stop at nothing to turn that power to their side or otherwise claim it for their own. Too many entities to name, some of them knowing of a young boy with green hair, whose power was heady and whose savior complex couldn't be quelled. It goes like this. Izuku Midoriya was cursed from the start. But that comes later. First day at UA. It was 30 minutes until his first homeroom in 10 years was supposed to start. 30 minutes. And Izuku was only now stepping out of the train station. The street in front of him was loud, cars passing along the street, adults rushing forward on their morning commute, teenagers interweaving amongst the crowd with bright grins and bouncing backpacks. Izuku watched as a mother dragged her daughter by the hand, chastising her to hurry. His gut clenched and he looked away. He wasn't looking forward to this. He didn't like crowds. Or rather, he didn't like being surrounded, and he didn't like the feeling of not being able to escape, both of which happened with crowds. Izuku gripped his backpack tight in his hands, knowing he had to push through and hoping to time the moment right. His eyes scanned the spaces between bodies, trying to figure out when to step forward and join the current that was pressing forward toward the next light. His eyes flitted over the river of strangers, instinct driving him to look for anything out of place, hooded figures, anyone walking too slow or standing too still. It was easier to do this when Popsicle was with him. His familiar could fly above the noise and distraction, focus on anything unnatural. Without Popsicle, Izuku felt blind. Dual-minded, as he tried to balance keeping an eye out for danger with actually getting to school on time. 30 minutes left, and 10 of that was needed to make it to the school itself, never mind finding the correct classroom. Izuku took a stabilizing breath, closed his eyes, and took a step forward to join the fray, quickly getting pushed toward the side as he was dragged in the direction he needed to go. He clenched his fists, his eyes darting about from face to face, looking for any signs of danger. He was short, and it was hard to see, but even so, he didn't find any strange figures. No strange anything. He was just one more kid in this school of fish ushering toward its destination. Izuku kept his hoodie zipped tight over his school uniform, the hood covering his green curls as he kept his eyes peeled. He swam with the current, his elbows jostling into arms and torsos, as he focused on keeping his breath slow, calm, focused. One hand was shoved into his pocket, grasped tight around warding stones. He didn't think they would be necessary. This was Izuku's first day at UA. He hadn't walked this route before, so there should be no one who could find him. He was safe. He was fine. The surge seemed never-ending, bodies jostling him back and forth as his feet guided him to cross the street at the light, 2 more blocks, a left, a right, 2 more blocks. It had been an easy route to memorize, but he wasn't even paying attention now. His feet guided him forward to the last light, where there was 1 more crossing and then the gates beyond. Izuku waited at the curb, his palms sweating as he stared at the gates ahead. His heart fluttered in his chest. The day in front of him was beginning to seem even more real. He was trying to act braver than he felt, but that wouldn't change the facts. This was his first day of school in 10 years. His first interactions with a group of teens that weren't werewolves since, who knew when. His first day of lying and saying that he had a quirk. Which meant there was no way to prepare for this. Not really. His gut curdled and the light changed. He felt like something was guiding him forward, laying out a clear path ahead. If he thought about it logically, he could probably chalk the feeling up to having memorized a map of the route from the train station to the campus. But no memorization could account for how he found his homeroom on the first try, the door for Class 1A looming in front of him in no time at all. He hadn't seen an image of the interior school layout before. They hadn't been provided a map. So how had he found his homeroom on the first try? Izuku shook his head. It wasn't worth thinking too hard about. This sort of thing had been happening to him a lot lately, him finding his way to places he intended to go. He hadn't decided whether to be concerned about it. For all he knew, his mother might have slipped a charm into his backpack that helped him find his way, or the moon was at a certain position for successful journeys, or Izuku was correct in hoping that whatever had started following them a week ago was a good thing, this time, rather than the usual bad. A buzzing tension filled him as he stood outside his homeroom, shuffling his feet. He slipped off his hoodie and folded it into his backpack before pulling on his blazer. He tried to remind himself that he was looking forward to this. That he had been excited to meet his new classmates ever since he got his acceptance letter. Once Izuku had received his acceptance letter, with Principal Nizu's voice congratulating him on his high score during the entrance exam practical and informing him that he would be joining Class 1A, Izuku had promised himself he would form a new pack with his classmates to be. Not to replace the wolves, but to fill in the hollow parts where they once resided. To honor them. Or maybe to help him sleep at night. It didn't matter. There were raised voices from beyond the door. Izuku hesitantly braced his hand against the doorknob, taking one last deep breath before the inevitable. Then he pushed the door to see what lay behind. His first thought was that there were a lot of chairs. The room was a 4x5 grid of large desks, each with a chair behind them. Most chairs had school blazers draped over the backs of them, and various desks were dotted with small cylinder cases that held pencils and erasers. Izuku took a step in, his eyes fluttering. The first wave that hit him was the smell of metal and glass, vaguely musty, with the lingering odor of some sort of chemicals. The room was more notable for its absence of smell, for the lack of any traces of people who lived here and called it home. It smelled transient, like it had been abandoned and then refurbished mere days before to allow the sun in. The scent of stillness lingered underneath a varnish of cleaner, suggesting no one had been here for weeks. Izuku couldn't intuit more than that. Leader had trained him along with the rest of the pups, but there were some olfactory notes that could only be deciphered by a wolf's nose, and at the end of the day, Izuku was only human. A witch, but human. He would never be able to smell emotions or track a specific person's scent from this room to another, but he was at least able to get a sense of the place. Izuku opened his eyes to glance over the numerous bodies of his soon-to-be classmates, some of whom were chatting with each other, others sitting down. As he walked further in the room, his gaze focused on the sight of a tall, dark-haired boy with glasses chopping his arm at someone who was snarling right back. Someone who, even though he could only see the back of his head, Izuku immediately recognized. Kaken. Izuku's breath caught in his throat, his heart swooping upward as if he was about to go into free fall. He walked forward, drawn by that same pull in his gut, until he was even with the front row of desks, his gaze zeroing in on the blonde's scowling form. Kaken. He was here. Izuku hadn't even dared hope that they would share the same class. He was aiming to be fortunate enough to go to the same school. He supposed they had both shared the same dream to attend UA and become pro-heroes that fought side by side, so maybe he didn't have the right to feel so surprised? But they were in the same class. What were the chances? Izuku wondered if his luck was finally turning around. Don't put your legs on the desk. Think of how disrespectful that is to your classmates. And to the school. This is school property. These hallowed halls have had famous pro-heroes. Bakugou scoffed. Disrespectful to my classmates? Why the hell would they care? You're the only one making noise for eyes. I would how dare. Go back to your seat already. Izuku forgot what he was supposed to be doing. He could feel his heartbeat quickening, its pace thrumming in his chest and strumming out to his fingertips like chords of a string being plucked. Izuku wondered if the whole world was moving in slow motion or if it was just him. A buzzing feeling settled over his skin as he got closer to the pair, eventually sidestepping out from behind the tall glasses boy so that he could see Kaken's figure in full. Bakugou caught sight of him immediately, his expression falling from one of annoyance to blankness. Izuku shivered. Upon realizing that Kaken's first reaction to seeing him again wasn't to swoop forward and engulf Izuku in the hug that he had been wanting, craving, expecting, Izuku's heart plummeted. A large part of him wanted to hide. Another part didn't understand how Kaken was just sitting there when Izuku was barely holding himself back from jumping on him and tackling him to the ground. Instead, Bakugou stared at Izuku with glazed-over eyes as though he wasn't certain whether or not he was real. Bakugou's eyebrows twitched, and he leaned back in his chair. His intense gaze didn't let up, and Izuku was grateful. It felt like the only thing keeping Izuku rooted to the ground. Even if the greeting wasn't what he hoped for, Izuku couldn't stop the smile that spread across his face, hesitant but bright. It was nice to hear his voice again. Izuku said, "Hey, Kaken," and if it came out softer and more familiar than it probably should be in front of several other strangers, well, Izuku was never one to notice that sort of thing. The boy who had been speaking with Bakugou turned around to greet Izuku. He stretched his hand out. "Greetings. My name is Iida Tenya. I look forward to having you as a classmate." Izuku flinched at the attention, his smile falling. This Iida kid had a very forceful personality. Loud and overwhelmingly emphatic. And Izuku wasn't really used to people anymore. Especially not normal people. Mortals. Thoughts fizzled in his brain, memories zipping across his synapses as he tried to remember what a proffered hand meant, what the customs for accepting it were. Maybe it was like a werewolf greeting? Izuku reached out to take Iida's hand and raised the wrist to his nose. He dragged the tip of his nose down the length of Iida's forearm before pressing his lips against the pulse point. He offered a small grin to the other teen. "Hi, I'm Midoriya." He hesitated around his name, barely remembering at the last second that they weren't hiding their names here. They were using their legal ones, since that's what Izuku had registered with the school as. His mom typically didn't allow him to use his real name when they entered a new town. To cover up his slip, Izuku offered his own arm out to Iida, but the other teen had already begun wrenching his arm back from Izuku and taking a step away from him. Iida paused. "Right? Yes." His hands fell to his side, stiff, and his mouth opened once more only for no sound to come out. Then he turned tail and walked away, booking it toward the opposite side of the room. Izuku's grin soured, and he shrunk backwards against the long desk at the front of the room. That didn't go so well. Did he offend him by only offering up his family name? Or did Iida not want to join a pack? A voice could be heard from one of the other seats saying, "What just happened?" while two people laughed. Another person asked if that new kid sniffed Iida. Izuku ignored them, stuffing his hands in his pockets as he looked away from Iida. He straightened his back, trying to appear more confident about that confrontation than he actually felt. Iida must have not wanted to reciprocate the greeting, but that didn't mean they couldn't be packmates. It just meant he'd have to try and approach him again, later. Izuku lifted his gaze to Bakugou, who was still staring at him with the same expression as before. Izuku bit his lip and approached him slowly. Bakugou squinted his eyes the closer Izuku came. "Better not do that to me, Deku." Izuku snorted and gave Bakugou a look that suggested his childhood friend was being deliberately obtuse. He chided, "I already know you," as though that was an explanation, and then walked over to sit down at the desk right behind Bakugou. He didn't even check whether the desk was labeled with his name, so he had no idea that he actually was supposed to be sitting there. He was just tired of standing alone at the front of a room full of strangers, and he wanted to sit by the only figure in this sea of unknown, so he sat where he wanted. If Bakugou had realized this, he might have said something. Instead, he spent the next few moments eyeing Izuku as though he still wasn't 100% certain that the other boy wasn't about to try to nuzzle him in some way. Izuku's shoulders relaxed, and he grinned in an effort to stifle the snicker that threatened to burst forth. Kaken's expression was funny. Since Bakugou wasn't speaking, Izuku took the opportunity to study him, cataloging all the differences since they last saw each other 5 years ago. Bakugou's face was a bit longer, his cheekbones more prominent. His shoulders also seemed to have become broader and more muscled, but it was hard to tell if he was still the same height as Izuku or if he'd gotten taller. Izuku was hoping he was taller. He liked the idea of having to look up at Kaken. A guy with weird elbows leaned over, breaking Izuku's musings. "Hey, my name's Sero. Quick question, is that, part of your quirk? The whole nose thing?" Izuku blinked at him, confused. He took a quick measure of the other teen-wide smile, friendly eyes, a strange cylindrical protuberance coming out of each elbow, big hands. "Nice hands," Izuku mused, before dashing the thought just as quickly. He looked down at Sero's arm, wondering if his second attempt at a greeting was going to end as disastrously as his first. He decided to be patient and wait for Sero to offer his arm first. Hesitantly, Sero did. Izuku reached out and lifted Sero's arm to his nose, slow enough that the other teen could pull away at any time. Then, when no reaction was forthcoming, he repeated the same nuzzling motion, running his nose slowly down the arm before ending at the wrist, lips pressed against his pulse. Sero laughed, ticklish, a tinge of pink staining his cheeks. "Ah, right, that's a yes then?" Something in Izuku's gut cooed, and Izuku grinned back at him. Luckily, Sero took Izuku's grin to mean yes, nuzzling you is part of my quirk. Otherwise, the next part wouldn't have happened. Izuku offered his own arm forth towards Sero, and the other boy took it tentatively. Izuku lifted his eyebrows, indicating that Sero should go ahead with it, and Sero, well, he copied Izuku's motions because he was a sweet and honest boy who didn't want to get off on the wrong foot with his new classmate. His lips brushed against Izuku's wrist, the flush on his cheeks widening, before he placed Izuku's hand back on his desk. Bakugou's head swiveled around in slow motion, his eyes wide as he opened his mouth to gape at the other boy, incredulous. "What the F are you doing?" Sero blinked. "Don't encourage him." Sero glanced between Bakugou and Izuku. "Encourage?" Bakugou shut his mouth, his teeth grinding together. Gestured at Izuku with his eyes. "That's not his quirk." Sero looked back and forth between Izuku and Bakugou, blinking multiple times. "Not? No." Sero's mouth opened, then closed. "So I just?" Bakugou scowled. "Yeah." "Oh." Sero's mouth bobbed open and shut, a bit like a fish. Izuku continued smiling at him, content. "I'm Midoriya." Sero nodded back. "Right." He sounded strangled as though several different words wanted to come out at once, but none did. Instead, Sero pressed his lips shut and offered Izuku a strained grin. A kid with purple ball on his head and a nasal voice leaned forward, his eyebrows wagging lasciviously. "You gonna do that to the girls too?" Behind them both, a girl with a long dark ponytail paled. She leaned back in her seat, putting as much distance between them and her as possible. Izuku turned to look at the kid behind him but didn't say anything. A slew of instincts warred inside him. Half of him felt like he should offer his arm, but the other half refused to budge, not wanting to get any closer. Izuku frowned, debating whether or not to extend a greeting, then turned around to face the front. He didn't respond to the boy's question, too focused on the feeling that rolled through him, recoiling, turning itself over inside his gut. It wasn't pleasant. He scrunched his nose and leaned closer to Bakugou, whispering, "I don't like him," under his breath. Bakugou started laughing his butt off. Sero searched around for someone else to be paying attention to whatever weirdness was going on, but he couldn't catch anyone's eye because everyone who was watching had a hand up in front of their face trying to pretend as though they weren't actually, watching. Which was just great. Really. Izuku turned away from Bakugou and scanned the room for more people to greet. The purple-haired kid was a no-go. The girl behind him seemed perturbed by either that kid or Izuku's method of greeting, and the girl in front of Sero had her earlobes plugged into her phone. Because that was a thing. Izuku turned to the seat behind Sero, where a kid with a black feathered bird's head was studiously ignoring his new classmates as he wrote in a notebook in front of him. He looked nice, quiet. Like he would be fun to curl up beside if they were out in the woods camping, a fire warming their legs. Izuku stood up and wiped his palms on his pants, nervous. He was 1 for 2 so far. He walked up to the boy's desk, but the boy made no motion of sensing his presence. However, Izuku managed to catch the eye, did it have eyes? Of the dark shadow that was hovering over the boy's shoulder. Izuku had to blink a couple times to ensure that yes, this was an actual being and no, it was not some supernatural entity or spirit. Other people in the classroom seemed to recognize its existence. Izuku tilted his head at the shadow, in a sort of "can I?" gesture, and the shadow nodded, its head a dark static against a background of white. Izuku grinned and offered his arm forward. The dark shadow looked at his hand curiously, then reached out its own hand, clawed and indistinct, in turn. Izuku stepped forward to better offer his arm, happy for the reciprocation. Only to be pulled backward by an arm around his waist and wrestled away from the living shadow. Izuku flailed. He turned around to object, but he floundered around the words in his throat as he realized that Kaken was the one touching him. Kaken, who had been giving him a strange look all morning that warned Izuku not to touch him, was now instigating physical contact. Izuku's smile returned, brightening his face. He opened his mouth to say, "Hey, Kaken," or, "I missed you," or maybe even, "I missed this," but any semblance of thought or conversation left his head when he felt Bakugou's hand pressing on his chest, forcing Izuku's back into Bakugou's chest, a firm line of strength, a Godsmed mountain. What the F dash, Deku? You don't reach for people's quirks. You don't know what could happen. Warmth flared from Izuku's back to hip as Bakugou pulled Izuku flush to his chest, dragging him back to their desks. Then Bakugou made a fist of Izuku's shirt and used it to fling Izuku around and shove him into his chair. Stark crimson eyes glared at him. You can't touch people without their permission. Izuku floundered. He shouldn't touch people? He tried to think back to when they were kids, but in every memory he recalled, Kaken was touching him, grabbing his hand, pushing him away, drawing him up alongside, curling up next to him beneath a tree. What was the difference between that and this? But he was offering his arm. Bakugou flopped into his chair, not taking his eyes off Izuku. No, his quirk was offering its arm. There's a difference. He stared at Izuku with an incredulous expression, then huffed, seeming to decide that he was just going to deal with this. He shoved a finger in Izuku's face and ordered, "Ask first." Izuku's mouth opened, then shut. He didn't know whether to argue that he had asked, technically, by tilting his head in a questioning manner. And then the shadow static bird seemed to nod back, indicating permission. Was there a more formal method of asking that Izuku was supposed to do? He supposed he could try asking with actual words, next time? Izuku nodded his head to show that he understood. Okay. Bakugou pulled back, clearly not expecting Izuku to acquiesce so easily. Then he huffed again and turned around to face the front. Izuku waited for a few more seconds for Bakugou to continue talking, but he didn't turn back around. Izuku tapped his fingers nervously on his desk, but Bakugou showed no more signs of planning to rejoin the conversation. Eventually, Izuku's shoulders relaxed, and he hunched over on his desk. If Kaken didn't want to talk and Izuku wasn't allowed to bother that bird kid, then there was no one else in his immediate vicinity to greet. He crossed his arms and rested his head against them, staring out across the sea of students in neatly ordered rows of smiling faces and averted eyes. A feeling of loneliness and otherness swept through him. There were so many people, and he didn't know how he was going to get to know them all. It seemed like a daunting task. A couple seconds passed before an idea passed through his head. causing a grin to break out over his face. He leaned toward Bakugou. "Hey Kaken," he said, curling his hand around Bakugou's arm. Bakugou stiffened in response. "Can we have lunch together?" Bakugou shoved Izuku's hand off and glared over his shoulder at him. "Seriously? I just told you to ask permission, didn't I?" Izuku crumpled as though his strings had been cut. Bakugou turned back toward the front and swung his legs up on his desk in a studious effort to completely ignore Izuku, who was now sporting what some would call a puppy dog expression. A moment passed. And another. Then he sighed, looking over his shoulder. "There's no lunch PRD today. Didn't you read the schedule?" Izuku blinked at him, trying to figure out if he missed something. "There was a schedule? In your email." Izuku blinked again, his gaze sliding over to Sero, who nodded his head as though Bakugou was talking sense. The sound of Bakugou's teeth grinding together made Izuku wince. "The school gave you a new email address," Bakugou continued. Izuku's eyes flickered back toward him. That's nice of them?" Bakugou growled, deep in his throat. "You're supposed to use it to get important information from them. Like your handbook. And your schedule." "Seriously, Deku?" Izuku flushed. "Oh, I don't have a computer." Bakugou squinted at him. His gaze flitted down to Izuku's backpack, then back up. "You need a computer to do homework, idiot." Izuku shrugged, the flush making its way down his neck and past his shirt collar. "Yeah, well, we don't really have money for a computer. And you don't get electricity in the middle of the woods, so we've never really had one before?" Bakugou looked like he was about to offer something but stopped. He rolled his eyes and muttered, "Figure it out," before turning to face the front. Izuku wasn't sure what he was supposed to figure out. He supposed he could check his phone every morning for emails on his new email address. That wouldn't take up too much data, right? The bigger issue would be how he was supposed to do homework without a computer. That might become a problem, especially if they had to do a lot of research. He only had so much data on his phone. But surely the school had a library? Or Izuku might be able to find a library, either near the train station or the apartment. Izuku liked libraries, although he was more used to abandoned ones. After a couple seconds of silence, Bakugou growled to himself and turned around. "All right, fine. You can use my old laptop, it's just gathering dust. But the screen flickers, all right? So you're gonna have to put up with that." Izuku smiled. Warmth curled in his chest and swooped down to his stomach, making him feel like he was floating. "You're letting me borrow your laptop? I'll bring it tomorrow. Don't make a big deal out of it." Izuku leaned forward on his desk, humming, smiling wide as his skin buzzed at the attention. "Thanks, Kaken." "Teeth, whatever." Sero stared between the two of them, still trying to figure out their dynamic. He gestured between the two of them. "So I'm taking it you two know each other?" Bakugou sneered and didn't even deign to turn back around. "None of your business, extra." Izuku winced at the nickname. He turned toward Sero. "Extra nice." Izuku reoriented, smiling at Sero as he tried to turn Bakugou's insult into a compliment. Sero flushed. Bakugou whipped around to glare at Izuku. "Phew, I said what I meant. If I wanted to say he was nice, I would have said it." He scowled, his chest heaving as though he couldn't seem to catch a breath. He slammed his hand on Izuku's desk, a small explosion blackening the surface as he leaned in to growl, "Don't ever speak for me. My words are mine." Izuku flinched. He hadn't meant it like that. Sero had been nice. He wasn't something extra. Kaken shouldn't call him that. You can't change people, Deku. Izuku stared back at him, trying to parse out what he meant. He felt like he was stumbling around landmines. Izuku wasn't trying to change Kaken. He knew Kaken didn't intend to be mean, but calling someone extra sounded like something mean, so Izuku was trying to let Sero know that Bakugou didn't mean it that way. Sero held out a hand. "Whoa man, I don't think he meant it like that." Bakugou shifted his glare to him. "He can speak for himself." Sero's eyebrows flew upward. And Izuku settled. The scales rebalancing, Izuku's thoughts realigning. A feeling of wonder lightened Izuku's chest as he considered the fact that Kaken was standing up for him. For Izuku. And he was also standing up for himself. In his own, somewhat mean. Bakugou was defending them both. Defending who both of them were. Bakugou had never been defensive of other people before, much less been defensive of their rights to selfhood or anything like that. Izuku wondered what he had missed. Kaken was different. Izuku reached out a hand and placed it on his arm. Kaken, it's all right. Bakugou stared back at him. Izuku felt like there was something in his gaze, trying to warn Izuku or pass some sort of information along. It was hard to figure out which. It's all right, he repeated, and this time, Bakugou relaxed. Whatever. The urge to hug Bakugou, to crawl into his lap and nestle his face in the crook of Bakugou's neck, was so palpable that Izuku barely managed to shove it down. Instead, he did the next best thing and leaned forward to slide his arms around Bakugou from behind. He said, I missed you, Kaken, even though he would have been hard-pressed to state exactly what it was he had missed. Kaken's everything, he supposed. Even the parts that were new. Bakugou's face went through several shades of pale to red, before deciding on a strangely blotchy amalgamation of the two. His arms flailed as he struggled to shove Izuku off him. Once free, he turned around to drag Izuku forward by his tie, forcing Izuku to brace himself on top of his desk in order to avoid falling over. I said ask first. If you can't follow simple directions, then you've lost your touching privileges for the day. He shoved Izuku back into his chair, hard enough that Izuku almost tipped backward. Izuku hadn't even known he could get touching privileges. Were those a currency? Izuku looked up at Bakugou, dismayed. What? New Kaken? He definitely didn't want to lose touching privileges. How did he get them back? He had to get them back. Bakugou's eyes narrowed. And don't touch anyone else, either. Got it? Izuku slumped in his seat, feeling properly chastised, and pouted. Yes, Kaken. Bakugou threw his hands up at the ceiling and started muttering underneath his breath. And just like that, they were okay. Things were normal again, or back to a new normal that they were still figuring out. Their familiarity grated. And pulled at each other, hesitant glances passed back and forth as they tried to verify that this, whatever it was still good. Sero, meanwhile, continued shifting his gaze between them. He looked around, but no one else was focused on their corner of the room, and the girl in front of Bakugou seemed to be literally invisible, so Sero had no clue what she was looking at. He asked, Am I the only one watching this? But the question may as well have been aimed at the unhearing universe for all the answers it earned him. Which was about the point that the door to the classroom made the very obvious noise of hitting a wall, without anyone having heard it open in the first place. The class turned to face the newcomer in unison and paled at the sight of an adult. While I am glad to see you policing yourselves, to some extent, it's time for class to begin. The person speaking was covered from head to toe in black and had just unzipped themselves from a sleeping bag. And I don't like having my time wasted, which means, there was a metaphorical drum roll in the ensuing silence. The man glared over them all, and they shuddered in their seats, the weight of a pro-hero's glare washing over them with a heavy tide. Be quiet. Izuku nervously raised his eyes to meet the teacher's. The guy seemed older with black shaggy hair down to his shoulders and suspiciously sparse facial hair. He had weird white wraps around his neck in the shape of a scarf and looked familiar, although Izuku couldn't place how. He didn't know anyone in the city, other than his mom and Kaken. It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down, which means you're not off to a good start. The teacher finished dragging his sleeping bag behind his desk and cast a glance over the room. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda, and I will be your homeroom teacher this year. I want you all to leave your stuff here. There are gym clothes in the lockers at the back. Grab them, get dressed in the nearest locker rooms, and meet me out on the training fields. If you don't know where that is, try reading your handbook. I expect you there in 15 minutes, or you're expelled. What? Izuku felt frozen in his seat, on the verge of a heart attack. Silence met their teacher's proclamation as everyone sat around in unison, dumbfounded. 3 full seconds passed before everyone began rushing out of their seats and toward their lockers in a mad, chaotic scramble to the death. Thankfully, the lockers were labeled by their seat number and keyed to their student IDs, so they weren't too difficult to navigate. Trying not to get in anyone's way, but still having trouble because he seemed to be smaller than at least half of his peers, Izuku managed to unlock his locker, grab his assigned clothes, and stumble out of the mob quickly enough to beeline toward Bakugou, who had begun storming down the hallway with purpose. Izuku would bet all of Popsicle's hidden candy stash that Bakugou had already memorized the school layout and knew exactly where the locker rooms were. Although Popsicle would probably kill him if he stole his candy stash. So maybe that wasn't a smart bet. As Izuku feared, locker rooms were soon to become his nemesis. Not because of the changing in front of other people thing. No, he had that part down pat. He didn't even think twice before dropping trowel and slinging his shirt above his head in one single motion. No, the issue was the clothes. Their gym uniforms had short sleeves. Short sleeves meant that the length from Izuku's fingertips to his elbows was on full display. Izuku was one of the first guys dressed, and he fidgeted in place as he waited for Bakugou to be ready. His hand gripped his left forearm in an attempt to cover up the iridescent turquoise scales that stretched from his wrist to the middle of his forearm. The scales kept shimmering, unaffected by the light, tiny muddled mirrors reflecting the world around them in stark turquoise. If someone looked closely enough, they would realize the pattern of the scales resembled a handprint, a sickening reminder of when he was 12 and almost got kidnapped by mermaids. The scales couldn't be covered up with magic or makeup or any sort of concealer. They were just and very obvious. And Izuku did not appreciate having no way to cover them up. Maybe he could ask Kaken for an armband? He probably had one at home. In the meantime, Izuku cursed the fact that their gym clothes didn't have long sleeves. Their typical school uniform had a long-sleeved blazer that had sufficiently covered his forearm all morning, and without it, he felt exposed. Luckily, none of the boys knew each other's abilities yet, so when he thought about it, the iridescent scales on his forearm were technically lower on the list of interesting body features than, say, mask face's multiple arms or bird guy's head or red and white guy's burn scar. So there was that. That was good. The second Bakugou finished changing and began heading toward the locker room door, Izuku made another beeline to follow him. He stayed in Bakugou's shadow as they trailed forward toward the training grounds, his fingers instinctually beginning to burrow small holes into the pockets of his gym shorts, large enough to force his warding stones through. Walking behind Bakugou felt like having a promise floating out of reach, calling for him to grasp it. A bond etched into a tree by a far-off mountain, its bark riddled with scorch marks from little boys who wanted their dreams too hard. Kaken, we're going to be heroes together, right? The best heroes ever, we promised. Izuku wondered whether it could ever be that easy. At the end of the day, the supernatural world had a law of secrecy to it. No one was supposed to reveal that the supernatural existed to mortals. That was how the different races and peoples managed to stay isolated and safe for so long by sequestering themselves and keeping their identity secret. And Izuku belonged to the supernatural world more than the mortal one. He wanted to be a hero. He wanted to live in this world of quirks and fight against villains and become a hero duo by Bakugou's side. He wanted that childhood dream to be realized. Even if it didn't make sense anymore, even if the dream had to be warped to ever come to fruition, Izuku was still going to try. He had convinced his mom to let him attend UA by swearing to disguise his witch abilities as a quirk, to only use his primary ability in public and to reserve all his spell work for the four walls of their own home. That way no one would question what he could do, although he still balked at the idea of calling his magic a quirk when it very obviously wasn't. All someone had to do was check Izuku's feet, and they would be forced to conclude the same thing as Izuku's childhood doctor. Izuku couldn't have a quirk. It was physically impossible. He glanced at Bakugou, debating. From what Izuku had been able to figure out, his active ability allowed him to control the velocity and vibration of molecules. If he sped them up, it caused an explosion in a radius that he had learned to control. If he slowed the molecules down well, he never got to practice that part of his powers since it affected a whole city block every time he tried, but by slowing down the molecules, he could effectively pause time in a certain area. He had thought about claiming both sides of his primary ability as a quirk, but since he was only able to pause time on a large scale, he could never use it safely on campus. Anytime he used active magic that affected the environment around it rather than just sensing the environment, it was like a magical beacon being sent off that any supernatural entity near enough could sense. which meant that unless he was able to ward the entire area, he paused time and demons would appear, drawn to the spike in magical power. The danger of demonic activity was rarely worth using his ability to pause time. Especially not on a campus with mortals who didn't even know demons existed. And Izuku definitely wasn't going to mention his skills at warding or binding or off-the-cuff runic spells or blessing enchantments. Those skills were to be kept far away from UA. Most likely. Probably. That was the intention, at least. Izuku had promised his mom that, if anyone found out that he was a witch, if they were in danger of breaking the statute of secrecy demanded of all supernatural society, then he and his mom would leave. He would drop out of UA and never go back. Obviously, that wasn't the first plan. It wasn't even a good backup plan. But it had been the only way his mom would agree to allowing him to attend a well-known high school for future pro-heroes whose students were often in the spotlight. The closer you were to the spotlight, the fewer shadows there were to hide in, and the more secrets stood out. It was going to be fine. He would find a way to keep their secrets hidden. He had to. He had already chosen the one person he would tell all his secrets to, and he couldn't chance another. His mom had gotten mad enough at him for the first. It was too dangerous, the threat hanging over their heads never dissipating. Speak about it, and you'll be forgotten. Speak about it, and they'll erase the memories of everyone involved. Izuku had told Kaken not to speak about it, over and over in the letters he sent after he left town, right alongside details about his new power, his time with the werewolves, or new run-ins with spirits and demons. He trusted Kaken to abide by the warnings he sent. He trusted him, and he couldn't trust anyone else. Well, alright, to be fair, he might have been willing to trust someone else, because trusting other people was kind of a personal flaw of his, but he'd been cursed to be unable to speak about the supernatural several years back, and that was a big dampener on his truth-telling abilities nowadays. Izuku hesitated, a glance up at Bakugou's back. His eyes lingered familiarly on the back of his head, the way each strand of hair acted like it was mid-explosion, trying to get away from his head. Izuku couldn't help but smile, his worries about quirks and witches and powers and forbidden knowledge fading away. Unable to suppress the urge, he rushed forward and hugged Bakugou from behind, forsaken touching privileges all but forgotten. Kaken, have I mentioned yet that I missed you? Bakugou stiffened. He reached his arm over his shoulder to grab Izuku's shirt and pull him off, frowning down at Izuku like he was being a particularly troublesome pup, and Bakugou didn't know what to do with him. But Bakugou didn't mention anything about touching privileges either. All he said was, "Shut up, dirt. You're gonna make us late." Then stomped away with Izuku's shirt remaining firm in his grasp. Izuku allowed himself to be dragged along for the ride, happy with the outcome of continued close contact. Bakugou's grip on his shirt didn't let up, and the way he pulled them both in the same direction, never parting. Izuku knew what that meant. In his own way, Kaken had missed Izuku too. Soon enough, and within the time limit set by the teacher, all the students were outside at the training fields, most of them shuffling around nervously while others struggled to keep their composure. Izuku walked over to try to introduce himself to as many of the students as possible, but Bakugou kept dragging him away or yelling at him every time he tried to nuzzle someone's arm. Izuku tried to get better about asking first, but apparently saying, "Hey, can I greet you?" wasn't a clear enough request, and "Do you want to exchange arms?" was met with looks of trepidation, and "Can I run my nose against your wrist?" was always met with a negative. And apparently, when someone said no, Bakugou took that to mean that Izuku wasn't allowed to greet them in that manner ever again. And if they were a girl in general, then Bakugou didn't want Izuku to greet them for some weird reason that he wouldn't name but involved a lot of growling. It was frustrating. Izuku didn't understand what the deal was. The werewolves had been much more open about this. And vampires liked wrists, so they were cool with it. And spirits were incorporeal, so they didn't really complain. And mermaids liked to drag you into the ocean by your wrist because they were evil, so they hadn't really had an issue with it either. Why were mortals so strange? Once everyone had arrived at the training area, their homeroom teacher stepped up to the middle of the field near a circle on the ground. "Alright, now that we're all here, we are going to be doing a quirk apprehension test." He paused, nonplussed, as a hand rose in the air. He stared at the attached student. Yes. It was the nice brown-haired girl from the entrance exams. Izuku hadn't realized she was in the same class as him, too. Excuse me, Aizawa-sensei? Aren't we supposed to have orientation at 8:40? Aizawa's expression remained flat. You'll soon find there are very few events at this school that are absolutely necessary for you to attend, and I'm not going to waste either of our schedules on the sentimental drivel the orientation offers. Everything you could learn there is in your handbook. Or do you want us to babysit you? There was a pause as he attempted to both insult his new students and challenge them, or maybe he was just contemplating which of them would actually need babysitting. Izuku had gotten to babysit a few times for people he and his mom were staying with. It never ended well. He blamed the demons. His mom blamed Izuku's hero complex. So it was 50-50 really. Once all the students were sufficiently mollified, Aizawa continued. Now, this quirk apprehension test will give me a good idea about how well you know how to use your quirks, your creativity in how you could use them, and how useful you may be as a hero in general. He paused to look at a list in his hand. Midoriya, let's start with you. You scored first in the entrance exam practical. Enter the circle and use your quirk to throw this ball as far as you can, no holding back. Bakugou bristled and glanced over at Izuku. You're the one who beat me? Izuku didn't respond, his mind caught in the midst of a dissociation issue around the words, use, and your, and quirk, all placed alongside each other and referring to him. Logically, he knew that he had promised his mom that he would use his primary ability like a quirk. But actually hearing his abilities referred to for the first time as a quirk, rather than what they were, it felt wrong. Disjointed. And Izuku flinched, unable to stifle the physical, visceral reaction he had to the word. Something in his mind wouldn't stop screaming it's not a quirk. As though the word itself diminished his past somehow, everything he had done and been through to get to hear none of it involving quirks. Agreeing to use his quirk felt wrong, because it was lying and acting like he had a quirk, which he didn't. That's why he had to leave home when he was a kid. His entrance forms clearly stated that he didn't have a quirk, so why was the teacher telling him to use? Izuku's body stilled, goosebumps raising all over his arms. He had actually forgotten about that. His entrance forms clearly stated he was quirkless. But then during the entrance exam, he also remembered exploding robots more than once. So they both knew he was quirkless and that he had an explosion-related power. Which were conflicting claims, if you went by the typical mortal theory that the only superhuman abilities that existed were necessarily quirks. Oh spirits! He hadn't made it past first PRD, and everything was falling apart already. The conflicting facts kept warring in Izuku's mind, causing him to straight up blank, his brain-to-mouth filter tripping down a ravine and splattering on the ground with all the grace of a spider on rollerblades. Sir? I don't have a quirk. Bakugou groaned like a dying animal beside him, his rage all but forgotten in the face of Izuku's utter stupidity. Aizawa, meanwhile, was about as impressed as you could be when a child with its hands in the cookie jar and crumbs around its mouth was swearing to your face that they hadn't eaten any cookies. Of course. And I'm sure I saw the zero-pointer get its foot ripped up just by you standing there. His no-bullshit stare deepened, and Izuku shivered. He had the strongest ability to make someone feel the size of a marble that Izuku had ever met, and that was a fairly large order because Leader had been terrifying. Circle. Now. Izuku gulped around a dry throat, which made his throat tickle, which made his eyes water, and soon enough he was coughing into his fist. First day at a new school, and he was already managing to piss off his homeroom teacher while looking like he had the plague. Great. Izuku had expected for his homeroom teacher to become the students' support structure in school. From what he understood, it was the job of a homeroom teacher to keep an eye on them, to ask about their day, and to make sure their home life was okay. And if Izuku's new classmates were supposed to be his pack, then that meant Aizawa was supposed to be his new pack leader. Which meant, oh no. He was lying to his new pack leader. Well, he wasn't technically lying. He didn't have a quirk, but he couldn't tell him what power he did have or what he could do either. He was trying to tell the truth. His homeroom teacher, of course, had no way of knowing that. Which meant that, no matter what he said or did, Izuku was screwed. Aizawa pulled out a phone from one of his many pockets. Looking down at the phone, he announced, "If you're not willing to take this test, your score will be 0. And just so the class is aware, as an extra incentive to do your best, whoever earns the lowest cumulative score across all these tests will be immediately expelled. The class tensed up in a collective panic reminiscent of earlier, and the nice girl opened her mouth to protest. Izuku felt frozen, a wave of denial flooding his mind. He didn't want to be expelled. If he was expelled, his mom would take that as a sign that they should leave town, and then he'd never see Kaken again, and he'd never become a hero, and they would keep on wandering from place to place, and he'd never. I can throw it. Izuku blurted out, his feet walking forward before he had even decided what he was going to do. His brain frazzled, refusing to think about what he was being forced to reveal as he struggled to just stay above water, to stay here, to be allowed to stay. Stay. Izuku took a deep breath around a shaky chest, shoving his hands in his pockets as he quickly rustled around for the 5 stones he always carried around with him. In order to use an active ability, he needed to disguise its presence so that no supernatural entities would be able to sense him. He always kept 5 pre-blessed stones in his pockets that, when placed in a circle, could be used to cast a Notice Me Not ward. However, people tended to ask questions when he pulled out stones and ran around in an obvious circle placing them on the ground. Since he wouldn't be able to answer said questions, his plan had been to drop the stones through the holes in his pockets while walking in a circle. Because that seemed less questionable. At the time. Not that he knew that his powers would be tested on the first day, but it was his general plan for dealing with using his powers at the school, in public, in front of questioning eyes and spirits. This was terrifying. Izuku walked toward the spot where Aizawa had indicated he should throw the ball. He felt a bit ridiculous. Walking around the circumference of the circle, casually slipping stones through the holes in his pants at 5 equal points, but needs must. Once they were all placed, he stopped, pivoting inside the circle with a flourish, Astra would be proud, and stared at the line on the horizon he needed to aim for. In the background, the class had already begun murmuring between themselves. The red-headed boy was saying to some blonde kid, "He's definitely got some sort of dog quirk, right? I mean, he did just walk in a circle before settling down, and dogs do that, right?" A pink-skinned girl piped up, "Cats do that too." The redhead nodded. "Yeah, but do cats sniff people's arms when saying hello?" The blonde shrugged. "I thought that angry kid said that wasn't part of his quirk." "Wait, really? So he just sniffs people?" The red-headed boy laughed. "Awesome." A kid with a long tail shushed them. Izuku tuned them out. Using the stone's placement on the ground, he imagined the 5 corners of the pentacle he needed to cast the Notice Me Not ward that would fully encase the area he intended to use his abilities inside. Breathing in deep, he imagined an invisible line being traced in the dirt that connected the stones. Then he activated those lines to summon forth the ward of protection they would offer him. He breathed out, his body settling. He figured that should be a safe enough radius to do this. Izuku tossed the ball in his hand for a moment, managing to briefly meet gazes with Bakugou, who was glaring at him. Whether because of the "I don't have a quirk" fiasco or the "I beat you in the practical," Izuku wasn't sure, but his glare seemed to be saying, "Prove it. I dare you to prove you're better than me. We'll see who wins." Izuku dropped his gaze. He thought of the bridge back when they were 9. Bakugou holding his own arm, wincing from overuse of his quirk, eyes still wide and afraid as Izuku tried to soothe him with a smile. "Kaken, we're going to be heroes together, right? The best heroes ever, we promised. And I can do it, see? I can." He shoved the memory away. Izuku reared back his hand for the throw, focusing on slowing his breath, narrowing his thoughts down to this single moment. Throw distance was obtained by object speed. Object speed was created by force. Izuku couldn't make the ball faster just by looking at it or throwing it. That would only make it combust. But if he focused hard enough on the point of air directly behind the ball, right as he threw it, then he should be able to cause the force of the explosion to hit the ball at the exact time he threw it. And then the force would apply to the ball, rocketing it further into the distance than Izuku would be able to throw on his own. Well, either that or the ball would explode. An explosion should only happen if he wasn't careful, though. Theoretically. And he was going to try being very careful because Popsicle wasn't here to heal him if he made a mistake like accidentally blowing his own finger up. Izuku rolled his shoulder to put more force behind the throw, then swung his arm forward. At the last point of contact, right after the ball left his fingertips but before it had lost any of its velocity, he focused on creating an explosion in the air directly behind the ball. The sound of the explosion was loud enough and sudden enough to make several members of Class 1A cover their ears, the ball rocketing away from Izuku at an accelerated pace. It sailed off into the distance, far enough that no one saw it land. Izuku winced, realizing he should have aimed higher in order to get a better trajectory. Well, whoa, way to go. Now, I'm getting excited. The red-headed boy nudged the blonde guy next to him, who laughed in agreement. Pink-skinned girl cheered. A girl with a long tongue sticking out of her mouth tilted her head, a finger at her lips. So he doesn't have an animal-based quirk? Aizawa told the class to quiet down and held up his phone, which displayed the distance the ball had traveled. 402 meters. This is an example of one of the tests I will be putting each of you through. You will have no idea what your quirks are capable of if you always limit yourselves to what your previous schools allowed you to do. No more. Here at UA, our motto is Plus Ultra. We expect you to be able to do more with your abilities each and every day, both with quirks and physical training. He paused for effect. Now, show me what you are capable of. The class shared a round of smiles as Aizawa stared out over them one final time. He then led them over to what seemed to be the primary running area. First up, the 40m sprint. What followed was pure insanity. After discreetly picking up his stones, Izuku tried to watch everything at once, cataloging the strengths and weaknesses of everyone's quirks. He was hoping to gauge what level of strength and control of one's abilities was considered normal for people their age. From the outset, Bakugou was obviously one of the strongest and most used to his quirk, able to creatively apply it to nearly every situation. Out of the 8 tests, he only failed to use his quirk for 3 of them, since they were based on stretching or hand strength. For everything else, the 50m dash, distance run, standing long jump, repeated side steps, and ball throw, he used his explosions to propel himself or any object he touched forward. That short kid with purple ball on his head, on the other hand, came in last in nearly every test, except when he managed to quickly bounce back and forth between his ball during the sidestep exercise. The nice brown-haired girl excelled in anything she could float or fly through, and Iida, Mr. Stickler for Rules Glasses boy, beat everyone in the speed-related activities. One kid had a laser that shot out of his stomach, of all places, and he used it to propel himself during any speed or jump tests. Sero could apparently shoot tape out of his elbow protuberances, and he used that to overextend himself during toe touches, swing around the softball for a throw, and increase the speed of his sit-ups. The bird kid had a familiar type quirk that he used to creatively solve most of the trials, never quite first but nowhere near last. Izuku's favorite was when he used his shadow familiar to do pull-ups because there was something hilarious about a shadow bird doing pull-ups. The girl who sat 2 seats behind him in class kept creating stuff out of her body to help her solve each task. She somehow managed to remain toe-to-toe with the red and white-haired kid. For each test, he didn't use his quirk much except during speed and jump-based tests where he revealed that he had an ice quirk, which he could use to propel or slide himself forward through various exercises. By the end of it all, Izuku's mind was buzzing with potential power combos between the various members of his class. He loved working with other people and couldn't wait to see what they could do together. It was just like practicing with the pups, except better because everyone here had different abilities whereas all the werewolves had shared the same power set. He hoped every student made it past this test. He was itching to train with them. On his turns, Izuku was limited to using his abilities to times where he could set up a stone circle, which ruled out the 50m dash and the distance run. Thankfully, Izuku had practically been raised by werewolves, so tests of pure athletic ability didn't require much use of his powers. The 50m dash, distance run, grip strength, repeated side steps, and seated toe touch were all similar to physical training that Leader used to put all the pups through and Izuku had kept up with. Izuku was able to reach farther during his toe touches than 90% of the class and finished sit-ups faster than 70% of them. His grip test wasn't the strongest, but he had been practicing judo for almost 2 years, ever since the Tengu, so his hand strength in general and gripping ability in particular were definitely stronger than other students. Honestly, the only time that Izuku ended up even needing to use his ability was during the standing long jump. He went last, so he had enough time to set up the circle of stones and ball throw. During the ball throw, he exploded the air behind the ball to give it more force forward, just like his demonstration before the test began. Then, during the standing long jump, he exploded the ground beneath him to give his body more force forward, which he combined with a diving motion and a forward flip that nearly ended with him falling on his butt. Izuku had actually used that move before when he was younger, although at the time, it was during a race across a wide creek, and Izuku had a couple more standing stones to propel off of. Astra had tackled him in the water for being a cheeky show-off, but she had ended up smelling like wet dog, so fair was fair. In the end, Aizawa put up a scoreboard reflecting the students' cumulative scores. Izuku tried to steady his breathing as he searched up from the bottom. Some kid named Mineta came in last, then Hagakure, then the list rolled backward before his eyes until he found his face and name. Izuku 8th, right behind the boy with the squirrel-like tail that seemed incredibly acrobatic during most of the exercises and could use his tail to augment his strength. 8th place. Not too much in the spotlight, not enough to be kicked out. Izuku smiled. Perfect. He had panicked slightly when Aizawa said he had the highest score in the entrance exam practical. Izuku didn't want the attention. He was trying to blend in, not stand out. Standing out always got him in trouble, got another demon at their door or eyes following him from the dark. Being called forward to do a demonstration because he'd placed first in something wasn't ideal. But 8th? 8th was perfect. 8th was hidden. Mineta, go back to the classroom and pack your bag. If you want, you can go to the central office and see if there is a place in general studies available. Otherwise, head home. Silence met Aizawa's proclamation. He turned his flat gaze upon his students' faces once more. We have no place in the hero course for students who can only find one way to excel. The life of a hero is dangerous, and failing to perform your best for even a moment could cost a civilian their life. Izuku froze, an icy hand seeming to clench around his heart. Aizawa's next words sounded garbled to his ears. Think me cruel if you want, but I will not promote inadequacy. Izuku dug his fingernails into his palm. Cost someone their life? Aizawa passed one last glance over the students, making sure they understood, then nodded his head. Now, you only have 10 minutes to change clothes and return to the classroom. Good luck. He smirked, then began walking toward the school. There were more shouts of surprise, followed by a mad stampede to rush toward the locker rooms. Izuku barely noticed. He wouldn't have moved at all if it weren't for that redhead kid pulling at his arm and telling him he had to hurry. His mind was stuck on the image of his teacher, his new pack leader, a pro-hero, telling him that not doing his best would get innocents killed. Trying to blend in would get people killed. Izuku followed the hand pulling him toward the school, Bakugou's concerned frown barely processing. He was too caught up in his thoughts. How was he supposed to do his best while also keeping his secret? Technically, doing his best meant using all of his powers, not just his active one. It meant incorporating all those other spells and enchantments and runes that he had promised to leave at home. It meant dragging Popsicle with him to school and enhancing his senses with Popsicle's wolf form. It meant using Popsicle's snake form to heal him whenever he got hurt, or using him for reconnaissance if he flew overhead. It meant removing the claws embedded in his shoulder and learning how to control the uncontrollable. If Izuku did his best, there would be no doubt he was a witch. He would be found out, kicked out, made to leave. Izuku's free hand clenched around the stones left in his pocket. He couldn't leave. He had to stay. And the only way for him to avoid having to leave was to not take Aizawa's warning literally. Izuku had to assume that his best, for now, was his best with his active ability and physical prowess alone. He would try his hardest with those not slack off, not hide. And then, when he was older, when he was in less danger, then he could give it his all. He could drag his familiar to the front lines and take out the claws and find a way to hold nothing back. But it was too dangerous right now. Wasn't it? Aizawa's words wouldn't stop haunting him. Izuku swallowed, his throat dry with the taste of ash. Failing to perform your best for even a moment could cost a civilian their life. But he knew that already, didn't he? He'd learned that lesson before. He shut his eyes and stumbled blindly forward, keeping the memories at bay. He reached out mentally for the void where his familiar's mental presence usually resided if he was nearby. Popsicle, where are you? I need you. By the time he slid into the locker room, Izuku had managed to compartmentalize his thoughts enough that he was back to functioning. He still wished Popsicle were here, but he would just have to wait until he got home. Kaken said they wouldn't have lunch today, right? So school probably wouldn't last much longer. When he got home, Popsicle would help him think it through. They'd figure it out together. Like always. He wasn't alone in this. Izuku made a beeline for his locker, hoping to put on a long-sleeve shirt before anyone caught sight of the weird turquoise scales on his arm. He kept one ear out for conversations around him, but he was more focused on getting dressed quickly and making it back to the classroom on time since that was apparently the only way to avoid expulsion. Their new pack leader was scary. The redhead, who had let go of his arm at the door, passed behind him with a whine. Man, that was rather harsh, don't you think? He didn't seem to be speaking to anyone in particular as he stopped a couple lockers down and began shrugging out of his gym shirt. In the background, the boy with purple ball on his head was crying in a corner. He was stroking his locker and softly whispering to it, caressing it. Anyone who looked over to watch immediately shivered at the creepiness of the gesture, then felt bad because he was just expelled, then shivered again. Looking away from the cornerside disaster, the blonde-haired kid nodded as he walked up to the locker alongside the redhead. Yeah, I've never seen someone expelled on their first day of class. Think this is our life now? Bakugou shoved past them and practically ripped his locker door open. He scowled over in their direction. If you can't keep up, you don't deserve to be pros. Izuku wriggled one hand then the other through his long-sleeve shirt, fingers shaking as he fumbled with the buttons. His heart started racing again as the memory of their teacher's warning returned, backed up by Kaken's new claim. Have to try your best. Have to keep up. Have to be strong, or you'll be forced to leave. The redhead shrugged. Hey, I'm not saying I don't understand where he's coming from. Keeping us on our toes and trying our best is totally manly. I just want to still have classmates at the end of it all, you know? Yeah, but maybe it's just a first day thing, to get us all in line? The blonde grinned. Either way, we'll look out for each other, he said, lightly punching the redhead's shoulder. The redhead grinned back, his mouth full of sharp fangs. Yeah, plus ultra. Izuku's breath hitched as he stared at the vision the red-headed boy made, fist in the air, calling them all to go beyond and live up to the expectations being moved upon them. Izuku swallowed, watching a moment too long and accidentally skipping a button on his shirt. The pressure on his chest seemed to abate, his heart calming the longer he watched him, this redhead kid who casually shrugged off the need to try their hardest as though it was possible to give it their all and not be destroyed in the process. Izuku wondered if it was. Maybe there was a way. Maybe he just had to find it. Several more moments passed while everyone focused on changing clothes as quickly as possible, but eventually, the blonde spoke up again. Speaking of, anyone memorize the way back to class yet? I got confused getting here. Sero snickered. Oh yeah, this is gonna work out great. It's not that far. Bakugou slammed his locker, and everyone nearby flinched. He glared out over each of them. Seriously? Get it in line. By ignoring the top few buttons of his shirt and not even having a tie, Bakugou had become the first one dressed, and now he was scowling at everyone else, deriding them for being so slow. The group of boys around him hurried to catch up, switching it into a race that had one of them tripping over their pants and another accidentally mixing up his shoelaces. Iida took issue with Bakugou's tone of voice and began saying stuff like, "You should not be raising your voice in such a manner," while everyone else ignored the way Bakugou stood imperiously over them all, because, priorities. Notably, not getting expelled. When Izuku crouched down to finish tying his shoes, he felt a hand curl around the back of his neck. Come on, nerd. Izuku's heart jolted. The hand was like a lightning rod, the touch grounding him and making all the anxious energy buzzing in his limbs sink down into the ground. Izuku shook his head, trying to clear it, and stood up. His legs felt a bit like jelly. Sure, let's go. He raised his eyes to meet Bakugou's. And if he felt a bit like he was drowning while looking into them, well, that wasn't anything new. Bakugou rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Izuku followed, the lingering warmth on the back of his neck dissipating too soon. The red-haired kid stumbled along behind them, saying, "Hey, wait up," but Bakugou didn't turn around to acknowledge him. The redhead finished shrugging on his blazer and rushed forward to nudge Izuku's arm, a conspiratorial grin lighting up his face. "Geez, he's so manly, isn't he?" Izuku flushed at the contact, not certain how to respond to the flash of Fong and the general camaraderie. He decided to nod his head and continue to follow Bakugou back to class. Sero grumbled from behind them, "That's sure one word for it," and the door to the locker room fell shut. A muffled, "Hey, wait for me," could be heard through the door, as well as a sarcastic, "Well, he was nice," but Izuku didn't wait around to hear any more. He had an expulsion to avoid. Back in the classroom, Aizawa sighed as he settled himself into his chair for the minimum of 5 minutes that it would take for the students to return. He had started using this test a few years back as a way to motivate the students to work hard from day one. Without a kick in the butt, they often dithered around during the first few weeks and ended up unprepared for the sports festival. It was a logical test, meant to weed out the lazy and uninventive and to spark some competitiveness in those that remained. A couple years before, he had even expelled 2 students on their first day. If they proved themselves, he let the expelled students try out for the program again. But most of the time, they never proved themselves. They tucked tail and ran. Heroes didn't run. Heroes wouldn't settle for being told they couldn't do something. Heroes worked hard to prove the world wrong, to do the impossible day after day. So if the student never argued against their expulsion and never tried to prove themselves stronger in other ways, well, good riddance. Aizawa rolled his chair back toward the wall, leaning his head against the chalkboard as he closed his eyes. He thought back over his new batch of students, which ones showed promising quirks or inventive ways of using what they had. Todoroki, Bakugou, and Yaoyorozu all stood out in particular. His mind stuttered to a stop, thinking about that Midoriya kid. For all the boys' talk of not having a quirk in the beginning, he definitely showcased being able to use it. Only in 2 of the tests, though, which was surprising considering he placed 8th out of the class. Although, since Todoroki placed 2nd while only using his quirk twice, it was difficult to judge. Aizawa rubbed the back of his neck, mind flashing to that moment when Midoriya said he didn't have a quirk and Bakugou groaned. Aizawa tapped his fingers on the arms of the chair. The more he thought about it, the more it nagged at him. Not having a quirk. Aizawa vaguely remembered reading something like that in the student bios. He opened the desk drawer and pulled out his pad. The facial recognition software greeted him and allowed him access. He opened up his class roster, navigating his way to a folder marked Class 1 in Midoriya in the database. The same information the boy spouted earlier was there. Midoriya Izuku quirk, none listed. And yet he had showcased having a quirk both during the entrance exam and during Aizawa's test earlier. It didn't add up. Aizawa frowned. He didn't appreciate liars. Not unless there was a logical reason behind the lie. Aizawa scrolled lower on the page, searching for Midoriya's parents. Sure enough, each of his parents were listed, and they were both filed as having a quirk. His mother, Inko, had the quirk, attraction of small objects, and his father had the quirk, fire breath. Perhaps the small radius of his mother's quirk plus the fire of his father's quirk had created Midoriya's explosion quirk? If the boy's quirk wasn't registered, then he may have been a late bloomer. But even then, quirk registry was required of all students. Aizawa would need to speak with him sometime this week about getting his quirk registered. Aizawa thought back to the explosions the boy had made. They were similar in form to Bakugou's explosions except, while Bakugou's explosions always centered above his palms, Midoriya's seemed to appear wherever he wished them to. They also appeared less powerful. Or more controlled. From his scores and progress during the other tests, the boy seemed like someone who focused more on his physical training than his quirk. Aizawa would need to teach him to balance both equally. Aizawa tapped his fingers on the side of the pad. He kept scrolling through Midoriya's record, searching for an explanation, for something that would defend the fact that the boy was very obviously lying about not having a quirk. He hadn't seemed forgetful from the few interactions they'd had. Why, if the boy thought he was quirkless and then gained a power late in his life, would he continue to purport that he didn't have a quirk during Aizawa's exam? He should be gladly revealing that he had a quirk, rather than lying and pretending he didn't. It was irksome. It seemed like he was trying to hide his ability, although Aizawa couldn't ascertain a specific purpose behind that. He tried to shake off thoughts of government plots and potential secrecy clearances as he moved to exit out of the database, but before he could successfully navigate away, one more line caught his eye. Former education, none recorded. Which left the sickening, nebulous realization that this boy, who claimed to not have a quirk and showcased extremely underdeveloped social, cultural, and educational awareness in the mere hour and a half that Aizawa had seen him, was going to be his student. As in, student that he had to teach. And then there was only one question left to ask: how on earth was Aizawa going to teach a boy who'd never been taught? That wasn't in the teacher's handbook anywhere. Aizawa slumped forward on the desk and groaned. He needed another nap. Izuku was surprised when they were sent home right after returning to the classroom. Aizawa looked like he was sleeping in his chair and had a sign on the board that said "Go home," looking for all the world as though he'd passed out after having to deal with kids for an hour and a half. But despite the teacher's closed eyes, Izuku felt like someone from the front of the room was watching him as he packed his bag and followed the other students out. The feeling continued, up until Izuku exited the door and he was out of Aizawa's presence. Of course, then he was met once again with the clustered, suffocating notion of walking through the crowded UA halls, students milling about and getting in each other's way as he tried to make it off campus while staying as far away from unknown people as he could. He wasn't that successful. He wasn't sure that it was possible to be successful. He hated being surrounded. Approaching the front gates of UA's campus, Izuku caught sight of Bakugou leaning against the interior wall. Izuku hadn't expected Bakugou to wait for him. Sure, when they were kids, they used to wait for each other after school, but it had been a long time since then. Izuku stifled a grin, peering up at Bakugou with a fond expression as he headed toward him. Bakugou rolled his eyes and gestured with his head toward the gates, as though to say, "Come on, follow me." Izuku followed gladly, happy to walk alongside Bakugou rather than behind him. They walked side by side for a couple of blocks, neither of them speaking as their footsteps fell into sync. Bakugou would slow down every now and then, as though testing to see whether Izuku would match his rhythm again. And Izuku did. Every time. It was strange how time can both pass and not pass. How young little Izuku had followed behind an equally young Bakugou in a similar manner, trying to match his footprints as Bakugou blazed forward. Walking side by side when no one else was around, hands brushing whenever Bakugou wasn't gesturing at a new concept he wanted Izuku to learn. And now here they were. As they were waiting to cross at a light, Bakugou broke the silence. So, Bakugou started, looking sidelong at Izuku. "You're back." It was the first time either of them had mentioned that Izuku had been gone in the first place. Izuku glanced up at him, uncertain whether he was expecting a response. Yes? There was a pause, Bakugou casting another slow look. "For good?" he asked, and Izuku's shoulders melted, warm and content. Kaken wanted him to stay. A smile bloomed on his face, shy and soft. "We made a promise, didn't we?" Bakugou's eyes pierced through Izuku, making him feel judged. The intense look didn't let up, even as he added a scowl to ease its edges. "Better not back out." Bakugou's eyes shifted away to stare at the light across the street, waiting for it to change. Izuku nodded back at him. "Never." Other words balled up in his throat, iterations of "I'm sorry I had to leave. I'm sorry I never came back." But even the thoughts themselves were contradicting because he had come back to a bridge and a revelation, come back to show Kaken that he wasn't lying, that he did have a special ability now, that what he was writing in his letters was real. The sour taste of sorrow filled Izuku's mouth as he kept his lips pressed together, not allowing his grin to fade. "I'm sorry I bring danger with me. I'm sorry you got hurt. I'm trying. I'm going to protect you." The words felt like ashes in his throat, his hands clenched into fists. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But what did it matter, really? Bakugo wasn't the sort of boy to care about apologies, much less regrets. You fix things by taking action. You couldn't fix anything by apologizing for the past. The light changed and they walked forward. Izuku shook his head and shoved his guilt away for later, putting it back on the shelf alongside all the other things he could spend his days wallowing in if he allowed it. There were shadows enough to hide in, things that haunted him, people that were gone, fears he harbored about how much of it was his fault. But he had a new week at school ahead of him, days where he would begin training to become a hero, the potential to form a new pack and have Kaken by his side. The need to do his best and show that he was strong, so he would be allowed to stay. He followed along behind Bakugou as they crossed the street, letting him guide them toward whatever they would become. Eventually, they made their way to the train station, scanned their cards, and boarded their train moments before it was about to leave. Bakugou glanced back at Izuku as they weaved their way to a clearing in the train car where they could both stand together. There was a spot small enough for both of them, but Izuku had to huddle close to Bakugou in an effort to avoid all the strangers surrounding them. Bakugou's eyes glanced from Izuku to the strangers and back to Izuku. His brows furrowed, but he didn't say anything. Whenever other people around them moved to get off at their stop, Bakugou inserted himself between Izuku and them, a barrier to the outside world. Izuku barely stifled his grin. Bakugou caught the expression and scowled. He shoved Izuku into the wall of the train and growled, "Shut up." But he didn't stop doing it. In the end, the moment of separation had to come. Bakugou pushed off the wall and began heading toward the closest exit of the train. A few steps away, Bakugou turned back to look at him and gestured with his head, saying, "Come on, it's our stop." And Izuku had to shake his head, his heart flopping uselessly in his chest as he admitted, "I have a different stop now." It went unsaid that he hadn't moved back into his old house. Bakugou frowned back at him, his feet beginning to move toward the door even as he slowed. "But the house is still yours. It wasn't sold." Izuku offered up a weak grin and a shrug. "Bad memories," he said, and left it at that. Bakugou nodded his head, seeming to understand or at least not willing to argue the point further. Izuku had written about what happened in that house in one of his many letters, but he wasn't sure how much Bakugou remembered. Did he memorize the letters before burning them as Izuku had requested? Was it all hazy jumbles of words, things forgotten over time? Bakugou turned around and offered a brief wave over his shoulder with a curt, "See ya," before walking off the train, just in time for the doors to shut behind him. The train began dragging Izuku far away from where Bakugou stood, shoulders hunched, unmoving on the platform. Izuku watched him for as long as he could, his breath fogging up the glass. Even after Bakugou's form faded from view, Izuku continued to stare after him through the window. Even as the world blurred around him, scenery passing by in streaks as the train trudged ever on, Izuku's gaze was fixed, his mind wandering. 2 more stops and a mile of walking later, Izuku arrived home, with half a day left in front of him and nothing else to do. He wasn't ready to think about Aizawa's warning just yet. Panic rose in his chest at the mere thought, and he shoved the sensations away. He needed more time. Something else to focus on. So he did what he did best. He pulled out a map from the suitcase at the foot of his bed, spread it on the floor, and found some quartz to scry with. Popsicle flapped down from where he had been sleeping in the window, the red eyes of his raven form peering up at Izuku with curiosity. Izuku grinned back at him, shoving down all his concerns and worries in favor of focusing on something more important. "Wanna see if anyone's in trouble nearby?" Popsicle's red eyes gleamed like rubies in the dark, a feeling of excitement and togetherness passing through their bond with a direct connection to Izuku's heart. Then another wave hit him, this one full of concern, followed by a final wave of love loyalty him here. Izuku smiled wider and sent the same feelings back across the bond. "I love you too, Popsicle." Then he picked up the quartz with a conspiratorial laugh. "Now, let's make sure no one's in trouble." At some point or another, he was going to need to learn that, even if a danger was supernatural, it still counted as vigilantism to deal with it. But today was not that day. And to be fair, there was a nightmare demon preying on an old widow 2 blocks away while she was napping. Which was just bad manners. On his second day of school, Izuku got to his homeroom earlier than necessary, with the wind at his back and a broad smile on his face. He was determined to get to know more of the other students today, and if Bakugou wasn't there yet to drag him away, then he should have a better opportunity to greet everyone. Especially the girls. He decided to start off at the opposite corner of the room from his desk, where the nice brown-haired girl from the entrance exam was shrugging off her blazer and settling it over the back of a chair. Izuku walked over and waited until she had turned around to offer out his arm. "Hey there. Do you want to exchange arms?" While the wording behind Izuku's greeting wasn't the best, by now the other students in his class had seen him attempt, and occasionally succeed, enough with his strange greeting that they all knew what to expect. The girl tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled back. Sure? Just a second." She firmed up her mouth as though she was about to face a particularly troublesome opponent at a game. "All right, let's do this." She put her arm out and grabbed his wrist, the force of the gesture not quite following tradition. Then she waited for him to make a move. Izuku grinned, the edges of his lips slowly lifting before widening. He lifted her wrist near his face, ran his nose along her forearm, and then left his lips near her pulse point as he waited for her to mimic the gesture. Slowly but surely she did. Someone in the background whistled. "Whoa, she's got guts." The girl ignored them. "My name's Uraraka Ochako," she exclaimed exuberantly, and Izuku laughed, letting her arm go. He nodded his head back, responding emphatically in kind. "Midoriya Izuku." They both giggled for a bit. Eventually, Uraraka plopped down in her seat and looked up at Izuku. "So, is that a normal thing you do with everyone? Like on the street?" Izuku shook his head. I don't really greet people on the street. There's too many of them, so I mostly try to avoid them." "Oh, that sounds hard." Her expression was kind, but curious. "Do you live in the city? There are a lot of people here. I'm from a small town, so I'm still getting used to the size of it." The conversation flowed naturally from there, enough that Izuku was almost put off by how easy it felt to talk to this new girl. Something about her was soothing as she continued to smile at him in her own personal ray of sunshine. They mostly talked about having both recently moved to town, she lived alone in an apartment, the fact that she had a quirk that allowed her to change the gravitational effect on objects or people, Izuku was in awe, and the fact that she loved mochi. Izuku told her about how he tried to feed his raven some mochi ice cream, since he usually loves popsicles and cold things, but Popsicle hated it. His beak kept getting stuck together, and Izuku had to get tweezers to pull some of the stuck mochi out. She found it funny that he fed his raven human food, and that he named him Popsicle. Doesn't that make him sick? She had a nice laugh. The homeroom bell rang overhead, and Izuku looked up from where he was now sitting on the floor. "We have nothing for homeroom today. Just keep relatively quiet and sit in a seat," Aizawa announced from the front of the classroom. Izuku didn't really want to leave the floor, but he was also afraid their homeroom teacher would expel them for pretty much anything at this point, especially after yesterday. He gave his new friend a small wave and headed back to his seat behind Bakugou. A seat that, curiously, contained a laptop bag with a sleek metal box poking out the top. Yesterday, Kaken had said that Izuku could borrow his old laptop. It seemed he was good on his word. Izuku smothered the instinctual smile that rose up from his gut. Of course he did. He was Kaken. Kaken would always keep his word. Izuku picked up the bag and plopped down in his chair, cuddling the bag to his chest and fingering the strap fondly. He glanced up at Bakugou, who had turned around just enough to be able to watch Izuku without actually seeming like he was watching him. "Thanks, Kaken." Bakugou grunted in return. "Don't mention it." Izuku opened his mouth to say something, but Bakugou interrupted him. "No, seriously. Don't mention it. At all. Ever again." Izuku nodded his head, his cheeks tinged pink. If Izuku had been paying any attention to the classroom around him rather than staring into Bakugou's eyes with all the dopiness of a boy having his birthday wish fulfilled, he would have noticed another student sneak over and slide into Minetta's old seat. Instead, Izuku flinched from shock when the red-headed, red-eyed boy from yesterday piped up from behind his shoulder. "Hey, I'm Kirishima Ijiro. You're Midoriya and Bakugou, right?" Izuku gripped the edges of the laptop bag, trying to quell the mini heart attack that threatened to happen. Izuku had grown too used to Popsicle always being around, his familiar always keeping his eyes peeled and warning Izuku when strangers were approaching. Izuku took a deep breath, then let it out, his heart still skipping around in his chest. He had a feeling he was going to need to get better at his situational awareness. And fast. Especially if other kids kept sitting down behind him and smiling at him like. The redhead actually had a really nice smile. It was jagged, with teeth that looked like they could rip your arm off if they latched on correctly. The smile kind of reminded Izuku of Popsicle's playful grin when he was in his wolf form. He wondered if the other boy liked meat. Rare meat. Rocky. Izuku blinked. He had a feeling he had been distracted by this boy's smile yesterday too. In the locker room. And the hallway. Sharp teeth. He really wanted to touch them. Could he touch them? Where was he at with Kaken touching privileges right now? He didn't want his privileges revoked, but, teeth. Kaken would probably say he had to ask before touching this kid's teeth. Kirishima. He said his name was Kirishima. Bakugou, meanwhile, seemed less surprised by the other kid's approach and smile, and took his casual merry old time in turning around to face him. His eyes raked up and down Kirishima's form. What do you want, hair for brains? I said my name was Kirishima. Am not deaf. Kirishima flushed. His eyes flitted between Bakugou and Midoriya, as though trying to decide how to go about the conversation he had intended to have when first coming over. Before dealing firsthand with Bakugou's abrasiveness and Izuku's absent-minded staring at his mouth for more than 10 seconds straight. Right. Kirishima smiled evasively. Anyway, man, I wanted to get to know you. Both of you. He leaned forward in the chair, his eyes focused past Midoriya to Bakugou. I saw your quirk yesterday and it was really awesome. It's strong and it's obvious how much you've trained with it, and I was thinking our quirks could probably work great together. I can harden my body, he said, holding up a hand that was instantly hardened into a rock-like substance, which can probably take the blunt of your explosions. So if you're going after someone near me, he puffed his chest out, you don't have to hold back. Bakugou leaned forward with interest. He looked like he was considering the offer. Izuku was still only half listening, his fingers itching to touch Kirishima's teeth. But once Kirishima hardened his arm, he couldn't hold back anymore. So cool. Izuku reached out a hand and picked up Kirishima's arm. Bakugou groaned. Seriously? Ask permission. Izuku flinched. He didn't like it when Kaken yelled at him. On the other hand, really cool arm in front of him. So, in a battle between Obey Kaken, who knew more about people's stuff than Izuku did but wasn't threatening to take away touching privileges yet, and strange quirk being displayed in front of him. He had to choose his priorities. Izuku ignored Bakugou and focused on the arm, running his hands over the grooves, feeling into the crevices with deft, careful fingers. Kirishima's cheeks grew redder. Izuku decided that the other boy's arm felt like rock, covered in flesh. It was strange because the skin was obviously flesh-like, but it was also unmoving and impenetrable, kind of how Izuku imagined dragon scales to feel. Except dragon scales were supposedly actual scales, as in, a scale on top of other skin, while Kirishima's arm was very obviously skin all the way through. Izuku pulled back his hand and slapped the arm, looking up at Kirishima for response. The boy grinned back at him, looking a bit awkward, so Izuku shrugged and continued his examination. Bakugou looked constipated as he stared at Izuku slapping people and molesting their extremities. He locked eyes with Kirishima, his voice strangled. If you help me put up with Deku, I'll talk to you about whatever you like. Kirishima grinned. Deal. He looked down at Izuku. Although, I mean, it's not exactly a sacrifice. He's weird, but he's pretty cool. Green eyes flashed up at him, and Izuku smiled before switching his focus back to Kirishima's hand. Can acid hurt you? I've not really tried, but I would think it would depend on the acid. Elemental damage? You said fire is likely a no, but what about ice? Lightning? Ice just makes me cold, and I'm not sure about lightning. He peered back over his shoulder at their classmates. Although if yesterday is any sign, I think we've got one of each of the elements in class. Sero took that moment to lean over. You'll probably get your chance to see today. Shuji overheard Aizawa grumbling about some hero training exercise we're going to be doing after lunch. Bakugou's head whipped around, his gaze intent. So depending on who you pair up with or against, you might get a chance to try it out. Kirishima nodded his head. Oh, nice. He turned back to Bakugou. So, what do you think? Want to team up a couple times if we get to choose? See what happens. Bakugou glanced at Izuku. Sure. Izuku grinned up at him, glad that Bakugou was making friends. He leaned forward to nuzzle Kirishima's arm in greeting. Pleased to meet you. Bakugou's expression scrunched up, somewhere between exasperated and nauseous, and Kirishima gave an awkward laugh as he tried to extract his hand. Yeah dude, no worries. We're totally cool. Sero grinned over at Kirishima. He lifted his eyebrows at Kirishima's arm, indicating Izuku's greeting. Welcome to the club. He propped his elbow on the desk behind him, and Tokoyami looked up at their conversation. You should try greeting him back. It's fun. Bakugou glared at Sero. Are you serious? Kirishima looked back and forth between them. So I shouldn't? Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. A sweet voice piped up behind them, the girl with a long black ponytail speaking up. I couldn't help noticing how you keep offering your arm forth, she said politely. Izuku pet his head at her. Yeah. Are you familiar with the customary way to greet others? Izuku blinked at her. What do you mean customary? This is how you do it, right? He looked around at their blank expressions. If you want to get to know someone, then you need to offer a part of yourselves? To get to know each other? They were all silent for a moment, looking at each other, looking at him. The girl leaned forward. So your parents didn't teach you about bowing, proper salutations, that sort of thing? Izuku shrugged, distracted, his hands dropping away from Kirishima's arm. Well, I mean my dad's dead and my mom traveled a lot without me, so I mostly stayed with the— He closed his mouth, floundering. He didn't think he should just say wolves or pack. Oops. With this group of people. And this is how they greeted newcomers, or greeted each other if someone had been away a while. His mind searched back. I might have done it another way when I was a kid, but that was a long time ago and I don't really— Izuku passed a glance back at Bakugou, then back at her. It's been a while? Oh. The girl grew silent for a second, her facial expressions going through several levels of debate. Eventually, she continued. Well, most people around here do it differently. Would you like me to show you? Izuku bobbed his head. Yeah. He scooted his seat closer to the desk that Kirishima was sitting at. The girl peered over at the front of the room, where their homeroom teacher's form was barely visible, curled up in a sleeping bag behind his desk. She smiled and moved to stand. She gestured toward Kirishima. Would you help me act out a standard greeting? Yeah, sure. Kirishima stood, shifting a bit awkwardly as he looked from the tall black-haired girl to Izuku. She mimed that they should begin, and they both gave a slight bow toward each other and introduced their names aloud. Izuku stared between the two of them as they both glanced back at Izuku. But you don't know anything else besides each other's names? No, standard greetings are simply meant to offer one's name and respect. Oh. She smiled and indicated for Izuku to stand. Would you like to try? Bakugou groaned in the background, and shoved his head in the circle of his arms, groaning into his desk. How is this my life? Sero snickered. Kirishima grinned. Izuku stood up and mimicked the girl's bow. Hello, my name is Midoriya Izuku. She bowed in return. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo. When they both raised back up, she gave him a pleasant smile. That was perfect. See? It's not too hard. Izuku nodded his head. Yeah. Then he reached out, grabbed her arm, and nuzzled it. Kirishima groaned and collapsed in his seat. Sero almost fell out of his chair laughing. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow tilted their heads toward each other in curiosity. Not quite, Yaoyorozu said, plucking her hand out of Izuku's grip, her smile growing strained. Let's try again. At the front of the room, Aizawa shifted his sleeping bag into a standing position and wrote 3 things on the chalkboard. To greet someone properly, Do the following. 1. Bow. 2. Introduce your name. 3. Do not initiate physical contact without their permission. Uraraka snickered from the back of the room, turning to Iida. I mean, it was actually kind of fun when I did it. Wanna try? Iida stared at her, aghast. Of course not. It is our duty as fellow classmates to instruct him in the fine art of proper societal greetings. Uraraka pouted. Party pooper. Ribbit. I agree, mon ami, the boy has flair. He simply needs to add a twirl and then kneel at their feet with a rose between his teeth. He's not flirting with everyone, Jero. Are you sure? It took a couple minutes, but Izuku was eventually clear on the fact that he should stop greeting his fellow students using any modicum of physical touch. And they were all better for it. Except for Uraraka. She was much more sad. When the first bell rang, Izuku jumped. He searched around, trying to identify the source. There hadn't been a bell yesterday. Sero looked like he was trying not to laugh. Hey, that was just the first PRD bell. It means we have 10 minutes before our next class. Feel free to do whatever. Izuku nodded his head to show that he understood. He swiveled around to see what other students were doing. Most of them were either heading off to use the bathroom, getting a few stretches in, or chatting with other students. The latter sounded the most fun to Izuku. He felt like he was finally catching his groove with greeting everyone, and since Kaken had quickly noped the F off in the direction of the bathroom and Sero went to fetch something from his backpack and got caught talking to someone, well, that meant Izuku had an open sea of potential friends to get to know. He just had to pick one first. Izuku looked around him, his legs bouncing nervously as he searched for someone new to stalk for friendship. He hadn't actually greeted the boy with the bird head yet, and he was still sitting at his desk a couple seats away, so Izuku headed over toward him. The boy looked up at Izuku's approach. With a flush and an awkward Izuku assumed the proper position for a bow. Hello, my name is Midoriya Izuku. He peered up at the other boy, waiting for confirmation that he'd done it right or that his greeting would be returned. The other boy nodded his head. Greetings, I am Tokoyami Fumikichi. Izuku hesitated, waiting for him to get up and bow as well, but there was no movement. Tokoyami remained sitting down. A few seconds passed, and Tokoyami tilted his head in that typical bird manner that meant, "Why are you standing there? Do you want something?" Izuku blinked back, slowly realizing that the greeting had finished. They were done. They were now at the conversation point, which meant that, apparently, the appropriate level of introduction if one of the parties was sitting down was to just nod your head. Which gave Izuku even less to work with than bowing did, because at least bowing let him observe the other person's back and posture. Seriously, other people needed to get on the grasping arm train, rather than making him join the bowing train. This was ridiculous. What was next? Just saying hello and not moving your body at all. As if sensing Izuku's despondency at normal greetings, the dark shadow attached to Tokoyami's back leaned forward and reached out its arm. A grin lit up Izuku's face as he reached out his own arm in turn only to stop, remembering Kaken's admonishment and Yaoyorozu's kind training. His eyes flicked over to Tokoyami. Can I say hello? A resigned look entered Tokoyami's eyes, and he made a vague hand gesture indicating that he wasn't about to stop Izuku from trying. Tokoyami did feel it fair to warn him. He bites. But that just made Izuku more excited. The grin on his face stretched out almost manically, and his eyes gleamed. I bite back, he promised. Tokoyami paused, hesitant, then decided to ignore both of them. Izuku reached out to pick up the shadow's arm. At the same time, a sleeping bag inched toward the doorway at the speed of a bullet train, the cocooned figure's exhausted groan echoing all the way into the hallway. A faint voice could be heard asking, Shoyuda? Whoa, is everything alright? Do you need a cat video? Izuku took a step closer to the shadowy arm and nuzzled his face along it, trying to feel for a pulse point. There was nothing except static, a shifting warmth, an uncertain firmness that felt as though it could dissipate at any point, like warm dough that threatened to sublimate at any second. It was a familiar feeling to Izuku, although not a pleasant one. It was the feeling of a demon about to teleport away. Izuku took a step back and eyed the shadow curiously. He offered his own arm forth, and as the shadow's face nuzzled his arm, he felt that same sensation of warmth threatening to disappear. The shadow bird smiled back at him with fangs in its mouth. If Izuku was any other person, he might have found it terrifying. Tokoyami's gaze was anticipatory, as though he expected the same. But Izuku had faced scarier things than shadow birds attached to teenage boys. His own familiar could give the shadow a run for its money. So instead of shrinking back, Izuku grinned and wiggled his eyebrows. "Hey, do you like to wrestle?" Several students whipped their heads around to stare, and a couple more snickered. Tokoyami reached up a hand to restrain the shadow bird as the figure began lurching toward Izuku in sheer glee. Dark shadow down. Izuku got in a play-fighting stance, ready to take the shadow on, only to be pulled backward, flailing for the second time in 2 days. Kaken's growl echoed against his neck. "He's not your effing familiar," as he attempted to wrestle Izuku back into his chair and away from the eager shadow bird. Izuku rolled his eyes and whined, "Of course not, popsicles at home," as he tried to escape Bakugou's grapple and return to the potential game. Bakugou shoved Izuku into his chair. "Not your familiar." Which means, he shoved again. "Not yours to wrestle. Ask permission." Izuku frowned up at him, his teeth flashing in a growl. "I'm getting tired of you saying that." Bakugou fisted Izuku's blazer and snarled back. "Then effing do it." He released Izuku, followed by an aborted scream of rage and 10 small explosions emitting from his palms. The class was saved from the inevitable scuffle by the ring of the bell, which prompted them all to return quickly to their seats and look as innocent as possible as the next class's teacher opened the door. Cementos passed a glance over the students, but he didn't ask any questions. "I am Ishiyama Ken, your modern literature teacher. Others of you may know me as Cementos. Today, we will be going over the syllabus and begin discussing your assigned reading from the summer." Izuku tuned out about 5 minutes into the lesson. He could look at all the class syllabi once school was over. He had more important things to think about now, like the fact that he had no idea how Tokoyami's quirk worked. The shadow's name was literally Dark Shadow. Did Tokoyami control Dark Shadow as much as Izuku controlled Popsicle, where the familiar was another entity, and the person bonded to them had to persuade them to act certain ways? Or could Tokoyami actually control Dark Shadow, as in change his form or overpower him mentally? Izuku daydreamed about what would happen if Dark Shadow met Popsicle. The shadow creature looked like he would have fun with his familiar, but it was hard to tell from a single instance of almost play fighting. Izuku made a note to find a way to hang out one-on-one with Tokoyami to see. There were 2 detriments to this plan, however. First and most obvious, only Kaken knew about Popsicle. Izuku hadn't told the school that his familiar existed, and he wasn't planning to bring him to school, either, so he wasn't certain how he could ever introduce Popsicle to Dark Shadow. The second detriment was that Izuku barely knew Tokoyami. In fact, he knew nothing about Tokoyami. His greeting had gotten about as far as saying their names, and that was it. Izuku looked back over his shoulder and let his gaze wander over the other boys' features, curious. It had been a while since Izuku had lived with the Tengu, but he couldn't shake the similarities between this boy and their clan. He had lived with the Tengu for about 6 months in this mountain region they inhabited. Izuku and his mom had helped them put up wards to keep their clan undiscovered by mortals that had recently moved into the region. In return, the Tengu had offered to house Izuku and train him in their own style of judo, which Izuku had taken to with a relish. But he'd never really bonded with them. Not like with the wolves. Something about their culture, it was like he couldn't connect with it, couldn't seem to make any close friends. Maybe because he was the only kid? Or maybe because he was broken. A piece of someone else's puzzle, not meant to be theirs. With similar enough colors but the edges wouldn't fit. Izuku had learned as much as he could from them. Focused on training as a way to forget those he'd left behind. No, not forget. To move on. To keep going. To not get stuck as this ball of destruction and instinct that kept diving toward danger rather than. Whose mom couldn't help him, couldn't fix him. Izuku shook his head to get rid of those thoughts. The Tengu had helped. That's what mattered. They helped him control his powers and bind those he could not control. And that was more than he ever expected from a group of strangers. In their own trickster illusionist, we were once worshipped as gods sort of way, the Tengu were kind. The more Izuku looked at him, the more it was obvious that Tokoyami was different from a Tengu. Tengu tended to be more bird-like than human-like, whereas Tokoyami was the opposite. He had mostly human features except for his head, which contained a bird-like shape, feathers, and a beak. He had teeth too, which was interesting. Tengu didn't have teeth. Izuku massaged his thumb into his palm, uncertain how to place the strange feeling whenever he looked at Tokoyami. This fluttering of familiarity in his chest. They were different, but the other teens still reminded Izuku of the Tengu. A familiar face in a strange land. Izuku couldn't help but want to be his friend. When the next bell chimed and class ended, Izuku decided to go for broke. He turned around in his seat and gestured at Tokoyami, who looked over at him curiously, if not dubiously, and with a distinct grip on dark shadows formed to stop him from rushing off. Hey, I just wanted you to know that I lived with several people with bird-related features for a while, so I understand some of the mannerisms. He gestured at his face, indicating facial expressions. In case you ever want to talk to someone who knows the, mannerisms. Izuku swallowed and waited a few seconds for a response. Tokoyami blinked at him, slowly. Izuku fidgeted. So yeah, anyway, if you ever want to talk or hang out, I think you look really cool, and I'd like to get to know you more. Izuku hesitated, debating whether he should turn away or wait for an answer, but the bird guy's head moved into a relaxed, slight head tilt indicating that he was accepting of the proposition. You seem to be earnest in your intentions. I hope the skies meet favorably on our meeting. There was a groan from behind Izuku, followed by a F, this sheet, and then Bakugou was storming toward the doorway for another bathroom break, or whatever it was he did when he left the classroom after the bell. Izuku ignored the noise in favor of beaming back at Tokoyami, whose response had sounded a lot like, "We will soon be best friends forever," to Izuku. It also sounded like something the Tengu would say. Tokoyami tilted his head in the direction Bakugou stormed off to. You seem to have former relations with some of the students. Izuku stared at him quizzically. You mean Kaken? Tokoyami nodded. Yeah, we were friends when we were kids. Izuku paused, his expression falling, but I haven't actually gotten to see him for years. I had to move around a lot because of, my mom. And his house being attacked. And demons constantly hunting him. And a whole world, a whole life, of events between then and now that couldn't be explained without Izuku coughing up blood from a truth-binding curse. Izuku decided to skip the personal life history part of the conversation. Anyway, I, missed getting to see him. We always said we would both get into UA and become heroes together, but I didn't expect we'd actually be in the same class. He grinned at Tokoyami. I feel lucky. Piercing red eyes trained on Izuku. If you are friends, why does he call you Deku? Oh, you heard that? Izuku tried to chuckle, but it quickly fell to silence, and he fidgeted. The last time we saw each other when we were kids, it was kind of a new nickname he gave me, because the kanji of my name could be read like Deku, or, kind of useless. Because I didn't have a quirk and I was always fumbling around and falling down, and I guess it stuck. But you have a quirk. Izuku flinched, his smile strained. Not really a quirk. Not really a quirk. He shook his head. Well, I got to see him again a few years ago and showed him my, powers, and he said I wasn't actually a Deku anymore. Not in the can't do anything way. But, he said, "Vip" can also be read as, you can do anything? And so he was still going to call me that? And it's not so bad when you think about it that way. Izuku flushed. It's actually kind of nice. Tokoyami tilted his head curiously in that way the Tengu always did when they asked him, were you two together? The Tengu used to ask him that about Astra, but they would never explain what it meant. Izuku would respond, she's Pack, because that explained everything. Pack meant you would always be together on some level. Even after death. Kaken wasn't Pack yet, but Izuku was hoping he would be. Izuku shrugged at Tokoyami, uncertain how to continue. Anyway, I think he's more embarrassed that I call him Kaken, but it just feels weird to call him anything else. It went unsaid that they were definitely on a first-name basis, which was atypical outside of family and very close friends. Tokoyami's gaze never lifted from Izuku, Not for a single moment during their conversation. The longer he stared, the more Izuku felt seen, and feeling seen made him shiver. It made him want to curl into a ball or bloom with new thoughts and emotions, or, he wasn't sure, stare at the stars? It was strange how talking to Uraraka had felt so natural and light and carefree, but talking to Tokoyami had a way of turning heavy and gut-clenching in no time at all. Izuku wondered if conversations would ever be light with Tokoyami. His lack of emotion, piercing gaze, intense method of thinking. Izuku had only talked with him for a few minutes, but it already felt like a marathon. Izuku floundered for something else to talk about. Something lighter. Something they could both discuss and not have to bare their souls for the other to see. His eyes searched the desk in front of Tokoyami, catching sight of a notebook filled with drawings, small chunks of stanzas interwoven around etchings of moon phases. It looked oddly similar to his own journal back home, except with fewer spells and zero mention of demons. Oh wait, there was a mention of an inner demon. Whatever that was. Tokoyami slammed his notebook shut. He gathered the notebook back to himself, his eyes avoiding Izuku's gaze, bashful. Izuku grinned. They still had 6 more minutes until their next class, and he knew exactly what to talk about now. So, do you like poetry? Yes. Yes, he did. He was also weirdly obsessed with this ancient American dude named Poe, who had written poetry about ravens, which Izuku was totally going to tell Popsicle about. Izuku didn't have to look around or strain his ears to know that Kaken had returned to his seat a minute before the bell was about to ring. Izuku could feel him coming closer, his presence like a shining beacon amongst dense fog. It made him feel warm, the slightest gooseflesh appearing on his arms. Izuku's conversation with Tokoyami tapered off, and he turned to smile at Bakugou. Bakugou rolled his eyes and slumped down into his chair, pulling out a notebook and pen. Izuku closed his eyes, focusing on the brief scent that floated through the air, there and gone again within the span of 2 heartbeats. Even from a couple feet away, Kaken smelled good like a smoky sweet gasoline. But it was hard to smell, vague and barely present unless Izuku was able to catch a wave of it in the air. Izuku leaned forward and ran the side of his nose along Kaken's neck, taking in a deep breath before smiling. "Hey Kaken." Bakugou froze, then growled in response. Izuku chuckled. He bet that Kaken would totally understand werewolves. Intuitively. Izuku propped his chin up on Bakugou's shoulder and hummed, a happy glow warming his gut. Bakugou bristled and his hands started sparking. He turned so that Izuku's hair tickled his nose, his eyes glinting dangerously. "You gonna keep putting your nose in my effing neck?" Izuku peered up at him through thick eyelashes. Bakugou's face was turning a splotchy red, and it was fun to watch. "Yeah, why?" Izuku's response only seemed to make Bakugou angrier. He shoved Izuku's face backward with a sweaty hand, then whipped around to glare at him. "I told you, you're supposed to ask permission for shit like that, Deku." Izuku blinked innocently back. He'd thought that was just for touching others. Did he have to ask if he wanted to touch Kaken, too? He was starting to get confused about how many things he had to ask permission for. Weren't they going to be pack? Why was there all this asking? Izuku frowned. What am I supposed to ask permission for this time? There was a strange gurgling in Bakugou's throat, hands thrown up in the air, followed by a groan and 2 punches to his desk. He took a deep breath before turning around and pointing a finger directly in Izuku's face. "Deku. There are these things," his eye twitched, called boundaries, another twitch as he began gesturing a bubble around himself, "and there are these invisible barriers," he pointed at himself, "around people," he pointed at Izuku, "and you have to ask." He put up the universal stopping gesture, before, he gestured coming toward him, "You enter them." "Oh, okay." Izuku nodded as though he understood, which meant he just needed to get Bakugou to agree to universal touching privileges. "So can I have permission to touch you?" "No," Bakugou hissed at him. He whirled around and settled back in his seat to face the front of the room, entirely fed up with the conversation. Izuku pouted. "Can I nuzzle your neck?" "No." "But we're gonna be pack, and pack doesn't have boundaries, so I can still do it, right?" "No." Bakugou turned around again, his eyes livid. "What the F did you think I meant when I said?" Class, settle down, projected someone from the front of the room. By the non-Iida-like voice, Izuku assumed this was to be their next PRD teacher. The teacher continued on, exasperated. There should be nothing warranting such flagrant yelling on the first day of class. Bakugou ground his teeth and reoriented toward the front of the class, his hands itching to snap a pencil in half. He grumbled under his breath, "Deku better not get me FNG detention for drilling him on PDA." According to Aizawa, every Tuesday and Thursday their foundational hero studies class would be spent doing hero simulations that mimicked real-life hero work, like villain takedowns and rescue missions. Class 1A had lucked out this year because All Might, the #1 hero, was going to be one of their main teachers for their hero simulations. Izuku was doing his best not to fangasm over the thought of All Might teaching him how to be a hero. To be fair, it wasn't like All Might was Izuku's favorite hero. Sure, he used to be Izuku's favorite hero back when he was a kid, but then Izuku had lost touch with the media. It was difficult to follow heroes' exploits when you lived out in the middle of nowhere with no access to television or magazines or the internet. Izuku's rare run-ins with hero memorabilia happened in convenience stores, which had magazine titles and manga and little keychains of various heroes. But he never had enough money to spend on frivolous things like that. Instead, he had to get sewing supplies, markers, notebooks, fresh lighter fluid, things for spells or treating wounds, salt to flavor jerky and cast warding circles. It wasn't until Izuku and his mom moved into their recent apartment that his mom let him have money to buy one poster. He was supposed to use the money to buy a poster of what hero he found most inspirational, the hero he most wanted to be like. And that hero wasn't All Might. Izuku could never become like All Might. He could never stand that far in the spotlight, never have that many people relying on him, asking questions about him, and trying to get to know his secrets. Instead, Izuku had bought a poster of a mostly underground hero named Eraserhead, who fought in the shadows and had a quirk known to very few, a quirk that removed other people's quirks. It allowed him to control the fight using mixed martial arts and grappling techniques to subdue his now weakened opponents. To make every encounter on his terms. He was also rumored to come out of nowhere, there and gone in an instant, before the villains even realized he had taken them down. That's what Izuku needed to become. A there and gone hero. One who fought physically and grappled the enemy into SBMsen. Whose secrets were never known, never questioned. But even if Eraserhead was his favorite hero, that didn't make All Might heading up their hero simulations feel any less cool. A buried flame in Izuku's chest flickered to life. It echoed oddly with Aizawa's warning the day before. Failing to perform your best for even a moment could cost a civilian their life. He had to find a way. To stay secret but be strong. To do everything he could, but not let them know what he could do. But how? Bakugou swatted Izuku on the arm and tugged him toward their lockers. "Stop daydreaming, it's time to change." Izuku turned toward Bakugou and blinked. Then blinked again. It took him 2 full seconds to realize that he was still staring at the door where All Might had been posing moments before, while everyone else had begun retrieving their things from the lockers at the back of the room. All Might had already disappeared to beat them to the training grounds. Nerves fluttered through his stomach, and he took a deep breath, turning around to face the lockers. "Sorry. Let's do this." He stood up, about to take a step forward, when he nearly crashed into Kirishima as the other boy exited the mass of students around the lockers. "Whoa, dude. Watch out." Izuku backpedaled into his chair and flushed. "Oh, sorry." "No harm done," Kirishima chuckled, trying to amble out of the way of a guy with 6 arms who was also beginning to head out of the room. Kirishima turned to leave and caught sight of Izuku's overwhelmed expression. He chuckled and offered a hand to help Izuku out of his seat. "Hey, don't sweat it. This is gonna be fun." Izuku grasped his hand and was pulled forward, almost impacting Kirishima's chest. Kirishima steadied him with a hand on his shoulder and offered him a wide, shark-toothed grin. "Right? Just try your best. We're all in this together." Kirishima's grin settled some of the nerves in Izuku's stomach but ignited others. It was true, they were all in this together. But that also meant they would be training together. He would be training with other kids his age. Izuku hadn't trained with other kids his age in years. Not since the wolves. It was bound to bring up all sorts of memories. Maybe they wouldn't be bad ones? Or maybe there wouldn't be any similarities. He didn't know what to hope for, but he was glad for the support, for Kirishima's final squeeze to his shoulder before he began heading out on his own. Izuku meandered over to the lockers, which were mostly cleared out by now. Their hero costumes were supposed to be located inside briefcases in their lockers, but Izuku had no idea how a briefcase would be able to fit a whole costume. Maybe there was a shrinking aspect to it? Izuku raised his briefcase above his head and kicked his locker shut as he tried to avoid tripping on the girl with a long tongue. He hopped his way forward toward Bakugou, who was waiting at the door to the classroom with a frown, his eyes piercing through Izuku. He shimmed his briefcase in front of him excitedly. Bakugou scoffed and shoved his hands in his pockets, mumbling, "Nerd," as he slung his briefcase over his shoulder and headed out the door. Izuku's smile refused to dim. He knew Kaken was just as excited as he was, if not more so. All Might had always been Kaken's favorite hero. Izuku followed behind Bakugou as he headed toward the locker rooms a couple halls away. Training Ground Beta, where they were headed, was roughly a 10-minute walk from the classroom itself, but the locker rooms were a bit closer. They should have enough time to figure out their new costumes and rush to the training ground, but not if they dallied too long and no one wanted to miss out on training time with All Might. Or be late to training and have Aizawa hear about it and expel them. Was that still a thing? Would he expel them for being late to another teacher's classes or just his own? There were so many unknowns. There ended up being a lot of confusion when they finally got to the locker rooms and opened their suitcases. Very few costumes were immediately intuitive to put on. Some of the guys had blueprints that explained how to affix certain parts of their costume. Others had technological gadgets they needed to turn online and adjust settings for. Still others had very simple costumes, like Ojiro's GI, that they didn't have to spend more than a couple seconds figuring out. As for Izuku, he was one of the fastest to get dressed. He had designed his costume with speed in mind, wanting to be able to change clothes at a moment's notice or, if he was lucky, use his costume as everyday clothes. Drawing his inspiration from Eraserhead, Izuku had kept the design that he submitted with his application to a minimum, keeping everything colored black with only splashes of yellow. The costume was simple and maneuverable. It consisted of a sleeveless black shirt with a hood, a black neck scarf that could be pulled tight over his nose, black shorts that ended at his kneecaps, fingerless gloves that reached up to his elbows, to hide the strange scaling on his arm, that had a polymer around the knuckles for extra strength and protection if he needed to punch something, and a pair of savate boots for maximum flexibility and movement. The only color on his costume was the yellow details on his elbow pads, knee pads, and gloves knuckles. As a total costume piece, the whole design screamed, "Scrapper Ninja during the apocalypse." Which probably would have meant more to Izuku if he grew up around anime or old martial arts films. Alas, the design was actually his attempt at having some street style that ended up far left field. But what can you expect? He was literally raised by wolves. Izuku managed to change into his costume in under a minute. While some of the other students around him had to struggle into their costumes which spanned the range of a full suit of armor, a half suit of armor with a cape, and almost no clothes at all, he was able to quickly slide into his pants and sleeveless hoodie, strap on the pads for his joints, and then shove on the fingerless gloves at the same time as his boots. Everything fit perfectly, which was strange to Izuku. Most of his normal clothes were things he'd traded other kids his age for over the years, so nothing ever actually fit him. He still wore shirts from when he was 8, so having a costume that fit felt weird, close, tight. But the fabric and design also ensured that the costume was loose and maneuverable, so the end result just felt different. He hoped it was a good different, that he would get used to it. The fabric was also this weird smooth and squeaky texture that he didn't know how to feel about. He hoped it was protective, at least. In the briefcase with the rest of his costume, he found a pair of wristbands that had some length of hard plastic tucked inside that could be used a bit like a zip tie. Izuku smiled, thinking of his request on the application for something easy to access that could be used to tie up or restrain villains. The briefcase even had a brief instruction pamphlet about how to use them, which he planned to memorize later. But Izuku quickly decided that his favorite part of his costume were the fingerless gloves. He'd sketched a small yellow skeletal-like design on the gloves, but he wasn't sure how the support course would decide to incorporate that. It ended up looking somewhere between a skeletal hand design and Eraserhead's goggles, all in a hard carbon that Izuku tried punching himself in the leg. Yeah, ow, definitely hurt. Izuku grinned to himself. He couldn't wait to try everything out. Looking around, Izuku realized that Bakugou had already left the changing room and the other people he had talked to before were still in the process of getting changed. He spied Ojiro's tail leaving through the door and decided to follow him instead. At some point, if Izuku wanted to get legitimately anywhere without having to follow someone else, then he really needed to find one of those handbook things and memorize the map of the school that was in there. Preferably soon. Izuku jogged out of the locker room and down the hallway, with Iida's voice echoing behind him that running in the halls is prohibited on UA grounds. Izuku ignored him. It was becoming really easy to ignore him. He just listened for Iida's voice and then tuned it out. It was working for him so far. 7 minutes later, Izuku arrived on the outskirts of Training Ground Beta to find that he was still, somehow, one of the first ones there. He had been following Ojiro and he knew Bakugou should be there, but other than that there were only 3 more people. There was the girl who had really long earlobes, the quiet two-toned hair guy that kept walking away before Izuku could approach him, and Yaoyorozu, who he had met this morning. Most of them were standing in a vague semicircle and staring at the tall walls of the training ground. No one seemed very talkative, each of them checking out whatever tops of buildings could be seen from this side of the separating wall. Izuku decided to head over to Bakugou, who was leaning against the simulation city's exterior wall. Izuku's eyes raked over the other teen's costume, his excitement mounting. Kaken looked so cool. He had a black and red sleeveless shirt, black pants with badass metal knee pads on top, and some huge tube things on his arms in the shape of grenades. They looked large enough to bash your head into the wall, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder what their purpose was. Probably some sort of collection or control mechanism for his quirk. Izuku remembered that when they were kids, Kaken's most powerful blasts always ended up hurting his arms. So maybe they were a brace? He hoped he would get to see Kaken use them soon. The thought made him feel that much more excited. He was practically vibrating with it by the time he reached Bakugou's side. Bakugou scowled as Izuku beamed up at him. His eyes trailed over the black scarf covering Izuku's face from the nose down and the black hood drawn over his head to cover his hair. He snorted. "You hoping no one will recognize you if your hair's covered?" Izuku nodded. That was precisely what he was hoping. His hair was the reason Izuku had to move, last time he had seen Bakugou. It was how that demon had tracked him. If Izuku had worn more hats or hoodies or dyed his hair or something, maybe he and Kaken could have gone to school together for a while. Maybe he could have had a friend again, rather than being forced to write letters to keep in touch. Izuku shrugged the memories off for another time and smiled up through the fabric at Bakugou. "Yeah. The fabric is a bit hard to breathe through though. Should have gotten it thinner," Bakugou grumbled. He leaned forward and dragged the mask down with a finger until it was loosely hanging around Izuku's neck like a scarf. Red eyes dropped down to meet green and held, his smoky sweet scent close and cloying. "Feel better?" Actually, Izuku felt like all the breath had been punched out of him, but he didn't think Kaken would appreciate hearing that. Instead, Izuku nodded back, mute, his chest feeling strange and jittery like that one time he tried his mom's coffee. Bakugou nodded. "Good." Then he shifted away, his eyes avoiding contact, and leaned back against the wall. They both spent a few seconds looking back at the rest of their classmates. A few more had gathered and started talking amongst themselves. Bakugou shifted. "I meant to ask." Izuku's eyes dropped to Bakugou's hands, which had clenched into fists, his shoulders tense and rigid. He had a feeling he wasn't going to enjoy the question. "Yesterday, you said you were quirkless." Izuku gulped. That wasn't technically a question. "Yeah." Bakugou snorted, his eyes still focused on their classmates. Which was an idiot move if you're trying to hide it. He paused. "But, does that mean no one else knows what you are?" Izuku shook his head, and Bakugou's eyes shifted over to meet his. "The teachers? Principal?" Izuku shook his head again. No, Kaken was the only person he had ever told. He wasn't allowed to tell anyone else. He had promised his mom that he wouldn't talk about the supernatural to anyone, wouldn't reveal that he was a witch. And even if he hadn't promised her, the truth-binding curse would have still stopped him from telling anyone. So how would the teachers or principal know? Kaken was the only person who knew what his real powers were. The only one who knew about the wolves and the demons. The only one who knew about Izuku's familiar. His past. Everything important. At least, everything up until the curse. And there was no one else Izuku could tell, even if he wanted to. Izuku swallowed, feeling a bit hot all of a sudden, somewhere between scared and overwhelmingly grateful. He was thankful that someone here knew. If she'd found a way to hit the fan, Kaken would be there. He could get everyone away to safety. He could find a way to explain. Izuku knew he would. Izuku lifted his gaze from the ground, green eyes peering through curly bangs at the one hope he had for being understood. No one knows. Just my mom. And you. A sneer lifted Bakugou's lip. And those other FSU stayed with. Izuku bristled. He didn't like hearing the wolves or Tengu referred to as res. They were more than that. Better than that. He didn't like the way Bakugou was dismissing them. But well, it would be a false statement to say that Izuku had told his old pack everything. The supernatural world didn't tend to look favorably on the mortal world's hero concept. Heroes were flashy and public. They weren't hidden. They weren't secret. They weren't secure. And they definitely weren't something a witch should become, not if they valued their lives. Izuku was suddenly reminded of the fact that the last time he wrote Kaken a letter was before he met the Tengu. Before the ghost and his mother. Before the mermaids and the cottage by the sea. Months before he left the wolves. Even Kaken didn't know everything. Izuku swallowed back the warring feelings inside him, the gritty taste in the back of his throat of ashen rainwater and grave dirt. They didn't know about the hero stuff. None of them knew I was planning to come to UA. Bakugou scoffed. So the only ones who know both what you are and what you want to be are me and Auntie? Izuku nodded his head. Bakugou cursed, a stream of things almost too fast for Izuku to follow. He looked to be about 3 seconds from tearing his hair out, and Izuku balked at the switch in intensity. Was something wrong? Sheet, death. FNG sheet. He walked away a few paces, staring off to the side with anger clouding his face. He turned back toward Izuku, keeping his voice quiet enough that no one else could hear. I know you're not supposed to talk about it, but they're going to figure it out. They're not idiots. They're pros. And you're sheet at lying. Izuku winced. Seriously, saying you're quirkless? Bakugou's eyes flashed, and he leaned in close, his voice a hiss. Why the F, didn't you get it registered? Kaken? Izuku looked behind him, at where even more of their classmates were starting to arrive at the field. He shook his head. Not now. No. Right now, death. Right now. Why isn't it registered? They put people in jail for less. Izuku's eyes glowed green, brighter than normal, and he bared his teeth. Because I have an extra toe joint, Kaken. Because it's impossible to have a quirk and an extra toe joint. It's science. Bakugou waved his arm. So you don't show them your foot. You show them what ability you have, and they write it down, and you're registered. It's simple. Not getting registered is suspicious, and Aizawa-sensei is ready to expel us as it is. Izuku shook his head, folding his arms protectively across his chest. It's not that simple, Kaken. Bakugou growled. Like it isn't. He paused to take a deep breath. A second later, he lowered his voice in a warning and leaned in so close that Izuku couldn't see anything except his eyes. They were the color of blood and promises, as familiar to Izuku as his own. What am I to you? Izuku was taken aback. What? What is this class to you? You want it to be a pack, don't you? Red eyes drilled into him, and Izuku nodded back. He hadn't actually said that out loud, not to Kaken, not to his mom. But yes. Yes, the class had to become his pack, they had to. He didn't want to be alone anymore. Bakugou shifted even closer, his nose briefly grazing past Izuku's. Then I'm gonna come out on top, and I'm gonna be the alpha. You're alpha. Which means you'll have to do what I say, right? Because your place is beneath me. Izuku shivered, his skin feeling hot and flushed. And I'm telling you to go get your quirk registered before our teachers find out it isn't already and start thinking something's up. You don't want that attention, so hide yourself. You said you wanted to be hidden, didn't you? Izuku nodded his head. So you'll take the shadows and I'll take the sun, and we're going to take them down. All of them. None of the villains will stand a chance. Bakugou hissed the last few words into Izuku's face, his breath fanning across Izuku's lips. He didn't give Izuku a chance to retort. He shouldered past him, making Izuku stumble backward, and walked off to stand at the front of the class that was beginning to gather near the doors of the training area. Izuku remained where he was, gazing sightlessly at the wall of the training grounds in front of him, shivering and breathless from a mixture of violence and closeness and kaken. Bakugou's words echoed in his ear. Your place is beneath me. But the words didn't hurt, not like they should. Because Izuku, he thought he knew what his place was. There were many places in the world, important ones, hidden ones, supportive ones, illegal ones. There were places you stayed and places you went to and places you could never belong. There was a place in the middle of a forest where the trees weren't trees that could never be a home anymore. Many places with caves and campsites that were good for a hot meal and a night's rest and nothing more. Places upon places that disappeared like stepping stones into quicksand before Izuku could ever find purchase. Eyes searching in the dark for the next shelter, the next home, the next place to leave. There were many places in the world, but witches didn't belong in any of them. They were meant to live alone, apart, stranded in a cottage or a caravan where no one knew their name or what they had struggled against or for, fading like ghosts against the panels of history with only bound journals and broken-hearted children to mark their existence. His mom had warned him that there could be no place for them here, no matter how much he wanted there to be. He supposed that explained why Kaken's assertion, which should have sounded insulting, only tempted him instead. Because being beneath someone was still a place to belong. A safe harbor in the tempest that was his life. He wondered if he reached out to grasp it, if that would make it real. All right, students, gather round. All Might's voice boomed. They say that clothes make the pros, and you all are the proof. Take this to heart. From now on, you are all heroes in training. In fact, you're getting me all revved up right now because you look so cool. His cheer rallied the class, who began sporting grins and looking around at each other with excited, anticipatory smiles on their faces. Now, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? Everyone cheered. It is now time for combat training. There was a second round of cheering, through which Iida attempted to instill some order. Iida raised his hand. This is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean we will be conducting urban battles again? Not quite. All Might smiled. While most publicized villain fights are in the streets of a city, statistically the highest number of villain attacks occur inside buildings, whether home invasions or secret lairs. Intelligent criminals know to hide themselves in the shadows, where it is harder to be found. I will be separating everyone here into teams of 2 and then further separating you into heroes and villains. You will then fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. All Might struck a heroic pose, and more than half the class let forth a third cheer. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Excuse me, sir, but we have an uneven number of people in our class, so one person will be left out. The frog girl tapped her finger to her lip, considering. And isn't this training a little advanced for our second day? All Might kept his hero pose while pointing his finger in the air. The best training is earned on the battlefield, where you can test the mettle of your quirk against your opponents. And, he paused, his arm dropping to point out over the group of students dramatically, the uneven number will be dealt with by having one 3-person team. Most of the class groaned in unison at the unfairness, but Izuku wasn't bothered. Having uneven teams sounded more like real life than anything else. You never knew how many people you were going to have to fight. Izuku had sometimes gone 4-on-1, with him being the overwhelming minority, so 2x3 sounded more than fair. Well, unless you counted the pixies. Then it was 8-on-1? Or was it 10-on-1? Their invisibility made it tricky to pin down how many Izuku had to deal with before he was forced to pause time and escape their grove altogether. His mom had been said about that one, but it wasn't Izuku's fault that Popsicle liked to chase bunnies into pixie groves. And Popsicle got much better at scenting out pixies after that, so all was well that ended well. Izuku tuned back into the conversation around him, where questions continued to be peppered about. Yaoyorozu's hand was in the air. "Sir, how will the winner be?" Bakugou shoved her hand down and stepped forward. "How much can we hurt the other team?" Izuku blinked. He figured that was Kaken speak for, "Am I allowed to get serious?" Which, honestly, would be really nice to know. Izuku would try his best not to hurt anyone too badly, but if they were supposed to try their hardest and do their best in a class full of students with strong abilities, there was only so much damage they could avoid. Iida raised his hand again. "Are skill levels or quirks considered when choosing teams? And will the loser be expelled?" Uraraka asked, a look of trepidation on her face as she raised her hand halfway in the air. The rest of the class quieted to a mumble, suddenly apprehensive, as all of them realized that could be a potentiality. So far, Aizawa seemed to be the only expel-happy teacher at UA, but no one actually knew that for certain. All Might took a step back from the class, looking increasingly overwhelmed by the back-to-back questions from his students. "All right, quiet down." The class settled as All Might pulled a notebook out of his pocket, flipped through it for a couple seconds, and proceeded to read the scenario directly rather than improvising it. "Your situation is the following. The villains have a nuclear missile hidden somewhere in their hideout. The villain group will get to choose this location. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the hero teams must either capture the villains using capture tape or recover the missile by touching it. The villain teams succeed by either capturing the heroes with capture tape or preventing the heroes from touching the missile before the end of the round." Before he could continue, Izuku walked over and tried to peer into the notebook. "What happens at the end of the round?" All Might closed the notebook before Izuku could read anything and laughed, as though having a student try to read a teacher's notebook was a perfectly normal thing to do. Iida watched aghast, his eyes wide in horror. Someone else whistled at Izuku's gall. Bakugou cursed and walked forward to drag a squawking Izuku back to the rest of the class. "But it's an important question." Izuku objected, trying to flail out of Bakugou's grip. All Might smiled back at him, willing to follow his student's thought experiment. Right, my boy? What do you mean?" Bakugou released Izuku with another glower, and Izuku straightened the scarf around his neck with a frown in Bakugou's direction. "It's important to know what happens when the round ends, if the heroes don't capture the missile. Like, does the missile go off? Does it launch, or does it just blow up? Or is it not actually launching and the villains receive backup? What's the timer for?" Which was all Izuku's way of trying to figure out. Do both the heroes and the villains sense they are about to die if they stay in the building with a missile that could go off at any second? All Might took a couple seconds to open his notebook again and rummage through it for an answer, before giving up and inventing a response. Good question. The scenario is, the timer on the missile is about to go off. When the round ends, the missile explodes. Now we will choose the teams based on lots. All Might pulled out a box labeled lots, that had everyone firmly worried about how this would turn out. All Might had never answered Uraraka's question about expulsion or Bakugou's question about whether they needed to hold back. This was bound to end terribly. All Might shook the box like an eager kid anticipating the present inside. "And now we draw." All Might's method of choosing teams meant that no one's quirks were considered when the students were paired up. It was random, which was fine. Just fine. To Izuku's dismay, he found himself paired with Iida to act as villains in the first round. Which meant, not only did Izuku have to go first without being able to watch anyone else do battle, so he had no idea how much he was supposed to try hurting the other team versus incapacitating them, but on top of that, he was paired with Iida. It wasn't that Izuku disliked Iida. Not technically. Sure, Iida had spent the better part of their 24-hour acquaintance shouting school rules in Izuku's face and karate-chopping the air and refusing to share his arm in greeting, but that didn't mean that Izuku disliked him. Iida was just too stiff for Izuku's preference. But Izuku supposed there were likely tons of stiff heroes out there who Izuku would have to work with at some point, so this was good practice. For the future, Izuku eyed Iida dubiously as they began their walk toward Building A, where the fake missile was hidden on the top floor. The rest of the class was on their way to the observation room. All Might had given each team a pair of headsets that would allow the onlookers to hear everything that happened. There were also cameras set up around the building that were controlled by an AI that automatically zoomed in on people when they entered the hallway. Therefore, everything they said and did from here on out would be recorded, seen, and heard by everyone in the observation room. Izuku wasn't paranoid about saying anything about his powers or doing something with his powers and getting found out. Nope. Not him. Each round would have a most valuable player and a winning team, but the two weren't mutually exclusive. Izuku took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come as he and Iida reached the building and began walking up the stairs. So, you have a speed quirk, right? Iida nodded. Yes, the engines on my legs help boost my speed. Much like a car, I am able to go faster by burning more energy. Izuku nodded. Right. Okay, what about, maneuvering around quickly? Izuku took the next 4 steps in 2 giant leaps, as an example, and looked back at Iida. Iida huffed in that way Izuku had quickly learned meant you're being ridiculous, but he revved up his engines to show that he could use them to propel his jumps up the staircase. He seemed a bit shaky and off balance when trying to land at the best spot on a step, but he was by no means ineffective. A mini-race soon ensued where Iida used his engines to bypass several steps in a single burst while Izuku attempted to hop, skip and jump his way past multiple steps at a time. Needless to say, the race definitely ended in Iida's favor. Iida smiled back at Izuku, a bit smug. As you can see, my engines allow me to pivot sufficiently in mid-air. Izuku frowned. He kinda wanted to tackle Iida, just to prove a point. He stifled the urge and instead turned toward the next staircase at a slower pace, regaining his breath. Iida joined him with what seemed to be a strut in his step. Izuku glared at his silver knee-high boots with their ostentatious gold detailing. They looked clunky enough to slow him down, but they hadn't hampered him at all. Izuku wondered how they worked. Maybe Izuku hadn't needed savate boots to keep his mobility? Maybe he could have gotten something sturdier that would also protect his feet and lower legs from debris? He hadn't realized the support course would be so adept at making effective hero costumes. What about your quirk? Izuku barely avoided tripping at the question. There was a microphone on, and he was being recorded. What was he supposed to say? On one hand, Izuku hated that people kept calling his abilities a quirk, because they weren't a quirk, they weren't, and he doubly hated lying. But Kaken had just finished berating Izuku about how suspicious he sounded whenever he denied having a quirk. If Izuku planned to tell the truth about what he was and what he could really do, then it made sense to continue to deny having a quirk. But saying he had no power and yet displaying one? Izuku scratched at the ear beneath his hood and tried to think of an explanation. Kaken had said Izuku could just not say it was a quirk and talk about it, right? So he'd do that. Shouldn't be too hard. I can make these, Izuku flicked his fingers, mimicking it. Small explosions? And the sizes can vary, but I try to be specific. Which, in this situation, means you can count on me to be able to explode things like the ground or a door. Iida nodded his head. What about using your ability against our opponents? Oh, that's probably not a good idea? Why not? Well, I haven't found a way to use it on actual. Izuku hesitated on the next word. People? Not without, killing them. Iida stopped mid-step, swinging his helmet around in shock. Izuku's stomach plummeted into the abyss, and he paled. He hadn't meant it like that. He waved his arms nervously to dispel any notions Iida might have of Izuku being a teenage serial killer. Not that I've killed people? Just, target practice. On straw dummies. And stuff. The explosions are lethal to whatever I aim them at, so I don't aim them at people. Just the air around people. Or things people are touching. That sort of thing. But not like limbs. Iida audibly swallowed. He slowly nodded, all right, then turned to continue forward. So our possible defenses are? They reached the top floor landing, and Izuku scrambled forward to open the door for Iida. I don't know. We're up against a guy who can form ice and another who has mouths and ears on his hand. I'm not sure about either of their physical fighting abilities, but I would guess that each of them likely has focused primarily on their quirks and not on physical fighting. Both of our powers seem more offensive than defensive. So we should probably set a trap and wait for them to come to us, then jump them? I'm pretty good at grappling and I can explode the air in front of them if they get too close to the bomb. Izuku shifted nervously in the doorway as Iida entered the room. He didn't mention why he was so good at grappling, and Iida didn't ask. Which was a good thing because Izuku wasn't certain what he would say. I'm a witch who trained with a pack of wolves for 5 years and learned early on to fight dirty? Or maybe, I spent 6 months with Tengu learning the supernatural bird equivalent of judo, which is basically advanced hug wrestling with leg sweeps. Neither sounded like they would go over well. For either Iida or him. Iida hummed in agreement. You would have to get past Todoroki's ice? Izuku chuckled. Yeah, past the ice, and then I should be able to either capture him or knock him out cold. Same for the other guy. Chokeholds had been Izuku's best defense against the wolves during training. They were the most non-lethal heroic way that Izuku knew how to fight. His explosions were often too dangerous during physical fights, too likely to hurt someone if his aim was off, which wasn't to say that he couldn't use them, just that he had to be careful. Iida looked around the room, investigating the layout. The missile was currently in the middle of the room, and there were 6 concrete columns stationed equally in 2 rows on either side of the door. A single window was on the far wall, and it was locked. Altogether, that meant there wasn't much room for him to run or gain speed. Iida walked back toward Izuku. I am at a bit of a disadvantage, but I could use my speed to rush the enemy, either to capture or detain them. Izuku nodded his head. Sounds like a plan. He walked around, looking behind the pillars and in the corners for anything they could use. There doesn't seem to be anything around here to block the door, but do you want to try moving this thing into the corner? That way, it's farthest from the entrance. Iida hummed, a lilt entering in his voice as he said, Sounds like a plan. Izuku's lips quirked in an abortive smile. Iida had quoted Izuku's previous statement back to him. That was almost funny. Iida was almost funny. Izuku shook the thought off as they moved to pick up the missile together. It was surprisingly heavy, made of black metal with some shiny red paint and a very obvious missile written on the side of it. Izuku was beginning to feel a theme here. He wondered if the obvious labels on objects were for the teachers or the students. There was AG-3 engraved beneath the missile, which Izuku found a bit less intuitive. When Izuku pointed it out to his teammate, Iida's armor clinked in a shrug. They moved on. The room itself had multiple pillars interspaced from entrance to end. They decided to place the fake missile in the far corner of the room and then stage themselves behind 2 different pillars near the door in a plan to surprise attack the hero team. Izuku searched around, wondering if there would be a good way to avoid that Todoroki kid's ice. Solely from observing Todoroki during their tests yesterday, it was difficult to ascertain how big of an area Todoroki was capable of icing. Would he slide into the room on a slab of ice, like he did to beat all the speed-related tests yesterday? Or would he try to ice both Izuku and Iida individually, and then go for the bomb? It was difficult to predict. None of the students knew anything about each other's style. Whether another student was going to be sneaky or straightforward or a major planner, it was a big question mark. They probably wouldn't fully understand each other's strengths and weaknesses for at least a few more of these hero training sessions, and most of that understanding would come from whatever was revealed on the communicators and recorded video. And since Izuku was going first in the first ever Foundational Hero Studies class, he wouldn't know anything about anyone until the next round. Well, except about Iida, who was apparently fast. Izuku rubbed his hands together, wondering how much time they had to kill. They had been given a 5-minute head start to get their bomb into place and coordinate a plan. Then it should take the other team roughly 2 or 3 minutes to get to building 1A while doing their own planning. In his corner of the room, Iida began talking to himself. If we are to be villains, then we should try to get into character. Iida struck a pose with his hands on his hips and his head tilted back. I am a villain. Izuku paused on the opposite side of a pillar from Iida, wondering who he was talking to. He leaned forward to blink around the column at his teammate. Iida still had his hands on his hips, and it was possibly one of the strangest poses Izuku had ever seen a suit of armor in. What are you doing? Iida tried to stay in character. I'm trying to get in the mind. He raised his fist toward the ceiling. Of a villain. Izuku continued, blinking. He didn't understand why a villain would sound like that, but when he actually told Iida, I don't think villains sound like that, the other boy got all sad and deflated. And well, it wasn't like Izuku had ever met a villain. Not technically. But if villains were anything like demons or warlocks, then they acted like normal people up until they turned around and tried to capture you and strap you to a table to steal your magic. Iida huffed, crossing his arms with an audible clatter. Izuku still couldn't understand why people thought metal suits of armor would be good hero costumes. How did they not get in the way, or make too much noise, or make it difficult for their teammates to understand their facial expressions? Apparently, mobility wasn't an issue, but everything else still was. Well, what do you think they would sound like? Iida postured, raising another fist to the sky dramatically. Acting villainous may be part of our grade. Izuku froze. He hadn't thought of it like that. What if it was part of their grade? Holy crap. They had to act now? He was terribly at acting. Or he was terrible at lying. And lying was kind of like acting. Izuku considered the issue in front of him with the utmost seriousness. Well, I mean, villains, probably act like you and me, right? Just normal people who made some bad decisions or had bad things happen to them and are now in over their heads. So, if we're supposed to be villains guarding a missile that's about to go off at any moment and, to our knowledge, kill us, Izuku paused when he saw Iida nodding along, seeming to really get into it. And we know that there are heroes coming to stop us, then we need to think about what our goal is. We already know we're in over our heads, but we've made the decision to do this, so... Izuku turned toward the missile, debating. A couple seconds later, he turned back to Iida and took a decisive step forward. I think, if I were a villain, I'd be ready to give my life to see this missile go off. That's why I'm stationed here and not some other villain who's going to run off at any sign of danger. I probably believe in a person or ideal I'm fighting for, otherwise I wouldn't be here. I know that I'm going to die, and I will stop at nothing to stop some hero from getting to our missile. Iida looked oddly moved by his speech. Words echoed from inside Iida's helmet. To stop at nothing. Izuku grinned, a dangerous gleam entering his eyes. Just like a hero, right? Except heroes fight to protect people, and we're just fighting to protect this missile. I see your point, Iida agreed. Rather than forming a villainous posture as he had before, Iida walked over to the missile and placed a hand on its surface. He whispered, I will protect you. It struck the perfect, or perfectly odd, balance of sentimental and creepy, and Izuku grinned. That definitely sounded villainous to him. He was pretty sure he remembered a warlock with a ceremonial knife that acted the same way. And now he really needed to stop thinking about that warlock, because he had nightmares for weeks afterward, and the warlock was still trapped in an All Might figurine back home, and now was not the time to be thinking about it. Izuku shook his head to focus, walking around the room to place all 5 pre-blessed stones around various parts of the room. Once he was done, he closed his eyes. Focusing on the location of each of the stones, he imagined the lines of the pentagram igniting between each stone in his mind, forming an invisible sigil of protection on the ground. With the Notice Me Not ward in place, Izuku peeked out from around a column to check on Iida, who still seemed to be gazing at the missile in an increasingly disturbing fashion. Izuku cleared his throat, causing Iida to look up. Do you want to check the window, see if they're almost here? Iida quickly nodded and jogged a few paces over to the window. He scanned the urban streets for a couple seconds before nodding back at Izuku. They're here. He rushed halfway up the room to take his ready stance, sending a final nod to Izuku. They only had a second to breathe and prepare themselves, before a swathe of ice rushed underneath the door, up the sides of the walls, across the floor, and froze both Izuku Iida and the missile to the ground. Iida's strained voice echoed in the frozen room. He can't have gotten upstairs yet. How did he freeze the whole building? Izuku shook his head, his eyes wide. He felt like he'd jumped off a cliff, his stomach swooping up into his chest with all the suddenness of freefall, his mind disengaging and struggling to reorient itself. He had. That Todoroki kid had frozen the entire building. Izuku had no word for the sensation of rushing wonder and glee that bound through him with the strength of a tempest, except, this must be what love feels like. Izuku shook his head again, trying to dispel the strange feelings. He froze the whole building, the whole building, the whole building. As he cast his eyes about the room, looking for a solution, for a way to turn the situation in their favor. But they didn't have long to come up with a plan and well, there was only one solution available, really. Iida couldn't run if he was stuck to the floor. Izuku leaned forward so that he could see Iida. So, he nodded at both of their feet. How do you feel about me exploding the ice around your legs? Iida moved to take a step backward but was stopped by the ice encasing his boots all the way up to his thighs. He sighed, looking like he was afraid to ask. How well can you control your explosions? Izuku laughed in response, which did nothing to settle Iida's nerves. The resulting grin, half hidden by a mask but obvious to anyone looking at him, seemed to have a bit too much devil-may-care and not enough common sense for what he was proposing to do. By the time Todoroki made it to the top floor, he expected expressions of frustration on his opponents' faces. If they were especially self-destructive, he also expected his opponents to have torn off bits of their costumes in order to extract themselves from the ice covering every wall and floor in the building. But, with a speed quirk and a limited ability to create explosions in the air between them, they were unlikely to be well organized with a counteroffensive. Especially with less than a minute to get out of his ice. Therefore, when he melted the still ice-encrusted door and made his way into the room with the missile, he was not quite prepared for the blur that rushed toward him. And shoved him against the wall, moving to brace one arm above his head. Out of the corner of his eye, Todoroki saw a flash of the capture tape in Iida's hand as it arced toward his arm, and he had about 0.4 seconds to consider. Well, that was careless of me. But Shudo Todoroki hadn't gone through years of intense training under his father for some speedster to capture him on his first day of foundational hero training. Todoroki ducked under Iida's arm, the one trying to pin him to the wall, and iced Iida's hand to the wall instead. Todoroki didn't even smile. He stared Iida down through his helmet and jeered, almost. He moved to step away, careful of Iida's legs, only for another figure to appear in the blind spot at his back. Within half a second, not enough to react, he was choking. The crook of the arm held flat against the front of his neck while both sides of his neck were constricted. His tongue hit the roof of his mouth, and he tried to swallow or breathe. Instinctually, his hand groped blindly behind him and froze the first thing it contacted. Something hard, a hip? Todoroki heard a hiss from behind, saw Iida in front of him reach out with his free hand and yell, Midoriya. The voice behind him laughed through the pain. Don't worry, he should be sleeping in 4, 3, 2. The sound of someone screaming pierced his ears, just as the world around him began to darken. He fell to the floor, legs tangling beneath him as he gasped for breath. Spots danced in his vision, and Todoroki shook his head as he tried to raise his arm. Midoriya had been behind him. If only he could freeze him to the wall. Reaching his hand up, he encountered skin. A leg? He froze it on contact, visualizing a large chunk of ice that stretched and stretched. There was more screaming. Midoriya! I need more time to blast it off. The missile! An explosion rang in his ears, mere seconds before an alarm blared, signaling the end of the round. Todoroki shook his head as if in slow motion, his ears ringing, lungs burning with the cold, vision blurry. His ice still covered the floor, and his fingers slipped as he tried to find purchase on the ground. A voice from far away asked, Are you all right? But the multiple hands settling on his back were closer than the voice. It sounded like his partner, the guy with the strange arms and a useful surveillance quirk who had figured out what floor the missile was on. I'm sorry, couldn't get in time. There were several heavy coughs, and the hands against his back started shaking before they disappeared. Todoroki's world shifted into focus, and his bad eye burned. He hoped he wouldn't need another eye exam after this. He was on the ground on all fours, choking on his own breath, and his head felt fuzzy no matter how many times he shook it to focus. There was frozen ground beneath him. His partner was crouched beside him, multiple hands returning to touch Todoroki's back, warm on the right shoulder that always stiffened with cold. When he looked up, the world was a grayish white. Gray floors, gray walls, gray pillars. The scattered remains of black metal littered the floor. Are you all right? His partner's face filled his vision. There was blood on his right eyebrow and black dirt on the left side of his face. Todoroki coughed words that sounded like confirmation and struggled to stand up. His partner offered a shoulder beneath his arm, lifting him, and Todoroki gained a sudden hindsight as to what happened. The blasted metal, the screaming, his wounded partner. He looked behind him to see Midoriya and Iida both frozen to the wall. Todoroki remembered that he had managed to freeze Iida's arm to the wall. And Midoriya, he must have managed to freeze him as well. Midoriya's whole midriff from hip bone to shoulder was frozen in a large chunk of ice to the wall, the ice extending all the way to his elbows. His hands were free, Todoroki noticed, and he wondered if that was what caused the blast. Midoriya coughed up a bloody smile at him, a piece of shrapnel stuck in his left cheek straight through his black mask. His green bangs were dusted gray from the explosion, and he seemed entirely too playful as he tilted his head to the side. So, who won? Todoroki was unsure whether to be impressed by the boy or to stuff him in a coffin, so as not to prolong his sheer idiocy. Because who would be so suicidal as to destroy the bomb? Back in the observation room, All Might stared incredulously at the screens, which were still filled with swirling smoke, coughing, and mumbled voices. They hadn't been able to see what was happening in the room since Midoriya raised his arm in the direction of the bomb and exploded it. All Might was definitely regretting his decision to replace the first-year papier-mâché bomb with a third-year metal one. But the G1 missile had looked so puny. He sighed. Reasons like this were probably why the papier-mâché one existed. All Might cleared his voice. Since no one was calling for help from the room, he had to surmise that all the students probably survived and were likely healthy enough for him to continue. Their vitals were still tracking on the screen and looked relatively baseline. Though the air quality levels in the room looked potentially troublesome. He hoped the students got out of that room before they inhaled too much combusted metal, otherwise he would definitely have to insist that they go see Recovery Girl. All Might turned toward his wide-eyed class. Now, students! His smile was bright and aimed to impress, pretending that everything had gone according to the book. Who would you say was the most valuable player in this round? The students stared back at him with gaping mouths and concerned expressions. None of them had an answer. Everything had seemed to go to shit in 15 seconds flat. Haha. Let's move on to the next round. And, may I recommend not exploding the bomb anymore? The high-pitched end of his request was the only insight the students had into the fact that All Might had messed up. Only Yaoyorozu and Bakugou seemed to pick up on it. Izuku stood towards the back of his classmates for the rest of the battle trial. The desperate ending to the first match had inspired others to do their best, although it was hard to say whether that was the result of Izuku exploding the bomb or Todoroki icing the whole building with his quirk. All Might had decided that, due to the missile's explosion, the heroes had failed, necessitating that the villains had won. He did warn that the victory came at the cost of the villains' lair and their lives, but Izuku pointed out that All Might basically said their lives were sacrifices anyway, and at least they took down some heroes with them, in addition to any evidence of future plans the villains may have held at their base. All Might had no response to that. Although he did make a note to bring up the fact that Midoriya took hero exercises strangely seriously in the faculty meeting later that day. Izuku sidled up to Tokoyami, who was muttering to Dark Shadow about potential plans for the last round. Dark Shadow turned to Izuku and gave him 2 thumbs up, his teeth elongating in a manner that Izuku was beginning to think might be intended to scare people away. Izuku wasn't scared. In fact, he was beginning to find the long fangs comforting like Popsicle's wolf grin welcoming him home. Izuku glanced at the televised screen up front, which continued to display the wreckage of the room after their fight. The dust had settled into a hazy gray film over the window and floors, the black metal shards of the exploded missile still littering the floor. The bright red from the word missile lay displayed on a large chunk next to the only window in the room. When Izuku swallowed, he could still taste smoke and copper. His cheek hadn't stopped bleeding from a thin piece of shrapnel, but All Might had said he wouldn't make them go see Recovery Girl until the end of the class if they felt well enough. Izuku wasn't planning to go see Recovery Girl. He had a healthy fear of doctors since they tended to want to take his blood, and he tended to have to find a way to confiscate and destroy it afterward. Blood could be used to track you, to study you, to do a ritual to summon you. It wasn't safe in the hands of strangers. So no, Izuku wasn't planning to ever meet Recovery Girl. He was planning to go home and have Popsicle heal him. Foundational hero studies lasted up until the end of the day, so all he had to do was return to homeroom for a couple minutes, and then he could be on his way home. As Izuku continued to watch the screen, he saw the door open to the partially destroyed room, and a couple small robots wheeled themselves in. It looked like they were some sort of cleanup crew, going around and sweeping large chunks of metal into industrial-size pans. Izuku's stomach jolted, watching them clean the wasteland his explosion had created. Something in him itched to finish it. To go back and destroy that whole room, in addition to the missile. To remove all evidence, all traces of him being there. Izuku shoved that instinct down into the pit of his gut, blinking away the image of a small cottage left burning in his and his mother's wake. She was the one to tell him, wasn't she? We can't leave evidence behind. There are too many people who could find a way to use it against us. It was one of the many reasons Izuku always carried a lighter. Which brought up an important question, actually. Was Izuku allowed to have a lighter with him at school? He should be, right? Yaoyorozu could create a lighter any second she wanted, and several students had either fire or explosion-based quirks, so a lighter shouldn't matter. Right? Yeah, of course, right? Izuku caught sight of Iida, who had moved toward the front of the class so that he could lean close to the observation screen, his anticipation for the next match palpable. He and Iida as a team, they had actually worked pretty great together. Sure, outside of battle simulations when they were one-on-one, Iida might still be too strict for Izuku's tastes. But once they were in the thick of it, after that fight, Izuku felt like he could trust him by his side. It was nice. Which made him wonder, if Izuku got to know him better, could they be friends? Iida took that moment to turn around, karate chop his arms at his classmates, and berate them for talking while the second villain team was already heading out of the observation room. We must be able to hear their planning. It is imperative to our understanding of what it means to be a hero. Izuku frowned. Scratch that. Not interested in knowing him better. Then he turned back to the screen. The next match started with Bakugou and Uraraka as the heroes. They were an interesting combination personality-wise, him wanting to charge forward without talking, her wanting to cooperate and make a plan. Meanwhile, Ojiro and Hagakure, the squirrel tail guy and the invisible girl, mimicked the first villain team's plot and stationed themselves for a surprise attack on the heroes once they entered their lair. The resulting battle was short, with Bakugou's explosions revealing the invisible form of Hagakure, which in turn led to Bakugou pinning Hagakure down with small blasts while he warded off Ojiro's martial arts and strong tail. Then all Uraraka had to do was float herself across the top of the ceiling, out of Ojiro's reach, until she finally landed on top of the bomb with an exuberant cheer, ending the round. Afterward, Uraraka tried to high-five Bakugou, and he growled at her. Which was all par for the course, really. Izuku snickered at the constipated face that Bakugou sported when he returned to the observation room. If Izuku had to guess, Kaken wasn't happy with the nature of his win. If he was anything like he was as a kid, Kaken probably wanted an all-out victory where the villains were down on the ground whimpering as he held the rocket above his head like a prize, his teammates standing off to the side and cheering his single-handed win. Izuku grinned at the thought. Instead, Bakugou was awarded Most Valuable Player for the round due to his actions in distracting and subduing his opponents while his teammate took care of the missile. An award for being a secondary player. Izuku wasn't sure that counted as a bomb for his pride. Then again, he might be overthinking things. Bakugou kept sending Todoroki strange glares, so he might simply be set at anyone who had strong quirks or fighting experience. Izuku couldn't recall any of their classmates being stronger than Kaken back in elementary school. Had he ever faced someone stronger than him? A sick feeling curdled in Izuku's gut as he remembered that, yeah, Kaken had faced someone stronger than him. Izuku had been there. Izuku had been the one to stop them, and Kaken had looked like he'd been. Izuku shook his head. He crossed his arms over his chest, banishing the memory before it could form. He had a class to focus on now. No use remembering. Iida called his peers to order as the next group of villains left for the beginning of the third round. The third match held the uneven pairing of Earjack Girl and Lightning Boy against 3 villains, which was actually really fun to watch. The villains were Yaoyorozu, Rockface Guy, and Tall Muscle Guy. Yaoyorozu quickly put a blockade up in front of the door by creating actual blocks out of her own skin, while her 2 partners stood between the missile, the window, and the door as protectors. Meanwhile, Earjack Girl was able to use her earjacks for surveillance to find which room the villains were in. She sprinted up the stairs with Lightning Boy, gave him a nod, and then blasted the door down, blockade and all, using boots that amplified her heartbeat to create sound waves. Then she ducked back into the hallway while her partner electrocuted everyone in the room. With their opponents twitching on the ground, they finished the round by both walking over to touch the missile with a single pointer finger each. The heroes won, and All Might announced Jairu, that was the Earjack Girl's name, as the most valuable player. Izuku barely paid attention to the discussion around that. He was too busy trying to memorize how much time he would have had between the lightning kid raising his arms and the actual lightning erupting forth. He really didn't want to be hit by that blast, and dodging was about his only recourse. He supposed he might be able to explode the ground in front of him and throw him off his guard, but he didn't think exploding the air in front of him would divert the electrical charge. Honestly, Izuku was surprised the lightning guy knew a voltage that was safe enough to down the villains without causing any health problems. He wondered how long he must have trained to attack someone without killing them or causing heart problems. Izuku wished his own power was something that could be dialed down like that, weakened so that it wouldn't completely decimate or burn whatever he exploded. All Izuku could control was the area of the explosion, the size and location of it, but not the strength. His mom promised that witches' powers would get stronger as they age, but it didn't seem to be a matter of practice or experience, just age. For all he knew, he wouldn't be able to mitigate the strength of his blasts until he was in his 30s. He didn't like that his power was so destructive, but, well, Bakugou's explosions were like that too. Both of them were born to destroy. Izuku looked up as the last group walked toward the exit of the observation room. The last battle would be a match of 3 heroes versus 3 villains using the remaining members of the class because All Might was bad at math. All Might had originally announced that, in order to make up for the discrepancy in Aizawa having already expelled 1 student from a class of formerly 20 kids, there would be 1 group of 3 people. But unless he wanted the last team to only have 1 hero against 2 villains, then he actually had to switch up the pairs so that there were 2 2x2 battles, 1 2x3 battle, and 1 3x3 battle. Heroes versus villain style. Izuku figured it all worked out in the end because it let everyone see how differing numbers of heroes and villains could affect the outcome and dynamic of a battle. However, he had no idea how All Might was going to score them at this point. Personal effort? None of the other villain groups had gotten as into the exercise as Iida and himself, although many of the other students had come back from their rounds talking about how Izuku and Iida were so in character, and how could you even focus on that? We barely had time to make a plan. Izuku wasn't certain if that was a compliment on his own team's ability to multitask or a question about their ability to empathize with villainy. Probably both. Either way, by the end of class, everyone was pumped. They had all gotten to use their powers in a battle simulation that somewhat mimicked future fights they would have as heroes. Well, more or less. Some of the students had lost before being able to use their abilities, like the rockhead guy and the guy with large muscles and big lips. Others were embroiled in an all-out quirk battle, like the final group of 3 versus 3. Each of them had used their quirk, but it was chaos to watch. Dark Shadow reveling in the shadows of the room and picking Laser Boy and Alien Girl up in its claws. Laser Boy blasting his stomach laser through Dark Shadow and causing it to scream, Alien Girl falling to the ground and slicking the floor with acid, and Kirishima barreling through the acid with a manly yell before tripping over Azui's tongue. Meanwhile, Sero and Azui had battled at long range with their tape and tongue respectively until Azui managed to touch the missile with her tongue, winning the round. Potentially, the whole tongue win shouldn't have counted. There was a large class debate afterward about which body parts were allowed to count toward touching the missile, and whether they had to be external ones. Everyone was riled up as they returned to their locker rooms to change. Some of them were already planning on ways they could combine their quirks together or train together outside of class. Sero and Kirishima in particular were planning to meet up so that Sero could practice with a moving target and Kirishima could practice not tripping over long things attacking his legs. Todoroki stood back from everyone and didn't join in. He didn't make plans to meet up. Didn't congratulate anyone on their use of their quirk. He didn't say anything to anyone. Everyone else was getting along, and he was alone. Izuku knew what it was like to be alone. No one should have to be alone. As every other one of their classmates filed out of the observation room, Izuku decided to try to introduce himself to Todoroki again. He had tried yesterday only to be ignored, but he was determined to get a result this time. To break through the wall. And to find out what exactly the limits of Todoroki's quirk were because he iced a whole friggin' building. That was so cool. There was a brief moment when they were the only two left in the room and Izuku caught his eye. A moment where they stared at each other, and Izuku felt something. Difficult to parse. Like fate plucking a string. Izuku opened his mouth, but before he could get a word out, Todoroki turned away and disappeared through the door. Izuku's mouth bobbed open and shut for a few seconds after the door closed. At first, he figured that Todoroki must not have noticed he wanted to talk, so he rushed to catch up with him. "Hey, Todoroki!" But Todoroki wouldn't turn around. "Todoroki? Todoroki? Todoroki?" Nothing. No response. Izuku ran forward and stopped in front of him. "Hey, Todoroki? I wanted to talk to you." Todoroki walked past him. Izuku's stomach dropped, loneliness and rejection curdling in his gut. He considered dropping the matter and trying again later, but the other boy kept dodging him. Every time Izuku tried to approach him, he seemed to move away. Maybe the only way to get through was to try harder? That worked with Kaken when they were kids. Izuku rushed forward and grabbed for Todoroki's arm, but the other boy must have sensed him coming because he pivoted just in time for Izuku to sail past him. Izuku tripped and fell to the ground while Todoroki continued walking forward at a sedate pace. His lidded eyes barely glanced at Izuku's sprawled form. "Didn't you read the board this morning?" Izuku grinned up at him. So Todoroki had been watching. He wasn't completely closed off. Izuku brushed off his knees, which were now sporting grass stains. You mean the don't initiate physical contact without their permission part or the introduce your name first part? Because my name's Midoriya Izuku." Izuku scrambled to stand, then bowed. Todoroki walked past him. Izuku frowned to himself. Growled. Considered tackling him. Reconsidered that action, since Kaken didn't seem to approve of Izuku play fighting during class. Considered tackling him anyway. Saw Todoroki getting away. Chased. Todoroki dodged. Izuku fell and sprawled out on the ground. He growled and got back up again. Izuku was really having no luck with this Todoroki dude. He almost gave up on greeting him. But then he remembered how Todoroki had iced the whole building during their fight, how his heart had fluttered and he'd wondered if this was what love felt like. Izuku frowned in determination and ran to catch up with him again. Todoroki ignored him. Their dynamic continued on like this, a back and forth of Izuku calling Todoroki's name and Todoroki coolly disregarding him as he continued forward and occasionally dodged Izuku's attempts at physically grappling him. Inevitably, Todoroki reached the point where running away was the most sane method of avoiding Izuku's advances, so he created an ice slide between him and the school doors, which he rode along to outpace Izuku, who began sprinting after him and shouting, "Todoroki!" They eventually made it to the locker room. To do a huff. Rokai. Instead of heading to change out of his costume, Todoroki walked straight up to Bakugou, who had taken off his shirt and had just finished with his second gauntlet. Todoroki narrowed his eyes and pointed at the door. "Control him." Bakugou glared up at him, rankling at the tone. He looked over at Izuku, who had busted through the door and was leaning over, panting. Izuku huffed up at Todoroki, bending at the waist more out of exhaustion than any sort of greeting at this point. "My name is Midoriya Izuku." Todoroki continued to frown at Bakugou. "He won't stop." Bakugou gave him the stink eye. "Then FNG say hello, dumbass. I don't want to make friends. I don't need them." Bakugou snorted. Yeah, well, good luck with that one. He clasped Todoroki's shoulder in camaraderie. I'm sure it'll work out for ya. Todoroki squinted down at the hand on his arm, and Bakugou smirked victoriously at his perturbed expression. Bakugou couldn't wait to beat his butt on the battlefield. He looked around Todoroki's ice-encased left side at Izuku. Oi de, what I want with this half-and-half BC anyway? Todoroki grasped Bakugou's hand by the wrist, plucked it off his shoulder, and then dropped it so quickly that one might assume skin contact burned him. Todoroki slumped away toward his chosen locker in the second row. Izuku moved to follow him, but Bakugou held a hand up to block him and scowled. Oi, seriously? He's not worth the effort. Todoroki paused to glare at Bakugou before turning the corner to the second row of lockers. Izuku stood up from his almost bow, gesturing with his hands. His power was so cool, Kaken. He froze the entire building. Bakugou bristled. So? My powers have a cool too. Izuku stopped mid-breath, taken aback by his tone. I mean, of course it is, Kaken. Bakugou took a step forward, making Izuku stumble back. Just because your power's kinda like mine doesn't make my quirk any less cool. Of course it doesn't. Izuku kept blinking. Is something wrong? They stared at each other for a few seconds, neither of them moving. Bakugou ground his teeth and then began to unwind, his shoulders releasing from their defensive posture. He reached out and shoved Izuku toward his locker. Yeah, he grumbled, something's wrong. You're gonna be late is what's wrong. You only have a couple minutes. Get changed. Izuku's eyes widened. Oops. Bakugou rolled his eyes. Now, he yelled, slamming his hand against his own locker for emphasis. A small explosion blackened its surface. Izuku eeped. On it. He scrambled toward his locker and began changing out of his new costume, deciding to save his forcible friendship with Todoroki until they had more time to talk. Or until Todoroki was in a better mood. Or maybe until a waxing moon, because those were always better for new beginnings and friendships. Izuku's shirt, shorts, and shoes were made quick work of, but he hesitated around taking off the gloves. They were black and reached up to his elbows, and were actually really useful for hiding the shimmering scales on his forearm, which he still didn't have a non-supernatural explanation for. He wondered if he could bring his gloves home from school and wear them 24. He wanted to practice hitting things with them and seeing what the yellow carbon design could handle. If he took them home, he could probably practice hitting the side of his apartment building, which was made of concrete. It would be useful to know what kind of materials it hurt to punch, which ones would disintegrate, which would stand up. Izuku had the sudden genius thought, as he was standing in boxers with his back to the room and unknowingly showcasing the scars on his back, that if he said Bakugou off enough, then he might be able to see whether his new gloves polymer could stand up to explosions. Just as he was about to turn around and rile him up, Bakugou stormed out of the room. Izuku rushed to shove on his school uniform, hopping into his pants, half-buttoning his shirt, and slinging his tie around his neck like a scarf. Wait up, Kaken. As Izuku rushed out of the locker room, he heard voices echoing behind him. Whoa, give him some space. Laughter followed. Do you have a death wish? That guy's attitude is worse than pig farts. Dude, how do you know how pig farts smell? Midoriya, I repeat, there is no running in the hallways. Izuku growled as the last one seemed to follow him down the halls and hound at his metaphorical tail. Friggin' Iida. Before the rest of his classmates finished arriving at their end-of-day homeroom, Izuku attempted to see how many explosions he could get out of Kaken that hit his temporarily misappropriated fingerless gloves. Verdict: the carbon knuckles could take head-on explosions without damage. Next step: punch something typically impenetrable. Kaken may have also given him another talking to about getting in his space and asking permission first. That may or may not have coincided with the explosions Izuku was testing on his gloves. With his costume questions mostly solved for now, Izuku decided to spend the last 10 minutes of school taking notes on their class schedule for the semester. The paper copy of the schedule had been handed out during the start-of-day homeroom, but Izuku had been too busy learning how to greet people and figuring out Kirishima's quirk to actually study it. He was beginning to regret that now. If he had known, he would have cornered Kaken at lunch about the cursed thing. Because Class 1 as schedule at UA was insane. It made him want to throw up. Izuku was used to living life by the seat of his pants, going into every day not knowing what to expect. Whenever he lived with his mom, he made his own schedule, learning and training at his own pace. Whenever he was living with someone except his mom, like the wolves or Tengu, he followed their schedules, which were pretty consistent every day of the week in what training would happen and when. But this schedule of classes? Completely insane. Not only did they have 7 PRDS of classes, excluding the lunch PRD and the 2 homerooms bracketing the day, but each of those 7 PRDS changed what the students would be learning each day. Today, for example, they had English during first PRD. Tomorrow, first PRD would be modern literature. On Wednesday, first PRD would be math, followed by English again on Thursday and math again on Friday. Izuku couldn't figure out a rhyme or reason to the order of the classes, how many there were of each, what time they were held, nothing. For example, math was taught both during second PRD on Tuesdays, first and fifth PRDS on Wednesday, fourth PRD on Thursdays, and first and sixth PRDS on Fridays. And there were 3 kinds of math. 2 PRDS of each. Izuku's head swam trying to make sense of it. Tuesdays through Thursdays were the easiest, because hero studies and PE classes were often combined into a single class at the end of the day so that the students had enough time to change clothes, get to the training area, and have several hours to go through various training exercises and then debrief about their progress and results. After that, they went back to their classroom for 10 minutes, then headed home. But all the other days? Chaos. 4 classes before lunch, then 3 classes after lunch, with a 10-minute rest and recovery PRD before they were released from school. Izuku got tired after lunch. He used to cuddle with Popsicle and nap after lunch. Izuku groaned and buried his head in his hands, wrapping the paper with the class schedule over the top of his head like an umbrella to block out life. Stop complaining, Det. It's you. What else would you expect? It's a model FING Academy of Learning. Izuku groaned again and peered up at Kaken from underneath the paper. What's home economics? You learn to cook and sheet. Nutrition. Balancing money. Doing laundry. Taxes. Surviving on your own. Bakugou glanced over at him. Unless Auntie's going to be caring for you your whole life? Izuku grumbled into his arms that she barely cared for him now, but no one around him could make out the words past Bushbrolman. Bakugou shoved Izuku's desk away from his. SCK it up. Plus ultra. Izuku hurried to sit up, a gleam entering his eye. His best experiences when learning to survive on your own were about living with nature, pitching a tent, finding resources nearby, and the like. He wondered if he would get to learn more about that. He'd enjoyed those lessons with Leader. There were lots of interesting mushrooms that could be pocketed for rituals or made into tasty stews. Do you think we'll get to learn about camping? I like camping. Bakugou snorted. I doubt it. Homesick. Not living outdoors in a place that ain't a home. Sero chuckled. Bakugou glared at him for listening in, and Sero raised his eyebrow in defiance like, what? You don't think other people exist? Izuku proffered up the class schedule in Bakugou's direction, looking lost. Help. You can figure it out on your own. Izuku pouted. Kaken. Bakugou rolled his eyes. He looked like he was regretting promising to become Izuku's alpha a couple hours before. He stared at Izuku with the closest thing to sympathy that he was capable of, which meant he just glared at him. You'll pick it up as you go along. Izuku whined. But why are there 2 kinds of English? Bakugou crumpled his own schedule, already memorized, in his fist. Lit versus language. The paper started smoking. 3 maths. Different kinds of maths. Bits of ash floated into the air from the smoldering remains of his schedule as Bakugou turned around to stare at Izuku. Deku? Yeah. Shut up. Or you're walking to the train on your own. Izuku hunched down meekly. Okay. A couple seconds passed. Izuku stared at a notation on the class schedule that warned schedules were subject to change, especially during special events like the sports festival at the beginning of May. After the festival, they had about a week before they would begin their internships, when they would stop having classes for a week, followed by another 6 weeks of class and then final exams at the beginning of July, when classes would once again stop. It was slowly beginning to dawn on Izuku that he was now going to a school and that meant classes. He had understood that before because he'd been going to classes all day today, but each class today had given him a curriculum with scheduled homework and quizzes and a final exam. When the bell rang, Bakugou rushed to shove all his stuff in his backpack. Izuku picked up the bag with the laptop that Bakugou had given him and swung his own backpack over his shoulders. He followed Bakugou in a bit of a daze as the other teen blazed past their peers toward the classroom door. With all the strange class schedules, Izuku barely had time to wrap his mind around the fact that each of those classes was going to have homework. 3 different math classes, 2 English classes, 2 history classes, a science, an art, health class, home economics, computer tech, PE, hero studies, modern literature. 15. There were 15 different classes. It was all so much. Homework, projects, quizzes, special assignments, final exams. And he didn't even have the curriculum for all of his classes yet because there were so many different classes that they couldn't all fit into a single day. He felt like crying. He needed a partner to do homework and study with. There was no other option. He didn't know how to do this on his own. At least for the first couple months, he needed to learn from someone else about how to handle this amount of simultaneous disparate studying of various subjects. Izuku rushed forward to match his pace with Bakugou's. "Hey Kaken." Izuku reached forward and snuck his hand between Kaken's fingers, pulling Kaken back toward him as he glanced up, hoping. "Would you be interested in working on assignments together? I haven't done homework in a while, and it's 40% of our grade in most classes so far, and..." "Deku," Bakugou snarled, his shoulders hunched up close to his neck like a frightened mutt. "What did I say about talking? Ask permission first?" "No." His hand started growing warm. "I said stop." Izuku wrenched his hand free from Bakugou's and yelped, just in time for Bakugou's hand to set off a burst of small explosions as Izuku danced away from him. Izuku stared wide-eyed back at him, poised to escape. "So, that's a yes? What part of that was a effing..." Izuku dashed away before Bakugou could say no. If he didn't say no, then that meant he had implicitly agreed to Izuku's request for future study sessions. That was Astra's rule of socializing like a normal werewolf #1, and Izuku staked his life on it constantly. Izuku sped out the front doors and down the path, running out the front gates of UA before he could catch wind of Iida yelling at him in the background for running in the hallways, which must be Iida's favorite thing to complain about or something because it was starting to become his catchphrase. However, in Izuku's haste to exit the school, he ended up smacking straight into a boy with purple hair and oh, were those purple eyes? Izuku tumbled forward, riding the strange kid down to the ground while instinctually moving his hand to protect the boy's head, just in time for them to both hit concrete. Izuku hissed as he skinned his hand. The boy's shocked expression grew larger as stared up at the congealed blood on Izuku's cheek. Now, he had 2 things for Popsicle to heal. His familiar was going to be said. With a slight blush dusting his cheeks, Izuku tried to peel himself off the boy by sitting up. He bared his neck to the side in a symbol of apology. Sorry. Of course, he forgot to completely get off the boy's legs first, so the effect was ruined on many levels. Particularly the level of him further prolonging the contact of their nether regions. The boy let out something between a gurgle and a shout. Izuku winced. "I'm sorry for running into you. I was just trying to escape hi." Izuku wasn't sure if the boy was glaring at him or just tired, but the overall frumpy look he had going made Izuku smile. "Hi. My name is Midoriya Izuku." "Hi." Izuku was sitting down, technically, so he didn't think he had to bow. He should ask Yaoyorozu tomorrow. She seemed to know a lot about the politeness stuff. The boy groaned beneath him. "Yeah. You said that already." They both continued to sit there, one of them trapped beneath the other's steel thighs. The boy eventually rolled his eyes and gestured to the fact that Izuku was still on top of him. "Shinso Hitoshi," the boy drawled. "Can I get up?" Izuku clenched his thighs tighter around the other boy's midriff and didn't even think about getting up. There was something about him, almost familiar. Purple. There was something familiar about the color purple. Izuku could vaguely remember dreaming of a lot of purple lately. Maybe that was it? Izuku pet his head, gazing into the boy's eyes. They were a light shade of purple that matched the color of his hair, but one eye seemed more indigo whereas the others seemed more violet. Izuku wondered if that was a trick of the light. He tilted his head to the side, letting more and less light shine down on the boy's face. The boy glared at him. Is this some strange torture technique? Izuku hummed. His eyes were so pretty. He'd never seen purple eyes before. And with his purple hair as well. Izuku leaned forward on his chest. Can I call you Purple Hair? The boy Shinso, if Izuku had cared to use his actual name, stared back incredulously, half attempting to crawl away even as he doubted that it would work. Seriously? He struggled to sit up for a few more seconds before giving up and laying flat on the ground. Yeah, sure, whatever. He gestured downwards. Can I get up now? It was about that moment that Izuku realized. 1. He was practically lying on top of a stranger right now. 2. Aizawa had written on the board that he shouldn't initiate physical contact without a person's permission, and 3. Bakugou kept getting onto him for the same thing. Izuku might have still ignored all 3 of these facts so that he could continue playing with the sunlight on purple eyes, but a strange sound could be heard from nearby. It went something like, Deku. So he really needed to get up right about now if he didn't want to walk to the train station on his own. Izuku sat up. Of course. You can get up. I'm sorry for running into you. I said that already, didn't I? You seem really nice. I wouldn't want to hurt you normally. Izuku paused. He wasn't certain what he meant by that. Why did his words keep coming out wrong? A blush began working its way down Izuku's neck and chest as he looked down at where he was still crouched atop the other boy. Sorry, I'll get off you. In the distance, they both heard, Deku, stop jumping on top of people and get the F back here. Oops, gotta go, Purple Hair. I like your eyes. Have a nice day. Izuku scrambled quickly off the purple-haired boy and swung both backpacks over his shoulder from where they had fallen. He double-checked the laptop to make sure it wasn't broken as he scampered over in Bakugou's direction. Hi, Kaken. Bakugou pointed at the still-downed figure of Shinso. Seriously, Deku? Izuku shrugged. What? Bakugou gestured at the boy again, raising his eyebrows in a get-on-with-it fashion. Oh, right. Izuku turned toward Shinso as the other boy began raising himself on his forearms. Hey, do you want to be friends? Fucking, Bakugou grabbed Izuku's arm and started marching him away from the front gates of UA. He didn't let go of Izuku's arm until they were several blocks away and there was no more potential of his insanity touching the other students. Meanwhile, Shinso sat blinking on the sidewalk, looking off into the direction where the 2 of them had disappeared off to. The confused expression on his face made his eyes look lighter and less tired as he muttered to the ground. What just happened? Something shifted in the shadows of the trees and cooed in delight. 10 minutes after the last bell, All Might walked into his first ever annual faculty meeting centered around the first day of classes where they were supposed to discuss any issues with the students' summers, personalities, or quirks so they could figure out how best to handle the situation. When it got to his turn, All Might cleared his throat. While he hadn't noticed any flaws amongst his students' personalities or quirks, there had been one worrisome thing that happened during the lessons today. While useful for the realism of a fight against villains, I feel uncomfortable putting the students in potential danger of explodable metal devices in the future. I ran situation number 37 with Class 1A today, and one student intentionally exploded the missile with his quirk. There were a few shrapnel injuries, which I feel could have been avoided. Eraserhead's dry eyes looked up from the notes he was taking. You are aware that we have papier-mâché missiles. Haha. All Might laughed boisterously. I did see those missiles, but they were dingy and did not look cool. I wanted the students to be more excited about their trial today. Eraserhead gave him a slow blink. You are also aware that this specific exercise is typically slanted for use after they have had physical training for a month? Eraserhead was only a little bit salty about the fact that some of his students had been injured on their second day when he wasn't around to properly critique, scold them. especially since it was the fault of All Might for not being able to read and follow an exercise's manual properly. All Might frowned, feeling like Eraserhead was just badgering him now. He had read that part of the situation brief, but he had decided to ignore it in favor of testing his students' mettle on day one. Why yes. But I wanted to give the students something to look forward to in the hero course. Show them how their powers could be used in the future. Principal Nizu rapped his gavel on the table. I fully support introducing our new class of hero recruits to the indoor fighting exercise earlier in the curriculum. I think we should treat this as an experiment to see whether it emboldens Class 1A more than Class 1B, using the sports festival and hero studies grades as comparatives. There were some murmurs of approval from other staff. Nizu continued. In addition, we commonly use metal capture objects with the higher years exercises, so perhaps we should reconsider the wording for some of those situations to avoid team suicide as a viable option. You say one of your students intentionally attacked the missile they were guarding. All Might coughed into his fist. Yes, the student in question, Midoriya, admitted that he intentionally attacked the missile. I was unsure at first if it was an accident, but Midoriya admitted to having it as a backup plan from the start. He told me I had given him the idea at the beginning of class when I indicated the exercise timer reflected the timer on the bomb. Eraserhead buried his head in his hands and groaned. All Might cleared his throat, his eyes shifting over to Eraserhead. Yes, well, Midoriya asked about what would theoretically happen at the end of the exercise if the villain's missile was not captured, and the scenario didn't specify. I decided that the timer made more sense acting as a countdown for the missile than as a countdown for the villains getting backup. Eraserhead squinted at his fellow teacher. So you told a student, who was playing a villain, that his death was assured even if he won? Eraserhead contemplated for a moment whether it was too late to make sure All Might wasn't the sole teacher of a class. Surely there were worries about the time limit of him maintaining his hero form? Yes. All Might admitted, uncertain why that would pose a problem. The students weren't meant to take the exercise so seriously on their first day, were they? None of the other students had this problem. Eraserhead slumped in his seat and made another note in the file on his phone labeled Midoriya Izuku. Well, then we can assume for future activities that Midoriya will ask about mission parameters to determine how reckless he should be, he said, shooting a warning glare toward All Might, and that he will take hero exercises seriously. All Might agreed, thinking of another student he wanted to keep an eye on. Also, Bakugou seemed a bit too enthusiastic when asking about the amount of damage he could inflict on his competitors. There did not seem to be any serious injuries in that fight, though. He does have an explosive quirk, tittered Present Mike. Several members of the faculty winced and others flat out groaned at the unspoken get it? At the end of his joke. All Might coughed. Yes, he does. Much like Midoriya. Although young Midoriya's file mentioned he was quirkless. All Might turned toward Eraserhead, who he knew was keeping tabs on the boy. Eraserhead nodded his head. Yes, and he said as much during the apprehension test I gave Class 1A. All Might hummed. Should we be asking that he get his quirk tested and filed? Typically, all quirks are required to be registered before schooling begins. He remembered having to go through measures to register his own quirk when he was a teen. Eraserhead shook his head. I recommend we keep an eye on the situation but don't make any legal moves. I followed up with his childhood doctor who confirmed that, as of 5 years old, he had no quirk. Various faculty frowned at each other. That was strange. Except in especially rare cases, quirks always appeared or were at least diagnosed by that age. And his other doctors? All Might asked. Eraserhead shrugged, his eyelids drooping in thought. There are none on record, nor schools, nor many official records of any kind, other than his education ministry exam scores for graduating middle school. The lack of educational records wasn't that surprising due to the rise of homeschooling or free school for children with strong or destructive quirks. In Class 1A alone, Todoroki had also been homeschooled. But health records? Immunization records? Quirk assessments and officially registered training sites? Eraserhead had a feeling that, if he were to somehow track the Midoriyas down on the national census, Izuku Midoriya's name wouldn't be listed. He was having trouble getting clearance for that, though. Eraserhead typed something else into his phone as Nizu's eyes gleamed with interest, or perhaps with the desire to hunt down as much information as possible. Eraserhead could sympathize. He would welcome the help. He needed the sleep that he'd been losing while trying to figure this kid out. All Might hesitated. But he was the student who placed first during the entrance exam practical, correct? Nizu stapled his hands over top of his gavel with interest. Yes, and he was the first student in the last decade to win with more than 90% of his overall score being hero points. Eraserhead hummed dubiously as he continued typing into his phone. Yes, he's a quick thinker, agile, and has a strong ability, coupled with a strong desire to help others before himself. He has also managed to remain undocumented by standard documentation practices. All Might let out a boisterous laugh and leaned forward. You sound as though you distrust the boy. Eraserhead put his phone down and frowned at his fellow teacher. Don't read into it. I'm just keeping an eye on him. All Might nodded, remembering young Midoriya's comments during the beginning of the villain exercise. He and Iida were trying to get into the mindset of the villain, even from the beginning. He seems like a very empathic young boy. I like him. Of course you do. I only hope he won't be exploding any more devices as an endgame. Eraserhead would have wished his fellow teacher good luck with that, but he kind of hated him. Only a little. Mostly when he was in his hero form. When Aizawa walked into homeroom on the third day of the school year, Izuku's jaw dropped, and his good luck skyrocketed. Izuku stared at the man trudging his way toward the front of the class with metaphorical stars shining out of his eyes as he realized that Aizawa-sensei, his homeroom teacher, he who shuffles around in a sleeping bag like a caterpillar, the adult destined to become the pack leader of Class 1A, the most tired and scary and expel-happy of all their teachers thus far, was Eraserhead. As in Eraserhead. As in Izuku's current model and ideal of being a hero Eraserhead. How had he not noticed this before? Aizawa had the scruffy long black hair and bangs, now obvious. The black long-sleeved shirt and pants tucked into black boots. Those were the boots, weren't they? Some kind of utility belt, and a long gray scarf wrapped loosely around his shoulders so that any moment it could float above his body and be used to whip out and restrain his opponents. How had he not noticed this before? Izuku may have never recognized him if it weren't for the goggles, because those bright yellow goggles with vertical slats were one of the signature accessories that defined him as Eraserhead, as opposed to some other black outfit-wearing hero. And Aizawa was wearing the signature goggles as he stumbled through the door to Class 1A with 2 cups of coffee and dark circles underneath his eyes and strange mutterings about conspiracy theories and security access and clearances. He looked like he was ready to fall over at any second, but that didn't taint Izuku's image of him at all. Eraserhead. Eraserhead. Eraserhead was his homeroom teacher. Deep. How do you tell your homeroom teacher that you have a poster of them by your bed because your mom told you to get a poster of the hero you most wanted to become and it was them, and Eraserhead was his homeroom teacher? Izuku was fine. Izuku wasn't fine, but he would be fine eventually because Eraserhead was his homeroom teacher. Wait. Did that mean he needed to take down the poster? Was it wrong to have a poster of someone you saw every day? Did seeing them every day mean you didn't need the poster anymore, because you didn't need to go to sleep looking at a vision of what kind of hero you wanted to become if that hero was your homeroom teacher and was in front of you every day? Izuku had so many questions. And he had no idea who to ask them of, and Aizawa, Eraserhead, was telling them all to shut up and be quiet because he couldn't stand the noise today, so Izuku couldn't ask anyone about it, and how was he going to make it to lunch? He was fine. By the time lunch came around, Izuku had stopped vibrating out of his seat over his newfound discovery. Barely, but just. He was planning to suction cup himself to Bakugou or Uraraka at lunch regardless and talk their ear off about his new discovery, but then he found himself running into the purple-haired boy from yesterday right as he was about to enter the lunchroom. First, some real talk. Izuku wasn't 100% certain about how lunch schedules were supposed to work at UA, but it seemed like all the grades and all the classes ate lunch at the same time. The same time. There were a lot of kids in this school. That meant that the lunchroom was huge and held a ton of people, and it was really hard finding someone from your class to eat lunch with unless you intentionally stuck near each other. So lunch? Made Izuku nervous. Flat out nervous. He hadn't come up with a solution for it yet, except to follow his new friends around like a lost puppy and occasionally wrinkle their blazers by his refusal to let go of them in the lunch line. It was becoming a whole thing. Therefore, when Izuku lost sight of both Bakugou and Uraraka and happened to come across a fluff of purple hair attached to a tall, thin body passing him by, which reminded him of purple hair from the other day, he may have, sort of, ended up following him around like a curious popsicle following brown fluff through the brush in case it was a bunny. And it was a bunny. Purple hair. It was purple hair. The boy that Izuku had fallen on top of the day before. He had nice eyes. Had Izuku told him that yet? He thought he had mentioned it once or twice. Feeling a bit embarrassed about leaving the boy to pick himself up after flat out knocking him down, and not at all embarrassed about having just stalked him for 2 minutes in the lunchroom or the fact that he had sat on top of the boy for about 5 minutes yesterday before getting off him, Izuku decided he should go over and talk to him. He figured no one seemed to be sitting with him, anyway, and no one should have to eat alone. Steeling himself for the confrontation, Izuku marched over to the boy's table. "Hey, purple hair. My name is Shinso Hitoshi." A pause, as the other boy seemed to consider both his answer and Izuku's beaming face in front of him. A look of recognition flickered through his eyes, shuddered, then shut down into something resembling ennui. "I'm pretty sure I clarified that yesterday as well." "But, purple hair." His eye twitched, which drew Izuku's attention to his eyes, or rather, to the dark circles underneath his eyes. They looked a lot like Aizawa's this morning. Izuku sat down next to him. "Why do you look so tired?" It took Shinso a few seconds to accept the fact that Izuku was just going to be talking to him now. He sighed. "My dad stole all the coffee." Izuku nodded his head. "Oh, that sounds tough. I don't drink coffee, but my homeroom teacher drinks a lot of it sometimes. Especially this morning." He paused, the thrill from this morning coming back to him. Izuku leaned forward. "Hey, do you know who Eraserhead is?" Yes." Purple hair squinted his eyes. "How do you know who Eraserhead is?" Izuku grinned. "He's my favorite hero. I want to be like him." Me too." They looked at each other, Izuku's eyes growing wide because there was someone else who thought Eraserhead was awesome, and Shinso's eyes growing wide because of course the first person he would meet who also likes Eraserhead also happens to be weird as F-. No judgment. Shinso took a sip from his lamentably small can of coffee. "So, why do you ask?" "I just found out my homeroom teacher see Eraserhead." Shinso stared back at him with all the aplomb of someone who really wanted to know the answer to a question but who was also uncertain whether they wanted to continue the conversation. Shinso sighed and took the bait. "Which class?" "1A." He ran his hand through the gorgeously tall purple fluff atop his head. "Well, I guess I know what my goal is, then." Izuku blinked, distracted. "What?" "Huh." They both stared at each other. "You just said you had a goal, right?" Izuku was pretty sure that's what he said. His hair was distracting. It looked soft. He wanted to pet it, or fluff it. Touch the fluff. Fluff? Back to the conversation. "What's your goal?" Shinso regarded him for a few seconds, as though waiting for Izuku to lose interest or walk away. But he didn't. Quite the opposite, in fact. Izuku waited, rice poised on his chopsticks, refusing to eat until he had his answer. Shinso allowed himself a brief smile, this kid was so weird, before responding. "I applied to UA to join the Department of Heroics, but my quirk, it wasn't useful in the entrance exam." "Oh," Izuku nodded his head. "Yeah, me too. I didn't use my, power that much. I just went around saving people from getting hurt. I used it against, 2 or 3 robots. But that was it." Shinso stared at him. "You what?" "IBRYFWSDMRHPW, Izuku said through the food in his mouth. Shinso's eye twitched. "But they were grading you on how many robots you could attack and defeat." Izuku shrugged, swallowing his rice. "Apparently not." A dark look passed over Shinso's face, and he laughed. It was a small ugly thing, his laugh, and the sound of it made Izuku shiver. Right? Of course they weren't actually grading on what they said they were. Of course there were hidden rules. Izuku looked at him, concerned, and abandoned his food for his new friend. It makes sense, right? I thought it seemed kinda stupid to grade us on hurting people, when heroes are meant to save and protect. Shinso looked at him, a strange hurt lurking in his eyes. You would think, he said, then clammed up without explaining what he meant. He looked sad. Izuku didn't want him to be sad. He figured a change in subject might help. So, what's your power then? The question only seemed to darken his expression more. Nothing you would approve of. Oh, Izuku looked a bit lost. Do you, kill bunnies when you talk or something? What? Shinso looked taken aback. Bunnies. Izuku took another bite of rice. I mean, I have a familiar and he likes to chase bunnies? And sometimes eats them? So actually that's not that bad of a power. I don't kill bunnies. Oh, okay, good. Izuku paused. Then what is it? Shinso started to respond, then stopped again. Frustration twisted his face. Why do you care? Izuku felt a bit awkward now. He hesitated. Honestly, I didn't really care. But now you're avoiding talking about it and looking all sad, and it's making me care. Izuku took a breath, then leaned forward. Whatever it is, no power is inherently evil. Every power can be used for good. He sounded so serious. So insistent. Shinso sighed, a defeated expression lengthening his face and deepening the circles beneath his eyes. He stared straight into Izuku's eyes and said, My quirk allows me to brainwash anyone who responds to my questions. I give simple commands, and they have to follow them. Izuku's eyes widened. What? That's so cool. Shinso jerked back, surprised. Izuku wondered if it would work on demons. Did grunting in response count? If not, it could definitely be used on warlocks and vampires and, well, any of the supernatural creatures who actually responded verbally to questions. Plus, it could be used on normal mortals, for sure. Shinso would make such an awesome underground hero. Izuku wondered if they could team up. Team Underground. Izuku's mind raced, trying to think back through his family tree. There was a telepath in there somewhere, right? And that had to be more evil than mind control since it was effectively mind control plus mind reading. Yet the telepathy was much creepier, and she was one of his coolest ancestors. She even controlled a dragon, once, or was it a hydra? Kid. The blood in a vial somewhere. Shinso continued to stare at him. You aren't afraid of me? Izuku blinked back, confused. Why would I be afraid of you? Shinso leaned forward, obviously doubting whether Izuku had understood the implications of what he revealed. I could have controlled you just now. Answering any question from me allows me to control you. Izuku grinned again and bobbed his head. That's awesome. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Izuku stopped bobbing his head, his smile dimming. Don't you get how awesome that is? Shinso didn't move an inch, not smiling, not running away. He said, It's not a very heroic power, and waited, hunched over his food, for Izuku to respond. Izuku allowed enough seconds to pass to show that he'd considered whatever it was that Shinso thought he should be considering. Then Izuku shrugged his shoulders, slow enough to emphasize that he really didn't understand why that would be a big deal. I can explode things, Izuku offered. Kill people if I'm not careful. So can some other kids in my class. Everyone's power can be heroic. Everyone's power can be evil. In the secret corners of his mind, he could still recall the warlocks, that stone table in the woods, the knife. How they used to be like him, once. The witch. All warlocks were once witches, but when their powers were used too often for evil or selfish gain, it corrupted them. Caused them to turn. Izuku wouldn't turn. He would never turn. Izuku leaned forward, his hand lightly clasping Shinso's arm. Shinso stilled. What matters is your power and how you use it. What you use it for. Use it for good and it will do good. That's what matters. Shinso's arm shook beneath Izuku's grasp. Izuku bit his lip. Just, maybe don't force me to tell the truth about certain things? Because I've already been forced to not tell the truth, And if you make me tell the truth, I might explode. Or have this never-ending bleeding. From my eyeballs? And ears? Sure. Shinso didn't even know he was capable of gaping until he did. This kid. I'll keep that in mind. Izuku beamed at him. Great. He leaned forward. Now, how do you get into the hero course? Is that possible? It has to be possible, right? Aizawa expelled someone on our first day, so there's a spot open in my class. So it has to be possible. Shinso's eyebrows furrowed. Then he laughed. Chuckled, at first, with that same dark sound as before, but then it lightened, his smile lightening with it until it settled around his lips like a blanket. Comforting and soft. Alright. If there's a spot open, then I might be able to prove myself at the sports festival. Izuku tilted his head, confused. That thing in May? It's not just a thing, he muttered. It's an opportunity. Anyone who isn't in the heroics course can prove themselves in the festival, potentially gain a faculty sponsor, and make their way into the heroics course. If they show enough skill. It's happened before. Izuku nodded back. Sounds like a plan. That means you've got time to train. Train? Izuku shrugged. Yeah, in case they throw more robots at you. Shinso scowled. Oh, good idea. The conversation lulled. Izuku scratched his head. So, do you know where I could find a map of the school? Someone said it's in the handbook, but I can't find it, and we keep running into situations where I need to have it memorized. Shinso laughed. It still had that lighter sound. Izuku liked it better that way. Yeah, he reached into the bag at his feet and pulled out the handbook. My homeroom teacher said we should memorize it in case of emergencies. There's also a section on emergency response protocols at the back that we're supposed to memorize. Izuku's expression dropped. There's a what? He scooted closer to Shinso. Show me. No one had told him to memorize anything. He felt so behind. They spent the rest of the lunch PRD going through the sections of the student handbook useful for Izuku to get between his classes as well as the emergency response tips. There was a note in there about students with familiar quirks being responsible for their familiar also following the security protocols. Which led to Shinso asking Izuku about his familiar and Izuku realizing that weight sheet familiars are a witch concept, not a mortal concept, and he'd accidentally admitted to having a familiar when he was talking about popsicle eating bunnies. The truth-binding curse allowed him to say the weirdest things. Demons? Nope. Familiars? Thankfully, Shinso didn't ask how Izuku's explosion quirk was related to the familiar he had at home. He just took it in stride and asked questions, and then somehow they ended up in a casual debate about whether or not the school would allow Izuku to bring popsicle with him on campus. After a couple minutes of discussion, Izuku granted that technically, yes, popsicle acted like a familiar quirk, somewhat akin to Tokoyami's dark shadow, because he had his own mind and abilities that Izuku could control to some extent. On the other hand, Izuku's quirk did not involve the creation or control of his familiar, and Popsicle could exist separate from him, so it was not necessary for Popsicle to accompany Izuku in order for him to function as a hero. But when Izuku admitted that he could understand what Popsicle was saying, Shinso insisted that that alone would classify him as falling under the law of familiar quirks and that the school would have to allow Popsicle to come to school with him. Izuku was less certain. Even if the school could recognize Popsicle as a familiar and allow Izuku to bring him to classes, should he? On one hand, saying that Popsicle was his familiar risked Izuku getting found out as a witch. On the other hand, Popsicle would come to his rescue in times of great need anyway, and he could only imagine the teacher's reactions if a large wolf-raven-snake shape-shifting hybrid interrupted a hero training exercise if they weren't aware Izuku knew said animal in the first place. He might get expelled on the spot. On the other hand, what if Popsicle felt danger across their bond and came to help him and the school wards thought he was an intruder? What if they hurt Popsicle because he didn't have an ID badge? That wouldn't turn out well for anyone. No one wants a hero at half power, Shinso pointed out, and Izuku frowned. He sounded just like Aizawa-sensei. Failing to perform your best for even a moment could cost a civilian their life. Izuku had been debating about whether his best included Popsicle. If someone knew about witches, they would emphatically say yes. But he was supposed to use his active ability like a quirk, and Popsicle wasn't his active ability. He was more like a support system. Izuku supposed that other students had support gear, so maybe Popsicle could be considered more like another part of Izuku's support gear, alongside his capture restraints? It was food for thought, at least. When the lunch PRD ended, Izuku headed back to his classroom thinking about his new friend or, well, he hoped they could be friends. Shinso seemed really cool but also lonely too. A bit like Izuku. They had planned to meet later that day at the front gates of UA and walk to the train together. Or rather, Izuku had said they should do it, and Shinso hadn't disagreed. And if you followed Astra's rule of socializing like a normal werewolf #1, then not disagreeing meant a definite yes. Izuku wondered if it was insane to hope that Shinso would be able to join Class 1A someday. He knew that, in order to become a hero in modern-day culture, you had to have a license. The only way to get a license was to go to a school that had a license to teach future heroes. You had to enroll in hero courses, which taught you the history, politics, and rules of the profession as well as prepared you physically for situations that might arise as a hero. But Shinso was in UA's general education department, which meant he didn't get any of those hero courses. Izuku wished his new friend could prove himself worthy, now, rather than having to wait until the sports festival. The students in the hero course would just keep getting stronger, and the non-hero classes would get further behind. So how could someone from a non-hero class ever prove themselves at the festival? The whole system seemed rigged against them. Izuku was adamant that Shinso's quirk would be useful in de-escalating villain situations. He couldn't imagine someone like Aizawa seeing his quirk and thinking it was useless. All Shinso needed was a chance. Izuku promised himself that, if he were ever in a position to give him that chance, then he would. Izuku's first week of school concluded with 3 blossoming friendships, Tokoyami, Shinso, and Uraraka, 1 surely best friendship, Kaken hadn't said otherwise, and 1 acquaintanceship that Izuku was determined to make more of. Kirishima had begun gravitating even more toward Bakugou after how manly he acted during the hero versus villain exercise, as everyone should because Kaken was going to be a great hero someday and he needed as many strong friends as he could. In return, Izuku was determined to be as supportive and friendly of their relationship as possible. He was still working on what he had in common with the red-haired boy other than their terrible nicknames from Bakugou. Deku, for Izuku, and Hair for Brains, for Kirishima, a preference for rare fish and meat. He was right about Kirishima's sharp teeth, and their mutual gravitation toward Bakugou. During lunch, Izuku ended up asking Uraraka about what was the best way to get to know somebody other than by spending time with them at lunch, which he was already struggling to alternate between Kaken, Uraraka, and Tokoyami, between classes, which he spent messing with Kaken and chatting with Sero, or while walking to the train, which he planned to spend getting to know Shinso since he was often harder to find at lunch. Uraraka told him that she was planning to get together with Azui, Kalmitsu, over the weekend for ice cream, since they lived relatively near each other and wanted to hang out somewhere away from school. Kaminari, the guy with the lightning quirk, had also asked her out to a cafe sometime. Izuku was, arguably, a bit too astounded by that information. So you just ask them out to eat? Uraraka laughed, giving Izuku a sly look and wagging her eyebrows. I mean, maybe not like that. You don't want to give him the wrong idea. Izuku looked back at her, confused. What idea? Uraraka scratched her head in response, a slight blush on her face, before deciding to switch gears. Just tell him you want to hang out to get to know him better since he wants to be Bakugou's friend. Over ice cream? Izuku clarified. She huffed, rolling her eyes. Well, you could talk and bond over anything. You could do homework together, or meet at a cafe, or ice cream, or the library maybe. Oh, you should find out what he likes and then ask to meet him somewhere that has stuff he likes. She seemed proud of her response, but it only confused Izuku more. But aren't I meeting with him to find out what he likes? Izuku asked. I mean yes, Uraraka picked at the last bit of her rice with her chopsticks. But there has to be something you already know he likes. Izuku nodded his head, getting it. Rare meat. Okay, Uraraka started in a hesitant voice. That could work. But usually you find a place to eat while you're already hanging out. He slouched in his seat in response and groaned. Getting to know people is hard. Uraraka giggled at him. Don't make it harder than it has to be then. Just ask him to hang out and what he'd like to do. Let him decide. Izuku liked that piece of advice the best. Steeling himself for the impending nerves, Izuku headed over to intercept Kirishima as he was walking out of the lunch hall. The red-headed boy seemed to be trying to follow Bakugou back to class but had lost him in one of Bakugou's famous, storm off into the distance sessions. Izuku seriously did not remember Kaken doing that as much when they were kids. He strutted about, sure, but he didn't storm off and leave people. He wondered what Kaken's friends had been like, what sort of people he had surrounded himself with after Izuku had left town. Did he want to get away from them all the time? What else would cause compulsive storming out of rooms alone? He should ask Kaken next time he found a way for them to hang out. Speaking of, Izuku waved his hand in the air. Hey Kirishima, wait up. Izuku bobbed through what must have been 10 or 20 people before he was able to catch up with Kirishima's waiting form. There were a couple beats once he got there where Izuku's mind blanked and he completely forgot what he was supposed to ask the red-headed boy. Izuku searched around for inspiration. Uraraka gave him a thumbs up from the table they'd been sharing. Izuku nodded to himself, asking him to hang out. Kirishima's head was tilted, waiting for him to talk. He had sharp teeth. Izuku really wanted to touch them. That would probably be a thing he could ask after he got to know him better, right? Izuku's mind blanked again. Crap. I was wondering if would you be interested in hanging out this weekend? Kirishima raised his eyebrows. Izuku panicked. I mean, I heard it's what you do when you want to be friends with your friend's new friends, and I want to get to know you more? But I don't know what you like to do, so I don't know where you'd want to, go hang out and stuff. But I'd like to. Izuku hoped that summed up his and Uraraka's entire conversation in a single sentence. Well, okay, the one-sentence part failed, which may not have been the best way to go about it. Thankfully, Kirishima seemed unperturbed by his spewing of an explanation. Kirishima's toothy grin widened, and his eyes lit up. Sure thing, man. My weekend's all free. Do you like video games? Izuku blinked. What's that? Were those the things on computers, on televisions, or at the stores with weird machines? You don't know what video games are? Kirishima looked confused, then smiled even wider. He slapped Izuku on the shoulder and threw his head back laughing. You've never played before? This is gonna be so much fun. Kirishima's hand moved to wrap around Izuku's shoulder, causing Izuku to blush. Not really. I mostly like to cuddle and wrestle. Two very different things. Kirishima sputtered and choked in response, his cheeks flushing to match Izuku's. Wow. Dude, I've never heard someone just come out and say that. That's so manly. Izuku scrunched up his nose. Really? Yeah, being physical is what it's all about. Izuku smiled. Oh cool. He stared up at Kirishima, who stared back, both of them grinning. They agreed on a time to meet up and started walking back to class with Kirishima's hands still clasped on Izuku's shoulder. Kirishima was talking about something Bakugou said during lunch, and Izuku couldn't help himself from giggling at what had apparently caused Bakugou to storm off. Izuku considered their conversation a win. He got Kirishima to smile and talk about his day, and that's what hopefully soon-to-be friends did, right? The warmth on the back of his neck and behind his ears told him he was right. His heart was even jumping. That night, when Izuku got home, his mom had just finished preparing a nice dinner in honor of Izuku getting through his first week of school. From the kitchen, Izuku heard, "The katsudon is finished," as he toed off his shoes. "I'll be just a second," he called back, heading toward the bedroom to drop off his backpack. His mom wasn't able to afford a large apartment with her new job or any job she ever had, to be honest. The small front room was both the place where they took off their shoes and their dining area. The kitchen was large enough to turn around in a circle but not take more than 2 steps in. The bathroom was probably as small as it could be and still legally be called a bathroom with a shower, and the bedroom was enough for one person to have a double bed. However, since Izuku and his mom shared the bedroom, there wasn't space for more than a pallet each to sleep on. His mom had scrounged around through a couple trash areas before she found a folding screen to place between their sides of the bedroom. The divider looked a bit banged up, but it was a nice touch. It was the most privacy Izuku had experienced in years. Even that bit of privacy felt strange. He was still trying to decide if he should ask her to get rid of it. He didn't like the feeling of being separated from people he cared about, of not being able to see his mom if he woke up in the middle of the night after a nightmare. It grated at him. He couldn't explain why. His side of the bedroom had the poster of Eraserhead displayed above his pallet, and his mom's side was covered with fabrics and talismans from her travels. Some half-working string lights had been taped up to make the room look more inviting, but the only other belongings they had were a single suitcase per person and a box's worth of kitchen utensils, pots, and pans. Since the space was so sparse, Izuku had been trying to keep everything as tidy as possible. He placed his backpack down beside the suitcase at the foot of his pallet, which currently kept all his clothes, spell components, and old journals. Izuku reached out a hand and petted Popsicle, who was currently lying on Izuku's bed in wolf form, his head buried under Izuku's pillow. With his all-black fur, he could almost be confused with a blanket of shadows when the lights were turned off. Lazy doof. Figuring he would have time to shower after dinner, Izuku headed back toward the kitchen. He squeezed his mom's shoulder and leaned down to nuzzle her arm. Her slight frame was hidden by the same baggy white sweater that she always wore, the top half of her long green hair held back in a loose bun. Her appearance hadn't changed much since he was a kid, except perhaps for deeper wrinkle lines on her face, a weary look to her eyes, and white streaks aging the green of her hair. Izuku grinned down at her. "It smells amazing." Inko smiled. "I'm glad I was able to finish it on time," she said, wiping her hands on the sink towel. She moved away from him, distracted, her concentration focused on not dropping the bowls, chopsticks, and napkins that she was balancing as she headed toward the cardboard box that currently served as their dining table. She hurried back to get 2 glasses of water, barely glancing up at him. "It's been a long while since we've done this, hasn't it?" It had been. Izuku didn't live together with his mom that often, and when they did, well, there was rarely enough money for a fancy meal. They typically cooked their meat over a fire in a cast iron pan with bare skis, made a side of rice, maybe a fried egg. It was simple food but homey. It reminded him of campfires, the small cottage by the beach, the month in the cave. He could almost remember the smell in the air. But this was nice too. His mom had obviously tried to make the katsudon look fancier than it was, going so far as to add green onions and sesame seeds as garnish. They hadn't owned sesame seeds this morning. She must have bought some at the store. Izuku spent longer than many would understand standing there, staring at the bowl of katsudon. She still remembered his favorite meal. His fingers reached out to graze the rim of the bowl, half certain that it wasn't real. "The food's going to get cold," his mom called out. As though everything was normal. As if this happened all the time. But it was only the second time they'd eaten dinner together this week. The third time since they moved into the apartment 2 weeks ago. The longer he thought about it, the more he wanted to curl into a ball. Popsicle shuffled into the room, trailing a yawn with him. The wolf nudged his leg, and Izuku looked down. His familiar's head was ped, asking what was wrong. But nothing was wrong. It was what was right that seemed strange. Izuku shook his head back at his familiar. There was no use looking a gift horse in the mouth or letting good food go cold. He grabbed his bowl and walked over to the cardboard box that his mom was sitting cross-legged next to. The box used to house their kitchen utensils during their move, but it had been flipped upside down and converted into their dining table since they couldn't find a cheap enough table and chairs. His mom had bought the box of utensils off an old man who had been planning to throw it all away after his wife died. Izuku was still getting used to having more than one pot in the house. To having a home, apartment, at all. It had been a while. His mom looked up at him with a smile, holding her own bowl close to her chest as she gazed at him with fond eyes and reached for the pickled ginger. "So how was your first week? You've been rather busy each time you've been home." That was another way of saying that between her new job making her work late and his recent obsession they had barely seen each other. In his free time, Izuku had been trying to hunt down the mysterious presence that had followed them into town. He hadn't been able to pin it down yet with their typical scrying rituals, but he still kept an eye out each night. He had been going through his ancestors' journals looking for better spells or rituals to locate an unknown entity. Plus, there was that nightmare demon. He couldn't remember whether he had already mentioned that to his mom. Izuku took a bite of egg and finished it. "We don't have that much homework for school yet," he offered, "but we will soon. There are so many classes, I don't know how I'm going to keep up. I'm hoping I can work with Kaken, maybe go over to his place to study." The sound of the kettle went off, indicating the water had finished boiling. Izuku put his bowl down and stood up, going over to the kitchen to measure out the matcha, 1 teaspoon more than necessary for his mom. She looked like she needed the pick-me-up, and topped them off with hot water. His mom's voice echoed from the other room. "I'm so glad you ended up in the same class together. I know you missed him." Izuku hummed, returning with 2 cups of green tea and a dopey smile on his face. "Yeah, I did. It's—" He paused, taking a second to sit down as he struggled to put the feeling into words. "I'm just really glad to see him again." He sipped the tea. It was hot enough to scald the roof of his mouth, but he barely noticed. His stomach warmed at the memory of Kaken sitting in front of him in class, scowling, threatening, smirking, scoffing, rolling his eyes. Izuku had missed all of Kaken's expressions. He had missed him so much. It felt silly to say that he was thankful to see him again, to have this friendship back again. Thankful didn't cover it. Blood, promises, secrets. There was more to Kaken and him than words of friendship could express. There would always be more. Is he still using explosions instead of emotions? Inko teased, her laughter tinkling around the ceramic tableware. Izuku fingered the rim of his bowl in response. It felt so fancy. He'd been using the old wooden bowl from his suitcase whenever his mom didn't eat with him. Eating with the ceramic bowls felt strange. Fragile and likely to break. When Izuku didn't respond quickly enough, his mom's laughter petered out. Izuku looked up, more at the lack of sound than anything else, and caught her staring at him with that look on her face again. Concerned. Watching her. Both of them trying to figure each other out again. Never enough time to figure each other out before she went away. Izuku needed to smile for her. For himself. She was trying so hard. She was trying to make this work for him. He focused again on Kaken. On memories of warm light through the trees, the sounds of a brook, rough wood beneath their fingertips. More recent memories of Kaken scowling as he leaned back in his seat in class. Sero rolling his eyes. Uraraka holding a thumbs up from across the lunchroom. Kirishima's hand on his shoulder. Izuku grinned up at his mom, the warmth curling around in his chest and making its home there. "Honestly, I kind of missed Kaken's explosions. I haven't seen him since we came through town a couple years ago, and back then he had already changed so much between elementary and middle school. You should see how broad he is now." Izuku savored a bite of breaded pork, followed by some rice with sauce. He had fond memories of Kaken as a kid, the other boy leading him on adventures through the forest or park, skipping stones by the lake, playing hero with his mom. Of course, there were also the other memories where Kaken had started to act differently, more forceful, more mean. And then it was determined that Izuku was quirkless. When Kaken found out, that hadn't gone well. The meanness had been turned on him, the name Deku echoing around the memory of a pail. And then Izuku's house had been attacked, he got an ability, and he moved away. He tried to tell Kaken about it through letters. He wanted so hard to stay friends. But the only time Kaken ever wrote back, it was to say that he didn't believe him. Izuku had begged his mom to move back to the city so they could reconnect. And that hadn't turned out well either. At least Kaken believed him, afterward. Inko hummed thoughtfully. "Yes, I do remember that visit. I also distinctly remember us having to leave quite quickly despite my hopes that we could stay in the city a while." Izuku bristled. That was the fault of the... He jerked his right hand up, sliding his middle finger quickly behind his pointer finger in the typical gesture for warding off demons. It was the Midoriya household code for demon, since the truth-binding curse prevented Izuku from saying the word. His mom gave him a look. "That was your fault for broadcasting your location to the demons," she pointed out. "I put up a circle." Izuku defended, slouching down to hide behind the Cardboard box. So I couldn't have drawn he crossed his fingers again, just by showing Kaken what I could do. You displayed your abilities in public. That wasn't fair. That whole area was a quirk safe zone, and no one else was near the bridge to see. Kaken said he didn't believe me. I couldn't have him not believing me, Mum. He's my only friend. The concern in her eyes looked an awful lot like disappointment to Izuku. He shrank down further. He remembered her telling him that she forgave him after the incident. That it was over, no looking back, they would do better in the future. Apparently not. I'm not saying you didn't try to block your abilities from being detected. I'm saying you used them in a public area, when we both knew something was following us, and you didn't even try to disguise yourself. You endangered both your life and his. He even got attacked. But I stopped it from hurting him. Izuku slammed his bowl down out of frustration, causing the cardboard box to dent. Popsicle whined beside him, and Izuku took a deep breath. He tried to calm his emotions so they wouldn't spill over onto Popsicle. His mom settled, her expression kind enough to rankle. I don't want to argue about this, Izuku. I just want you to remember the dangers. As if Izuku could forget. And to be careful when you use your powers. As if that wasn't all Izuku thought about, 24/7, whenever he was asked to do something in class or needed to use his powers to get rid of nightmare demons preying on innocent old ladies. His mom sighed. Hiding your magic behind a ward isn't enough. You need to hide your features as well, especially if there's a demon who knows your face. Izuku nodded his head. I know, Ma. I know how to do it now. That was mostly true. You don't have to worry about me. That was blatantly false. His mom waited for a few moments, allowing Izuku's breath to even out. Popsicle laid his head on Izuku's lap with a whine, and Izuku dropped one of his hands away from his bowl to pet his head. He stroked his hand down his back and began to play with his ears. They were soft, soothing. Inko curled her hands around her mug of tea and looked over at him. Does he even remember what happened that day? Of course he does, Izuku muttered, and perhaps his grumpy tone of voice was uncalled for, but, of course Kaken remembered. If he didn't remember, he would still think Izuku was quirkless. He wouldn't have cornered Izuku outside the training grounds and asked him if the school knew about what he was. He wouldn't have promised to become Izuku's alpha. He wouldn't even know about alphas and packs and all of that. But he did. How do you know? His mom looked sad. Sometimes they clean up afterward. They make people forget. If it's public enough, and it was public, wasn't it? Izuku knew that. He knew there was someone out there who hid the supernatural by wiping people's memories of it. He knew. But that didn't happen to Kaken. It didn't. He still remembers. How do you know, Izuku? I know because he's still my friend. And if Izuku's voice broke when he said that, neither of them mentioned it. Friendship wasn't something easy to come by. Not with normal humans. Not with the secrets they had to hide. Izuku, his mom trailed off. You had a demon following you. I know, Mom, but it followed around every green-haired kid it saw back then. It was looking for me. It was stalking him, because he'd offered to be its friend when he'd met in the abandoned town near the mountains. Because it hadn't seemed like a bad demon. It had seemed like one that could change. It wasn't the first time he'd been wrong, and it wasn't the last. But it was the first time a friend had been in danger because of him. The first time he saw fear in Kaken's eyes. He never wanted to see that again. Izuku shrugged, defensive. What was I supposed to do, wear a hoodie all the time? His mom hummed, a light coming back into her eyes. She raised her eyebrows at him teasingly and pointed her chopsticks in his direction. There's an idea. No leaving the house without a hoodie. Izuku eyed her strangely. We already agreed I would wear one to school. Do I really need to wear it everywhere else? It'll be hot come summer. His mom smiled at him again, serious once more. You know I just worry about you, Izuku. He definitely sensed something short-sleeved with a hoodie in his future. Maybe after she bought another bath towel. They had to throw the last one away because there was too much blood on it. Mom. He looked her in the eye and tried to pour as much sincerity and goodwill into his words as he could. You don't have to worry so much anymore. I know what I'm doing, and I'm being really careful. Nothing is going to find us this time. You'll see. He smiled, trying to reassure her. No more, he made the gesture for demons, will appear. His mom smiled back, but it was weak and worried. Tight around the corners, as though she was keeping something back. She was always keeping something back. I hope so, baby. I know how much you want this to work, and I want it to work because I know how much you want it to. We just have to be careful. Inko sighed, then stood up to take the empty bowls and chopsticks into the other room. Izuku slumped over the cardboard box, ruffling the napkins. Popsicle's head shifted in his lap. He knew his mom supported him. She supported his dreams. His wishes to become a hero alongside Kaken. It was just hard for her to give him 100% of her support because his dreams weren't simple, weren't safe. He had been afraid, when he applied to UA, that she wouldn't allow him to attend even if he was accepted. After all, the hero course at UA put students in the spotlight, which meant it also put them in danger from regular villains who wanted to gain notoriety for themselves by attacking heroes to be. Added to that, the increased visibility meant a probable increase in demon attacks if someone were to guess his abilities were magical, and well, Izuku felt overwhelmingly selfish sometimes when he considered all the danger he was potentially putting them in. His mother supported him throughout it all, but she still worried. Which was why they had their code words. Their rules. Ways to communicate, to let each other know when they were in danger or might need to run. Izuku stood up and followed her into the kitchen. He felt like he was doing everything wrong and making her sad. He wanted to make it better. He spoke quieter than before, softly as though in apology. Everything seemed to go well at school this week. They all think I'm kind of lying about not having a quirk, and I haven't said otherwise. The shuffling of his feet caused his mom to smile sadly at him, but she didn't respond as she cleaned the dishes. Izuku tried to shore up another smile for her. Oh, by the way, can I go over to a friend's place this weekend? He said he wanted to show me video games. Of course, Inko said, shaking her head a bit to get away from her thoughts. Just warn me ahead of time so I know when you'll be home. Izuku nodded his head. He wondered if she would be here when he got back. He stifled that thought and offered her a smile as she turned away. I love you. Thank you. His mom smiled over her shoulder. I love you too, baby. She turned off the faucet. Now, why don't you get washed up while I clean the rest of the dishes? We could even do some reading together. Izuku perked up. Can we go through one of Aunt Lilia's journals? Looking for more banishing rituals? His mom chuckled, tucking a loose hair behind her ear. Izuku had been reading through Aunt Lydia's journals on a semi-regular basis at this point. His mom kept teasing him about it. It was one of their new things. Izuku sighed, turning his back against the edge of the doorway to the kitchen. There has to be a better way to stop the. He formed a fist and rotated it back toward his face in the symbol for warlocks, than just killing them. I mean, they're evil and I get that, but villains are evil too, and villains are kept in prisons. I keep worrying that someone's going to find my action figures. The box holding said action figures was safe inside his suitcase, but he figured safe was a relative term in this situation. Made of duct tape and prayers, more like, and considering the figurines were harboring demons and warlocks' trapped souls, it probably wasn't the safest of places. Izuku, even if someone found your figurines, no one would know something is trapped inside. Izuku had lost count of the number of times he and his mom had debated this subject. Izuku may act paranoid, but he was the one they were after, so he figured he had a right to be. He kept having dreams of the bindings failing, of the creatures getting out. His mom kept explaining that only witches could undo another witch's spell like that, but it didn't assuage his fears. That also wasn't the point of his current research. I mean, I theoretically understand using the figurines for, he crossed his fingers for demons, but Mom, some of them are just people, like me, who made different choices. And they deserve prison, or something like it at least. They deserve something more than being stuck inside of something unable to move. His head bounced against the wall in frustration. Most of them tried to kill you, she pointed out. He made a face. Or kidnap me. Both were true after all. It was also true that some of them had done much worse things than kidnapping. Horrible things. Unforgivable. And now they were stuck forever, bound inside figurines where they couldn't hurt anyone anymore. You're not making a better case for them, Izuku, Inko warned, finishing up the bowls and drying her hands. She turned toward him and leaned against the sink with folded arms. Besides, what would banishing their souls achieve? None of Lilia's studies included a supernatural prison. You don't know where their souls would end up. Aunt Lilia studied souls leaving their bodies, didn't she? Couldn't there be a way to make their souls move on or start over or something? That would give them another chance, a new life to try again, to be different. Izuku paced away from the wall, flinging out his hands to illustrate the concept. His mom stared at him with worried eyes, a warning edging her tone. You aren't a god, Izuku. You can't control their fates, and their souls aren't your responsibility. She shrugged her shoulders. We don't even know if demons have souls. I'm not saying I'm a god, but I already am controlling their fates. He stopped pacing and slumped against the doorway again. I don't mean to argue, Mom, I feel like I'm not being a very good hero by leaving them there. And that was the crux of it, wasn't it? He wouldn't put a villain's soul inside of an action figure and bind it to the object, so what right did he have to do it to demons or warlocks? If it was a villain, he would turn them into the authorities, and they would get placed in jail. But there wasn't a correlation for the supernatural. There was no jail for supernaturals where all the bad ones were kept. For all he knew, his spell to bind them into action figures was the first of its kind. A honeyed thought tingled in the back of his mind, sticky and hard to extinguish. What if they got out? Inko sighed. Any other which would kill them or die trying, Izuku. You're doing more than anyone could expect. Which didn't make Izuku feel any better. He wanted to do more than his predecessors. All of his ancestors had seemed to live their lives solely to survive and pass down knowledge. None of them tried to change the system or find a way to make it better. Everything was just reactionary, trying to stay alive, maintain the status quo. Couldn't he want more than that? I just don't like killing, Izuku concluded, hoisting himself up on the countertop that was now clear of dishes. His mom leaned against the sink beside him. You aren't killing them. You're pausing them in time. They probably aren't even aware of the outside world, once in those figurines. If they were, we would feel them watching us, wouldn't we? I guess. Precisely. She put her hand on his shoulder. Don't worry so much, Izuku. He nuzzled her hand, and she laughed as she retracted it. But if you want to keep researching it, I won't stop you. We can go through Aunt Lilia's journals again. She had a few interesting things to say about her discussions with people from the afterlife, didn't she? That made Izuku perk up. He had almost forgotten about the seances his Aunt Lilia used to do. He and his mom had only done a couple, and the last one was when he was 8. Seances were super cool, but they had to be timed just right. You could only do them during certain moon phases and... Wait, tonight was a full moon, wasn't it? Which meant they could totally do a seance. Izuku hummed, trying to plan out how much time he would have over the weekend. He didn't know how long he would be hanging out with Kirishima, but he guessed it could last all day tomorrow. Between now and then, he wanted to study banishing rituals, and it would be really cool to do a seance tonight, and at some point he needed to work with Popsicle more on their familiar bond. It had felt stretched thin, lately, ever since Izuku had started separating from him in the mornings to go to school. And he probably needed to sleep at some point. Some of that could be moved to Sunday, but school took up so much more time than he realized. It was already the end of the week, and he felt like he'd gotten nothing done on the magical research front. He hadn't been able to find or invent any better rituals to locate unknown entities, and he hadn't found time to look up banishing rituals, and this was going to be hard. Balancing becoming a better which with being a successful heroic student was going to be hard. But he couldn't give up one for the other. Couldn't put aside one for the other. He needed them both. If someone asked Izuku to his face, he wouldn't be able to explain why he was so obsessed with researching banishing and locating rituals lately. It's just that, sometimes, he felt like something was coming and he couldn't put his fingers on what it was or why he was so worried about it. Would you like to try summoning your Aunt Lilia instead? Izuku's jaw dropped open as he turned to look at his mom. He hadn't even known that was an option. A wide grin spread over his face, and he shouted, "Yeah," before jumping off the counter. "I'll go get the candles," he called over his shoulder, rushing back into the bedroom. "I'll draw the circle," she called back. A soft grin stretched across her face, and she tucked a piece of loose hair behind her ear. It was hard to remain sad when Izuku was so excited. It was hard to refuse him anything. Inko reached up to pull the box of salt out of the cabinet. She was glad Izuku was growing up, making friends at his new school and scheduling play dates with others his age, but she was also happy that they had something that would always remain theirs and no one else's. That there was something only the two of them could share. Something tying them together at the end of the day, more than the last name of a man long gone, memories of regret and things done wrong, failures like bruised roses beneath her knees. Sometimes, the world tried to steal things from you, and all you could do was steal them right back. She felt like her whole life was spent trying to steal things back. But she would do whatever she had to do to keep her sweet boy safe, whether it was conducting seances or going through old journals that had been passed down to her through the ages or... She just hoped he would forgive her, someday when he figured it out. Inko Midoriya may not be powerful, but she would do what she could, whatever she had to make sure her son was safe. Izuku rounded the corner with a cheer, holding Aunt Lilia's journal aloft. Popsicle followed at his heels, turning around in a circle and barking in excitement, 3 candles held between his teeth. The neighbor from next door knocked on their adjoining wall and told them to quiet down in there, and Inko laughed. She reached out and drew her son's head to her chest, running fingers through his hair as he hummed and started paging through the journal to the section on seances. Her sweet, precious boy. They were running out of time. That night, Izuku woke from a nightmare that had him acting feverish, hot underneath the covers, sweat soaked through. Popsicle in his raven form nipped at Izuku's hair as he got up to change his sheets. Afterward, Izuku sat staring out the bedroom window, up until he fell asleep with his pillow against the wall and his familiar nuzzling at his hair whispering secrets that he would forget come morning. There was blood on the moon. A purple haze across the sky, indentions in the moon's surface like fingers digging through skin, and somewhere a mad cackling and a whisper, dark skin stretching, and so much blood on the moon. The next day dawned bright and early after a night of staring at the sky. Izuku had permanent gooseflesh on his arms that refused to go away even after a warm shower. Seeing his pale face, his mother made him rice with green tea, with some salmon and pickled ginger left over from the night before. It soothed his stomach and his mind, but his arms remained prickly in worry and anticipation. His mom tried to console him by saying, "Whatever it was, don't worry about it." But that never helped. She shooed him out the door and locked up afterward, setting off for work. Hours later, he had forgotten the whole ordeal. Kirishima's apartment was a warm array of colors and comforting smells. Izuku couldn't really place what the smells were, something earthy like soil or trees. It smelled like home, like the old reservation where Izuku stayed with the wolf pack. Apparently, Kirishima's mom had some nature tree-based quirk, and his dad could change the density of objects he touched. That somehow combined to form Kirishima's quirk, although Kirishima thought he inherited something from his grandparents that might have altered it as well. The nature tree-based quirk was why the apartment smelled like a forest. There was actual bark on some of the walls. It was really friggin' cool. Kirishima showed Izuku into his room, which was filled with weights and a punching bag and a ridiculous amount of physical training videos. Considering Kirishima's ability to harden his skin, his bed was ironically soft. Izuku found himself trailing his fingers over the desk, the bookshelf, the weights. Everything he saw, he wanted to touch. He'd never been in another boy's bedroom like this. Most of the people he and his mom stayed with lived more communally, everyone sleeping in one large room or up in parapets. And there was that one vampire with a cave. That was a really cool cave. But caves weren't meant to be decorated, unless you counted the wide array of candles melting in the crevices of the walls. "Hey Kirishima?" Izuku ventured. Kirishima looked up from where he was typing something up on his computer. He has said something about finishing an update on a post online. "What's up, man?" Izuku stood looking around the room. He had never had his own bedroom like this, at least not since he was a kid. He didn't know much about decorating or what kids his age did in their rooms, But, why do you have all this training stuff in your bedroom? Why not the other room? It's larger. Kirishima laughed, so the question must have been okay. Yeah, well, neither of my parents are really into the strength training thing or physical fitness in general. They're more, back to nature sorts, so they don't really get the manliness of training your body to be as strong and ripped as possible. Oh, Izuku trailed off. That made sense. I like it. Your room feels strong, like right before a fight. He sat down on Kirishima's bed, testing the comforter, and laughed to himself. Except this bed. It's ridiculously soft. It feels like I'm on a cloud. And that's how Kirishima turned around after what he could have sworn was only 5 minutes to find Midoriya nuzzling his head into his pillow while splayed out all over his bed. Trying not to feel a bit embarrassed, Ichiro told himself he was just helping a bro out. With his bad, back? Yeah, he should probably get Midoriya out of his bed before he fell asleep. Hours later, Midoriya and Ichiro sat around the living room couch playing video games. Hey, Kirishima? Midoriya ventured, leaning his head back on the seat of Ichiro's couch. They had ended up hanging out at his apartment and not venturing outside because Ichiro's parents had gone on a daytime date, so the television and video game set were free. What's up, man? Ichiro asked, still slouching on the couch, his legs beside Midoriya's head and a video game controller in his hands. He was currently scrolling through his games trying to decide which one to introduce Midoriya to next. Can I touch your teeth? Ichiro stilled, his fingers pausing on the controller as he tried to decide whether or not to turn to look at Midoriya's face. Because that, was. What? Midoriya turned around and crawled up on the couch next to him. Your teeth. They're so sharp and cool. I want to touch them. Midoriya's smile seemed innocent enough, but Ichiro felt like his heart was beating strangely hard in his chest and his ears were overheating. Kaken said I was supposed to ask before entering people's spaces. And your mouth is your space, right? Ichiro nodded his head, reflexively. For a second, Ichiro had almost forgotten how weird this kid was. He acted normal most of the time, but then he would do or say something, and Ichiro would remember how Bakugou got a big kick out of saying Deku was raised by wolves. But did he want Midoriya's fingers in his mouth? That seemed kind of personal. Not one to back down from a challenge or from helping a friend, Ichiro nodded. Sure, go ahead. It wasn't like Midoriya was trying to make fun of him. He was just weirdly curious and observant. About teeth. And friends should let friends put fingers in their mouths, right? Not that Ichiro'd had a friend like Midoriya before, but it seemed like the thing to do. Seconds later, Midoriya was up in his face, much closer than Ichiro expected, his palm resting on Ichiro's cheek while his thumb began trailing over definitely much more than his teeth. Midoriya's thumb started out by tracing his lips, on the way to his teeth, Ichiro figured, swallowing dry, before moving to his teeth, feeling around the edges, the pointed tips. Ichiro fought back the urge to make a face like at the dentist's office in order to give Midoriya more tooth surface area. That definitely wasn't necessary. He wasn't checking for cavities. But then Midoriya's thumb slid beside his canines to where the inside of his cheek was, stroking softly, and moved behind his upper teeth to his gums and the roof of his mouth, rubbing back and forth. The feeling was somewhere between pleasant, sensitive, and really ticklish. Ichiro dragged in too much air too quickly and ended up coughing. Midoriya pulled his thumb out of his mouth, and Ichiro tried to laugh it off. Wrong pipe. Midoriya's palm was still on his cheek, thumb stroking a wet trail beneath his jawline. Ichiro swallowed. Midoriya smiled back at him like everything was okay. And Ichiro didn't know what to do with his hands or face or anything. What the F just happened. He ended up blushing, trying to breathe like everything was normal and turning back to the game controller. So, he felt warm all over. You, ever heard of vintage Fire Emblem Heroes? It's got, people riding dragons and horses and fighting and stuff. Ichiro focused on swallowing properly and staring at the television screen. His ears still felt like they were burning, and there was a cold sweat somewhere around his neck. He was overly aware of his breathing and the placement of his legs next to Midoriya's. Or, the placement of his legs with one of Midoriya's halfway on top of him. When had that happened? I like dragons, Midoriya chirped, turning back toward the television. And that was good enough for Ijiro. Yup. Everything was cool. He chose the game and handed the controller over to Midoriya. All right, he began. Don't look at him, don't look at him, don't look at him. Here's how you play. Did he even notice that he was sitting half on top of him? Yep, everything was fine. Ijiro just needed to have a talk with Bakugou on Monday. About, what was going on with Midoriya. In general. Blanket statement. Why was he moving his leg like that? Everything was fine. The following Monday at the beginning of homeroom, Izuku stared at Kirishima in concern. He had been acting weird ever since they played that Fire Emblem game, and he couldn't figure out why. Kirishima was acting all jumpy, and red-faced, and kind of scared and flighty. Izuku stared at him, wondering whether he was getting sick. Oh no, or what if he had some bad memories attached to the game they played? But if they were bad memories, he wouldn't have chosen the game in the first place, right? Izuku squinted over at him. He couldn't figure it out. From the brief time he'd spent with him, it had seemed like Kirishima was the kind of guy to stare you straight in the eyes and tell you what he was thinking. He didn't seem to say 20 words when 5 would do, like Izuku did. But Izuku still hadn't gotten the other boy to look him in the eye all morning, despite both of them being 15 minutes early for class. Was he embarrassed that they had hung out? He hadn't seemed embarrassed on Friday. Aizawa speaking at the front of the room distracted Izuku from his thoughts. Apparently, the class had until the end of homeroom to decide on something called a class representative who was supposed to represent the class, in some undefined manner. Aizawa zipped himself up into his sleeping bag and huddled behind the front desk, which Izuku guessed meant the students had to debate and decide amongst themselves without any direction from him. Iida moved to the front of the room to call everyone to order or something, but Izuku raised his voice and spoke before anyone could start nominations. Hey, what is a class representative? And what do they do? Is it something formal or does it just matter in the class itself? Iida, since he was standing at the front anyway, elected himself the voice of knowledge. The class representative is a very serious position, as that person will be leading others in the class. They would be responsible for bringing order to chaos, enforcing rules where there is lawlessness, considering the safety of the other students as their primary responsibility. Kirishima interrupted him. Yeah, or a class rep would be someone everyone gets along with and can bring their problems to. I have heard that at UA, the class rep ends up representing the class to the rest of the student body. They also keep track of class forms, Yaoyorozu pointed out. Bakugou snorted. So don't nominate anyone boring or weak or an idiot. Izuku thought about all those qualifications versus what he knew about each of his classmates. But, we barely know each other. How are we supposed to decide who can do all that? Bakugou grinned back at him with one of those smiles that looked like he wanted to rip someone's head off. We know who's weak and who's an idiot. So don't vote for them. Izuku smiled back hesitantly. He wondered if Kaken would let Izuku touch his teeth too. That had been fun. Thrilling. He kinda wanted to do it again. Iida cleared his throat, still standing at the front of the room. If we want to use democracy in order to elect a leader, I suggest a ballot system. The person who wins the most votes would become class representative. I urge each and every one of you to envision what the person they vote for would be like as class representative, and whether they could truly fill the role. This is not a decision to be taken lightly or selfishly. After roughly 5 minutes of everyone writing down names, folding them, and placing them on the table at the front of the room, Iida went through all the votes and began creating tallies on the board at the front of the room. Izuku only really knew enough about Kaken, Kirishima, Uraraka, Sero, Tokoyami, and Iida in order to vote for them. Everyone else was mostly a big question mark in terms of personal qualities. Uraraka and Tokoyami and Sero didn't seem like the type to lead a class, and he was 100% certain Kaken would just yell at everyone, and that was only if he ever deemed himself low enough to consider things like rules and order. Both Kirishima and Iida would be good leaders, but as much as Izuku respected Iida as his partner during the hero versus villain training exercise, he didn't want to give the guy even more authority to shout rules at him during class. That was already getting old. He missed Iida's personality from the fight, Or maybe he just missed fighting. Come to think of it, the majority of his social acquaintances were made during fights, and he always seemed to like people better when they were fighting. Maybe he needed to look into that. Once all the ballots were tallied up, Izuku stared at the scoreboard and wondered what they would do now. It was highly obvious which people voted for themselves and which for others. Yaoyorozu had 2 votes, Kirishima had 2 votes, and Iida had 2 votes. Izuku, Uraraka, and someone named Jairu had none. Well, it seems we have a tie. I suggest we all vote once more for the 3 winners. Iida sounded proud of himself while Yaoyorozu sat blushing in the corner. Kirishima smiled wider. Now, it's just a popularity contest, Azui pointed out. Everyone voted much quicker this time, which ended up being smart since they only had 5 minutes left in homeroom. The scores this time put Iida first by a single vote, Yaoyorozu second, and Kirishima third. Aizawa sat up from his attempt at caterpillar hibernation. Congratulations, you made a decision. Iida will be the class representative, and Yaoyorozu will be the deputy class representative. Iida beamed at being deemed worthy of the position while Yaoyorozu blushed and thanked everyone for their votes. Izuku wondered if it was too late for him to recast his vote for Yaoyorozu. They had just given Iida too much power. Who knew what he was going to do with it? After careful deliberation that he must have done something wrong over the weekend, Izuku followed Kirishima to the restroom after second PRD and apologized. Kirishima told him not to sweat it, that he only felt a little embarrassed about having Izuku's fingers in his mouth. And no, he didn't want anything else of Izuku's in his mouth right now, but thanks for asking. He'd let Izuku know when he did want Izuku back in his mouth or near his teeth or whatever it was Izuku was stuttering about. A couple minutes later, a pleased Izuku returned to class with a blushing, constipated-looking Kirishima in tow, causing Kaken to turn around in his seat to ask Izuku what the F he had said to hair for brains, to put that shitty look on his face. And now Kaken was upset at Izuku, even though Izuku had been trying to become friends with his friends, and what was he still doing wrong? Izuku ended up spending lunch with Tokoyami so they could share a book of poetry that Tokoyami had brought from home. They had only finished discussing 3 poems when an alarm blared overhead. Tokoyami looked at him, and Izuku shrugged. A nearby third-year student announced that meant someone had bypassed the campus defensive barrier, so they were supposed to evacuate to a safe zone. Izuku tried to follow Tokoyami through the chaos, both of them jostling against other students in the lunchroom as everyone rushed through the cafeteria doors into a tight hallway and toward a 2-door exit. But with the crunch of people around him, the sweaty bodies, the heat, he couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. Izuku ducked down and weaved through the other students' feet, backing away from the exit and toward a side hallway that led away from the safety measures in place. It took him about 30 seconds to regain his breath and calm his heartbeat down. Only then was he able to actually think. That student had said someone bypassed the campus defensive barrier. Izuku remembered reading about UA's barrier when he and Shinso poured through the handbook last week. The wards were supposed to be nigh impossible to breach, tall and thick enough that most people couldn't physically get past unless the gates opened for them. In addition, each student and teacher had an ID that linked them to the school's security system. If anyone without an ID or visitor's pass got past UA's gates, then alarms would blare. Izuku paused. A thought niggling at the back of his head. Normal humans might not be able to get past the gates, but he bet that most demons or a warlock with a teleportation ability could. And he had met plenty of both. Izuku's hands curled into fists as he considered the situation. He more than knew they existed. He knew they were directly after him. Izuku swore, ducking into a bathroom on his left. He hadn't seen anyone in the hallway, but better safe than sorry. To his knowledge, the bathrooms weren't monitored by the school's camera system. Placing down a circle of stones and activating it, Izuku dug around in his pockets for something to use. One of his quartz crystals. Alright, come on. I need a locating spell. Locating spell, right? Izuku tried to think back to the research he'd done last week. If he didn't know who the intruder was, then he needed something that belonged to them. But he didn't know who they were, so of course he didn't have anything that belonged to them. Except, he might not have something that belonged to them, but he did have his student ID, and whoever it was got to campus by not having an ID. So maybe he could just focus on finding someone that didn't have a valid ID for the school? Izuku rummaged around in his pocket for his student ID. He put the cap of a marker between his teeth while he wrote a rune that would help him find someone hidden on the back of the ID in small script. Considering the rune further, he also added another rune for danger. That's what he was likely headed toward, after all. After putting away his marker, he placed the quartz crystal on top of the ID and began focusing his mind on where the two were connected, pouring his energy into the connection. He focused his mind on the desire to find someone who didn't have something like his ID or a similar pass. He focused on wanting to find whatever was putting the school and its students in the most danger. Come on, whatever is putting us in the most danger. I want to find them. After a few seconds, the crystal seemed to hum in his hand. Grinning victoriously, Izuku picked up his stones, turned around in a circle, and ran towards the direction the quartz felt warmest. He jogged down the hallway with the restroom on it, turned left, and jogged down another hallway, farther and farther away from the voices of the students headed toward the safe zones. Right when the sound of other students' exclamations had faded to a whisper, the quartz in his hand flared, hot as concrete on a midsummer's day. He looked up, and his breath caught in his throat. His heartbeat stuttered, tripping over itself as his impromptu indoor running spree abruptly transitioned into him standing frozen in the middle of the hall, afraid to move. Because there was someone there. In that room. And it wasn't a demon. It was this strange purple mist, this dark glow that was bending over a computer. Even from this far away, Izuku could feel an odd emanation coming from the figure. A strange sense of polite malevolence, as though it was just as like to kill him as serve his intestines up on fine china afterwards. It didn't look or feel like a demon, but it shouldn't be here. Izuku didn't have to create a detection spell that found the nearest source of danger to figure that one out. The figure's presence, something about it, it shouldn't be here. Not just here, not just in this room or at this school. It shouldn't be here. Izuku shook his head, trying to focus past the instinctual abhorrence gripping his chest. The figure was searching for something on the computer, its gaze intent. It hadn't noticed him, even though Izuku could see it through the partially open door. Where was Popsicle when he needed him? If he was here, he'd be able to sniff out what this thing was. But no matter what it was, it hadn't sensed Izuku. Stronger supernaturals should be able to sense Izuku by now, so at least it wasn't a bad enough supernatural threat that Izuku would have to leave town. Izuku took a step forward. He was still a couple feet from the open door. The warmth of the crystal in his fist grew hotter, making his fingers unclench to ward off the pain. Before he could finish the thought, three things happened at once. The crystal flared, burning his skin, which caused him to hiss and drop it on the floor. A strange purplish-black portal opened on the far side of the room. And then the figure was gone. Izuku rushed forward, whatever sense of self-preservation he had abandoning him entirely. But no sign of the figure remained in the room. The alarm, which had been shrieking up until now, silenced, and Izuku could hear his own shaky breaths fill the stillness. He pushed the door open farther and stared into the room, but no matter where he searched, he couldn't find a trace that the shadow had been there. Izuku turned around in circles looking for clues, taking in the dark corners of the room, the computer that had flashed back to its login screen. The plaque on the desk read, 13, which meant this was the Rescue Hero's office. From the books on the walls, it looked like a room used for research. Maybe 13's personal research office? Izuku wondered what that thing that shadow had been. He wondered why it was here. A bell rang, jolting him out of his investigation. It was the bell that signaled students should head to their next class. Izuku sighed. His next class was home economics, and he was not in the headspace to cook right now. He'd probably burned down the classroom by accident. He didn't want to go. He wanted to figure this out. An announcement came over the speaker, from Principal Nizu. Hello, students. Please make your way back to your belongings and continue with your day. The alarm was triggered by a reporter making their way past the front gate. The situation has been handled, and you are now safe to continue your regular schedule. Thank you for following the emergency protocols. Good day. Izuku winced at the reminder of the emergency protocols. He had almost followed them, but they SED and involved tight hallways with lots of people, so he stopped following. Regardless, between the bell and that announcement, other students were likely to appear in this hallway at any second. Izuku bent down to pick the quartz up off the floor using the fabric of his blazer. He pulled out a marker and scratched out the runes on the quartz, deactivating it, before slipping it back into his pocket. The burning in his palm hadn't dissipated. He shook out his hand and blew on it, hoping to cool it down, but the burning continued. Reluctantly, Izuku turned his hand around to look at his palm and yeah, that didn't look great. There was a jagged red diamond mark on his palm from where he'd been holding the crystal. Izuku winced again. Popsicle was going to be set at him if this was an actual burn. And he was already mad enough about the wounds from last week. Izuku scowled. But it wasn't his fault. The crystal shouldn't have gotten that hot. Detection spells didn't burn you, not unless you were searching for a whole group of people. Which wouldn't make sense in this case, because he'd just found one person. And for all intents and purposes, it looked to be a human person. Normal people don't cause detection spells to overheat. The bell rang again, causing Izuku to start. Crap. Now, he only had 5 minutes until class. And where was he right now? Where was his class? Where was that handbook thing when he needed it? Crap. Izuku took a couple more glances around and, finding nothing, rushed back down the hallway toward the cafeteria, hoping to backtrack his way to home EC from there. The whole way, his mind wouldn't stop racing with questions, and he ended up barely being able to pay attention in his last 3 classes as he mulled the events over in his brain. The alarm had indicated that someone was on school grounds past the protective barrier without an ID. Izuku's spell had led him to whoever it was because that person didn't have a valid ID and was a danger, and whoever they were had decided to break into 13th's research office. Then they disappeared through a portal. What did that even mean? Was someone looking for information on 13th's computer? About what? The students? The school? Did 13 have some special research on that computer? He couldn't decide whether to tell one of his teachers about it. It seemed like the thing he might be supposed to do? Maybe. Like warning leader if you saw something strange at the edge of the reservation. But, well, who would he tell? He barely kept himself from burning down his desk during home economics because his concentration was shot and apparently rice requires either water or low heat in order to not burn. So he couldn't inform that teacher. His next class was English, but he didn't really know Present Mike that well except for occasional moments last week when Present Mike called him Little Listener and asked him to stop humming or touching Bakugou when he was supposed to be quietly completing a worksheet. And Aizawa taught PE, and he was definitely a no-go because he'd probably expel Izuku on the spot for avoiding crowded hallways / ignoring evacuation protocols. Before Izuku could make a decision, the last PRD bell rang, and classes were overtaking with them his last chances at telling someone what he saw. Unless he wanted to tell Aizawa, who was sleeping at the front of the classroom. Which was just a whole lot of nope. Seeing his classmates all start to leave the classroom, Izuku hurriedly threw his books together. Bakugou and Kirishima's voices rang down the hallway, too far ahead by the time Izuku made it to the door, but Iida was still within calling distance. Iida. Wait. Iida came to a halt several feet in front of Izuku and turned around. A couple other students walked between them, heading down the hallway toward the front doors. Midoriya. Did you need something? Iida took in the wide-eyed, panicked look that Izuku was sporting, his voice becoming more insistent. Is something wrong? Not really? I mean, I was wondering, Izuku clutched his backpack to his chest, stumbling over his words as he tried to stand his ground among the sea of bodies flooding through the hallways. Sensing that this might take a second, Iida grabbed Izuku's arm and dragged him to the side of the walkway where they wouldn't impede the other students' exodus. Izuku smiled at him in apology. Iida tried not to look too sternly at him in order to get him to start talking. They both had a train to catch, after all. I saw something earlier. Izuku rushed out, pausing for a moment to take a deep breath and glance up at Iida through his bangs. I'm not sure how important it is, but I think the announcement said that a reporter got on the campus, right? And that's why there was an alarm. Yes, I saw the reporter myself, Iida confirmed. He had been the one to announce to a crowd of students outside the cafeteria that they did not need to panic, after floating in the air and bracing himself against an exit sign. Izuku's smile wavered. Well, I think I saw someone else, earlier, during the alarm? In 13's office. They were made of this purple mist? And they were looking at something on a computer, but then they disappeared through this portal, and the alarm stopped, and the timing of it just seemed. Izuku took a shaky breath, in and out, trying to calm down. He couldn't shake the feeling of danger lingering over his shoulder, trailing its claws down his spine. He looked up at Iida, searching for something he couldn't name. Approval or recognition or understanding, something that would validate this need in his gut to not leave school unless he'd told someone, even though he didn't know who to tell because everyone seemed like a bad idea and he didn't want to be expelled. Izuku clutched his backpack tighter to his chest and took a step closer to Iida, closer than what most would consider normal or appropriate. What if the reporter was just a distraction? Iida's eyebrows scrunched in thought, his expression turning serious. That does sound strange. Even if it does turn out to be nothing, you should still report it to the teachers. I'm certain Aizawa-sensei is still in his office. He can decide whether to look into it or not. The teachers might not believe the alarm was caused by a single reporter, either. Izuku's face paled. He supposed that might be true. The teachers may be looking for another culprit and simply hadn't found one yet. However, there felt like 100 reasons why Aizawa was the last teacher you would want to go to with this sort of thing. On the one hand, he was their homeroom teacher and potential pack leader and was actually the pro-hero eraser head, which was still a super awesome concept that his favorite pro-hero was his teacher, but Izuku felt like he might have done something wrong by hunting down a danger on school grounds. Maybe. Potentially. Kind of. It seemed like something leader might have yelled at him for. And Aizawa didn't seem like a yelling type of person. He seemed to just expel people. Oh wait, would he have to talk to Aizawa on his own? Izuku's eyes widened into saucers. Are you sure that Aizawa-sensei is? Iida reared back, insulted on their teacher's behalf by Izuku's hesitation. He is our homeroom teacher. It is his duty to look out for our well-being and enforce rules. And if we have any issues, he is our first point of contact if those issues need to be brought up to other faculty. There is no greater person that you could raise this problem to. By the end of his statement, Iida was holding a fist up to the air and gesticulating wildly. Izuku gulped, then nodded back, obviously hesitant. So, what you're saying is, I should talk to the leader of our class, who's already expelled one student, about some information that only I saw and no one else can verify, and he might think I'm crazy or in the wrong even if he does believe me, and what if it comes to nothing, Iida, and what if he expels me? He likes to expel people. Or what if? Izuku's eyes were glistening with the start of tears when Iida interrupted him, placing a calm hand on his shoulder, his expression stern but supportive. Midoriya, this is what the teachers are here for, to keep us safe. We as students have a duty to report anything we think endangers our safety to the teachers. That is how authority works. This is what you are supposed to do. Iida wondered when the last time was that Midoriya had any sort of authority figure that he reported to. He had a mother, didn't he? He thought he remembered Midoriya mentioning one to Tokoyami the other day. It didn't sound like he had a father, though, and he mentioned he had been homeschooled, so he probably didn't understand how the social system inside a school was supposed to work. Nodding his head in contemplation, Iida took a breath and took charge for the second time this day. Come, Midoriya, I'll take you to Aizawa-sensei so you can share this with him. I will stay right by your side. At that last assertion, a wave of calm slid over Izuku that he couldn't place. It felt nice, as though, as long as Iida was there, then this was all going to work out somehow. He stared down at the ground and contemplated his options. But there didn't seem to be any options. Only eventualities. A single eventuality. Aizawa needed to know. There might be a danger. Izuku couldn't know that there might be a danger and not try to stop it. It wasn't who he was. Nodding to himself, Izuku smiled up at Iida and used his arm to wipe a tear off his cheek. He might still be nervous about the thought of talking to Aizawa one-on-one and maybe potentially getting expelled, but it had to be done. Spirits protect him. Alright Iida. Let's do it. Izuku paused. Oh, and thanks for helping me? And for stopping when I called. I knew I could count on you. Izuku smiled up at him, and Iida blushed at the praise, feeling flushed with success at being able to aid others for the second time that day. He straightened his shoulders and turned around like a man on a mission, his hands still offering comfort to Midoriya's shoulder. This must be how heroes feel helping others. How my brother feels. Most of the students seemed to have vacated the area. They spent the next several minutes fighting against a hallway's worth of students trying to exit the school as they tried to make their way back to homeroom. Aizawa had just left, and they could both make out his figure turning the corner ahead. Izuku looked at Iida and nodded his head, so Iida led the way down the hallway, around the corner, and around another corner, before approaching the door Aizawa had just finished going into. Izuku stepped up to the door, Iida at his back, and knocked. Aizawa-sensei? Could I speak with you? There was no response. Izuku knocked again, repeating himself, before venturing to open the door in case his teacher could not hear him through it. However, the room he stepped into was more than just a storage room or classroom like Izuku expected. Instead, there was a humongous rectangle table with various teachers spread around it. Because apparently Aizawa had been heading to a faculty meeting. Izuku swallowed around a big gulp of nervousness. Aizawa-sensei? Could I speak with you, really quickly, before this? The bloodshot eyes of his teacher met Izuku's own, and he felt himself flushing in embarrassment. Izuku's heart began jackrabbiting in his chest, and he felt pressure on him from all sides as several other teachers turned toward him, quieting down from their conversations in favor of staring at the nervous pink-faced kid in the doorway. Izuku took another shaky breath to calm his nerves. I'm in a meeting. Talk to me tomorrow, Aizawa responded. Despite his words, he seemed to be tracking both Izuku and Iida with narrowed, and continuing to narrow further, eyes. Izuku nodded nervously in response, shuffling backward, but he ran into Iida before he could get to the door. Iida rested his hand on Izuku's shoulder again and spoke in a formal tone. As class representative, I have asked Midoriya to come here and speak with you regarding something that is time-sensitive and potentially important to the meeting you are about to have. I ask that you please respect my judgment that what Midoriya has to say may be important. Iida finished his speech with a slight bow, and Izuku blinked over at him in confusion. He wondered what the bowing was all about. Was Iida trying to introduce himself? He wasn't saying his name, or were half bows a generic way to show respect? Wait, was he supposed to do that too? Izuku frowned. But what he wanted to discuss wasn't normal. He couldn't do something generic. What were the rules around that? Izuku needed to beg for forgiveness. He was probably going to get into trouble, and no one had taught him how to grovel yet. Yaoyorozu only covered greetings. Tengu never groveled, but wolves did? Maybe this was more like what the pups did with Leader? In the wolf pack, when you did something bad that you expected punishment for, you were supposed to abase yourself and offer your neck in subservience. Although Aizawa didn't seem like the sort of person to demand that Izuku roll on his back afterward to show his stomach. Very well, Aizawa sighed, seeming annoyed. He shifted his gaze over to Izuku, and Izuku shivered, nervous. Izuku's eyes flickered over to Iida, who gave him a supportive nod of the head. At first, Izuku moved to mimic Iida's gesture. He tilted forward in the maybe greeting half-bow, uncertain whether he should be saying his full name in greeting. But Aizawa didn't look appeased. He looked angry, like Izuku was doing something wrong. Izuku gulped, then quickly rushed forward to kneel on the floor in front of his teacher. He tilted his neck in supplication, to acknowledge the authority of the pack leader and his own guilt. Aizawa closed his eyes in a half-blink, half-exasperated plea to the universe. His eyebrows furrowed further, low enough that they threatened to leap off his face and wrap around Izuku's neck like a rope. To which Izuku could only peer up at Aizawa through unruly bangs and beg for his life. His pack leader's stare was nerve-wracking. Sir, I have information for you, but I'm not sure how useful it will be to you, and I don't want to waste your time, but it kind of worried me, and I asked Iida, and he was worried, and he said we should tell you, so please don't be mad at me. His tongue lulled to a stop as Izuku took a deep breath, looking from Aizawa's left eye to his right eye, left eye to right eye, waiting for him to say something in response. Aizawa, in turn, didn't know what the F was going on. He had felt his students following him but had done his best to dodge them, assuming it was a homework question. Instead, they followed him into the impromptu faculty meeting to what? Tell him important information that Midoriya observed? Aizawa sighed. And then Midoriya had started kneeling on the floor in what had to be the most absurd kowtow he had ever seen. Aizawa wiped a hand down his face. He was too tired for Midoriya's idiosyncrasies right now. Fine. What did you want to tell me? Midoriya smiled up at him in response and launched into a tale about separating himself from his peers during the break-in, walking down some hallways, finding 13's office, and seeing a person covered in purple mist and capable of using teleportation like portals who was doing something on 13's computer. The information, if true, was worrisome, and he sensed more than saw 13 log onto the school system from their phone to check if there were any security feeds in that area. Generally, teachers' personal offices did not have recording devices stationed in them, but there were cameras in the hallways. Of course, if it really was a person with a teleportation quirk, they wouldn't need to use the hallway to get into the office. While 13 tried to find some recording of the event in question, Aizawa stared down at where Midoriya was still kneeling in front of him. Seriously, what was with this kid? And Iida? Aizawa looked up. Yes, Iida definitely looked vicariously embarrassed for his classmate. Tapping his finger on the table from where he was turned away from Midoriya, Aizawa sighed. And why were you outside 13's office, when you should have been following the building intrusion safety protocols and exiting through the designated areas? A flush spread across the boy's cheeks. Aizawa sensed bullshit coming. Because I'm claustrophobic and started panicking in the crowd? Well, it wasn't a lie, at least, according to his pupil response. The boy also seemed like the type of kid to look to the side when he lied. And if this was, in fact, a planned intrusion through our school's barriers to look at classified information, do you think it would have been safe for you to see the perpetrator? The boy was silent. If the person in question saw you, what do you think they would have done? Aizawa figured he might as well turn this into a teaching exercise while 13 was busy checking the security feeds to verify his claims. Plus, Midoriya was already beginning to give him heart palpitations. Aizawa definitely wasn't going to be sleeping tonight unless he could make this kid promise not to run away from his peers during emergency situations. He'd never had this sort of problem with a student before. Where were the boy's preservation instincts? Midoriya's eyebrows furrowed. Expressive green eyes flickered, the pupils vibrating back and forth, as he thought it through. What would he have done? Killing me would have raised a few flags, right? As would a student going missing. So he would have just threatened me? Maybe. The boy was still in his weird tilted head prostration on the floor, which made the way he answered as though this was a typical classroom question seem even more out of place. Aizawa took a slow, deep breath to calm his nerves. What was it they discussed at the meeting last week? Don't give Izuku Midoriya information unless you want him to act as recklessly as possible within the parameters? They were really going to need to weed that out of the boy, as well as find a way to sink into his brain that his school time parameters included following proper evacuation safety protocols. And perhaps more, he considered, squinting down at the boy's hopeful gaze. Aizawa may be overthinking this, but he had a feeling that Midoriya did not understand the concept of laws in the same way as the other students in the hero course, that is, as something that should necessarily be followed, even when personal preferences didn't coincide. His file didn't record any prior residential history, which made Aizawa wonder where the boy had lived. If he and his mother were really as nomadic as his file and his behavior suggested, then what concept of laws did he even have? Aizawa made a mental note to pair the boy up with Iida on a preferential basis. Maybe the class representative's rule-abiding behavior could rub off on him. Or perhaps Yaoyorozu, Aizawa hummed, dubious in a way that had Midoriya curling into a pier's ball at his feet. Yes, or they might have followed you after school and found your family and threatened or harmed you there. Teleportation-type quirks are dangerous, Midoriya. There aren't many defenses against them. The boy nodded in agreement, not debating the sense behind his judgment. Well, Midoriya could understand avoiding danger to his family, at least. To his left, 13 announced that they found no recordings in the hallway of Midoriya approaching the room. Instead, Midoriya himself seemed to appear out of nowhere after a couple minutes of empty hallway footage. This suggested that either 1. Midoriya was both lying about the intrusion and was capable of teleportation, which Aizawa wouldn't exactly put past the boy since he still hadn't determined whether Midoriya's quirk involved speeding up his own movements or just other objects, or 2. The intruder did teleport in but also tampered with the system. Neither option made sense. If the intruder had a teleportation-type quirk and was able to appear directly in 13's office to access files and then directly disappeared from the office, why would they need to delete security footage of the hallways? There wouldn't have been any footage of them in the hallways that necessitated deletion. And it must have been deleted up to the point that the person left, in order for Midoriya to be shown appearing out of nowhere in front of the door. Maybe it was a side effect of a computer program that they ran in order to get information? Most computer information regarding students and classes was behind several firewalls for safety reasons. Unless they were a hacking genius, Aizawa could only guess they were forced to use a program to do the hacking, which lent credence to the idea that the same program used to hack into the files would have deleted security footage from the hallway. Aizawa turned to the boy still kneeling at his feet. Midoriya, we will keep looking into this. A few seconds passed, but the student in question didn't seem to be moving. You can go now, Aizawa grounded out, but the boy remained on the ground. Aizawa looked up at Iida, whose hand was twitching at his side as he switched between staring at Midoriya and staring at his teacher, confused and visibly panicked about why Midoriya was not moving. Aizawa looked back at Midoriya, who looked equally confused. Could he not move? But then Midoriya leaned forward, slowly, very slowly, until his head was almost beneath Aizawa's hand. He jerked his head in soft mimicry of touching his head to Aizawa's hand. Aizawa had an ominous feeling that Midoriya was expecting something from him. Unsure what exactly the boy was getting after, why can't he just use words? Aizawa sat unmoving and continued to stare back at him. Under normal circumstances, a student would speak up after a few seconds of Aizawa's unflinching stare. But he didn't. Instead, after a few more seconds, Midoriya moved his head again, and... Wait, was the boy trying to get Aizawa to touch his hair? Slightly weirded out, Aizawa lightly petted Midoriya's hair, causing the boy to sigh, smile softly up at him, and back away on all fours before standing. Before Aizawa could demand to know what the hell was happening, Midoriya beamed a 100-watt smile, waved his hand in a casual goodbye, and jogged out the door. Iida stood with his mouth agape for a few more seconds before blushing through a formal bow. I will talk to him about formal behavior, Iida apologized, then rushed out of the room after Midoriya at a school-approved pace. Aizawa sighed. He looked over to where present Mike had been trying his level best not to let a near full-blown laughing fit disturb the conversation. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Go ahead, he allowed, and present Mike howled in laughter, slapping his hands on the table and making a big show of it all. Idiot, he said affectionately, before looking toward the now-shut door of the faculty meeting that had been disturbed. Looking around, the rest of the faculty seemed to be here, which meant most of them had heard the information and seen Aizawa, whatever that was with Midoriya. What was it he overheard Bakugou saying about Midoriya being raised by wolves? Turning to face the rest of his colleagues, Aizawa stared at his hand for a few seconds before announcing, I think we need to update that boy's file. And then even Principal Nizu was laughing. Traitor,